over fences. Somebody said you're a dumb conspiracy theorist. I thought that was hilarious. You like my rebuttal? I said more like an intelligent person who doesn't trust liars.
Well, if it's a conspiracy theory, here's an idea. Go and measure it. Prove us wrong.
Yeah, it no longer becomes a theory then.
Hi. Why is everyone mute here?
Because if we all talk at the same time, you can't hear what's going on because it's just an absolute mess.
Oh, I see.
But if you have any questions about the room, so the discussion is flat earth, or if you've got proofs of your ball beliefs or anything, please direct them to the other persons in here, as I'm just about to go to bed. And I don't want to have to say 2 minutes worth of talking and then say, that's it, I'm out, see you later. So if you do have any questions, you've got 20 Cups, Daz, John Lerner, who else we got? Shaggy. Any one of them will happily have a chat with you.
Happily. More than happily.
And on that note, I'm going to toddle off to bed. So I'll catch you, ladies and gentlemen, later on. Peace, guys.
Catch you, bro.
See you, bud. Hey, where'd she go?
All right, I'm back, folks.
We missed you.
Thank you.
Anyone see the blood moon? I caught a glimpse of it this morning. It wasn't completely blood red, but yeah, it was just above the horizon, so it was pretty cool.
Was that the Selenelian eclipse that some people got pictures of?
I haven't really seen the pictures. I've been working all day.
Yeah, dude. So someone in 24/7 posted some footage. I think it's a Selenelian lunar eclipse. So the blood red moon is actually the fully eclipsed moon.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess the moon was rising as the sun was setting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You just saw a Selenelian eclipse.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I caught it this morning as I got up. About to go to work, so I stood there for a bit. So yeah, perfect timing because I wasn't even, preparing for it. So just caught it at the right time. Apparently, this one went for a fair while. Like the duration was, how does the duration change? It doesn't make sense in the heliocentric model. That is. How did the globers wrap their heads around an eclipse taken longer than the previous one? They don't explain it, they just say, this is how it is. Yeah, so Monday morning is when we all go to the yard, get our jobs designated, figure out what we're doing. Yeah, all my workmates decide to gang up on me because, they all believe we're on a spinning ball. And I said, you guys are falling backwards right now. Are yous? Because I know I'm not. And they just talk some shit, and I said, okay, does a rock reflect light? And they all just shut up. No one can explain it. They just go quiet. Pretty funny. Like, the more that gang up on me, the more I can shut down at once.
So you got to smack a couple of work buddies, Shaggy. With some flat Earth truth.
Constantly, John. Constantly. You know, I'm in a small town, so it's a pretty tight community. So you know, I respect my bosses and that, and they're like, you know, enough of this flat Earth shit. I was like, yeah, I respect that. You know, I've never been the one to, you know, instigate it in the first place, but I didn't really have to explain that. I just said, yeah, just complied. But I said, if anyone brings it up, I've got a right to defend, you know, my position, and I'm gonna. I'm not gonna bring it up, but if someone else brings it up, you know, I'm gonna get on the defensive. And they're like, yeah, that's fair enough. Ever since, it's like they're the only ones that bring it up. You know,
Oh yeah.
I'm just doing my thing, you know, and they're just like, oh, look at this flat earther over here. Thinks you're on a flat earth. So it's like, yep, here we go.
Yeah. I get it all the time. You know, there's no shame in it for me too. So I'll get that. I'll get multiple things, but that's usually the biggest one.
Yeah.
Funny, everybody will agree with you about most of the stuff. The moment you mention flat Earth, they're like, oh, you know, just can't get behind it. It's more or less, it just can't even think about it, right? It's not
Yeah,
even like they don't even want to try to wrap their head around it whatsoever. They don't want to hear any of the evidence. They just want to like, well, you know, where's the edge? You know,
yeah.
where's the edge? Where's the edge? You know, you're stupid.
Yeah, shit like that. I had a workmate in the like last week, and he's like, "Oh, what about the ships going over the horizon?" And I said, "Yeah, it's just going out of your optical, you know, limitations, like your line of sight." And he's like, "Oh no, it's not." I said, "Mate, you don't know how your eyes work." And he's gotten the shits and like, you know, cracked up. And I said, "Mate, that sounds like a you problem. Don't get the shits at me. But just because you don't know how your eyes work, it's definitely a you problem."
Oh yeah,
So
just
that
the
was
ego.
pretty.
It's just a kick in the yeah. It's such a kick in the ego, man. People just can't handle it. Like, oh, I couldn't have been lied to about something so big. I'm a freaking genius. I could bench press 300 pounds, and I'm super smart, and I could. I get
Yeah.
hotter girls than you.
It's funny. It's funny. They're the ones that bring it up, but you're always the one that shuts it down. And yeah, right. And they
Oh yeah.
don't come back. Oh yeah, you were right. Yeah, true. You got me there. It's never like that. It's just like,
It's always
oh,
the
no.
next point. Well,
Yeah.
explain the eclipse then.
Oh, yeah, I was expecting more Globers hanging around, you know. Oh, look at this eclipse, guys. Come on,
Yeah,
Globers.
gloating.
Guys,
Think
I
the
have a
eclipse is
question. I have a question. Serious question.
oh nice.
Here's one. Here we go.
If Earth is flat, like why do governments is hiding the facts, you know? And what are the benefits that they can get from it? Or what are the purpose, you know? If really Earth is flat, why do like Americans or you know many countries who own satellites they're hiding these facts? Why do you guys think so?
You got this, John. That's cool.
I'm at work right now. If you can get it, that'd be sweet. But I'll
I can
get
get
it if you can. All right.
I don't think
Yeah.
anybody's hiding flat Earth, at least not intentionally. And most people in the government, I think, still think that Earth is a globe. Now, what satellites are, that's anyone's guess.
What do you mean? It's a guess. I mean, there's so many countries that own satellites. You know.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many people that think they know what they are, but they don't.
I mean, the janitors of the satellites. The ones who's monitoring that, they can see like Earth. If the Earth is flat, they can see that Earth is flat. From the satellite. Then why are they hiding it? I mean, those like public agents or the government. If you're talking in like a bigger scale, why? I think that's a fundamental question if you're thinking about this topic, critically.
Well, if you want to think about it critically,
Yeah.
why are you assuming that they can hide something so obvious as a flat Earth?
I mean, I'm saying if it's that obvious, then why are they hiding it? You know, if
Well, and
someone
maybe
saw
they're
it,
not
then they can
hiding.
just show it. They can just show it. If
Your premise is flawed. I mean, like I suggested, I don't think they're hiding it, and I don't think they can hide flat Earth.
then I have a question. Then why do so many like astronomy like scientists, you know, uh, you know, uh, studying their whole life, about like space, and or some even like study things about the globe, why are they doing it? If they,
Yeah.
if
And allow
that's
me to interject here real quick, my friend, but ultimately at the end of the day, asking a why question doesn't have any sort of supernatural power as to making the shape of the earth one way or the other. So
yeah, it does, but
I'm not
it
sure
doesn't.
how
But
answering that
the thing
question
is,
would
there's so
ultimately.
many.
Yeah, hold on,
According to
friend.
the fact that it is
You can
flat.
finish
Okay,
my
listen
thought.
to me.
Friend, I'm almost done with my thought here, and then you can finish all you want. All I was going to finish by saying here is that at the end of it, even if we give you a perfect answer for why, it still brings none of us any closer to actually discussing and proving the shape of the Earth. So the question becomes, a little more hard science, not the whys.
So like, okay, what I'm trying to say is that like, okay, I understand, but the thing is, okay, let's assume that Earth is flat, okay? Earth is flat, but there are so many satellites, you know, flowing on the space, right? Then like, there will be a janitor or there will be someone who's monitoring the screen of the satellites, right? And
Okay.
and they're mostly working for the governments like NASA or other stuff. So those public agents, and if you're thinking in a bigger scale, why
No.
do the governments, if they see it, but they're not saying that Earth is flat, right? They're saying Earth is a globe. Then why do they
Okay.
do that? What are the advantages they can get from it? So that's the point.
You're
We have to think about it.
wait enough.
Yeah.
You're asking us why someone else is lying. Make sense of it. We are not them. We can't tell you why they're lying.
I mean, uh, someone is lying because they want to get some advantage, mostly, right?
You gotta
And do you
go and
think
ask.
like, do you think this is a reasonable assumption for us to think that they're just trolling? They're just lying without reason. I don't think it is.
That
And
we can
and
speculate all we want with how many reasons there are, and there are multiple reasons. There's
yeah,
so many
tell me
reasons. Well, there's
what
things
reason.
to hide. There's things to hide. There's the truth, mate. That they
Yeah.
could be hiding a god. They could be hiding extra land, mate. There's so many reasons why they would lie. It could be a test. Therefore, we can believe anything they say. If they can lie about something so big and so dramatic, then anything they say will appeal to. You
Now I
know.
have a question. Like, then why don't anyone? You know, I've never seen anyone in NASA saying that the Earth is flat. You know, I mean, I'm saying like if someone feel like according to their conscience, you know, Someone can say that, but there was no one, you know. And
Yeah,
like,
it's
do critical thinking. Do you think this really means like the Earth is
did you hear?
flat? I mean,
Did you hear what Spadok said? They all probably believe they're living on a globe.
yeah, it's their freedom to believe that the Earth is like flat. It's my freedom to believe that Earth is globe. But the thing is,
It's not measured as a
imagine,
globe.
imagine what are the advantage, what are the benefits they can get, from hiding this fact. Do you think they hide like those lands? Like which lands? Which lands?
Hey, brother, these are speculations. We can speculate all we want, but when it comes down to the truth, that is evidence. That is empirical evidence, mate. So, why don't we get on to why we know the truth, how we measure it flat? What we can come up with. Why don't you ask those questions, and we can show you. And
Actually,
then
I don't learn like much about the natural science, so
yeah,
I'm not here to talk about it. I'm just here to say, like, if it is, then why are they hiding it? I think
mate,
that's more like constructive.
you can speculate
thought.
all you want. Why don't you know? Why don't you want to know the truth first? We could blow your mind. We could have you sitting back, going, "Holy moly!" If you really wanted to open your mind and take it in, or you can deflect all you want, like most of yous do. But everyone's individual. I can't criticize you for anything. I can't judge you upon what we've experienced with other people that appeal to the narrative. But the fact of the matter is, Earth is measured flat. Water always finds its level when at rest, and there's you can't get around that. They have never ever measured motion of this Earth. Einstein will even back that up.
Okay.
So where do you want to go from here? Do you want to keep speculating, or do you want us to chuck some shit at you that's going to make you really think?
Okay.
Yeah,
Like
Ben.
I
Yeah, Ben.
asked. I,
Yeah, Ben.
okay. I wait. Like, can
Yeah,
I say
Ben.
something? Like first.
I've got something for you, Ben. You listening?
Oh yeah. But I want to say something first, and like I want to listen to you, like, because I was talking with him first.
Yeah. Say something first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I asked ChatGPT that like if Earth is flat, can we like rotate, near sun? But he says if Earth is flat, we cannot rotate rotate the Earth. The rotate itself is impossible. To rotate to another like sphere, then we have to be a globe. We have to be in a shape of globe to rotate. So if yeah, if Earth is flat, we cannot rotate. They say, yeah, in astronomical science.
Our claim is,
Yeah.
you got to understand our claim. Our claim is flat and motionless, and we are not in a vacuum of space. We are in a contained environment, and we don't know what's out there because pressure needs containment. The definition of pressure is a force exerted on the walls of its container. Therefore, you can't, you can't replicate a pressurized environment without a container. And that's a fact. No one has ever done this. So therefore, how can they say that, for example, gravity is holding down gases or other gases is acting as a containment? Because this has never been proven. They just say this, and people appeal
Well,
to
actually,
it.
like I've seen a documentary, like of a, the representative of, like flat Earth, you know, I think the guy, I don't know the name, his exact name, but yeah, he was actually, logically wrecked by a chemist and and
Where did you
astronomy scientist, and he said I'll still be a flat Earth person because
Okay.
he doesn't want to lose his dump time that he put it on
Yeah.
was
this
flat Earth theory. Wait, I'm gonna look for it.
Okay, was this Beyond the Curve on Netflix?
Here.
Because they're not going to put out any flat Earth.
Yeah, Mark
They're not
Surgeon said, yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, even though flat Earth is not considered true, it is proven wrong. I cannot live this. I mean, do you think this is really intellectual? It's more like a
Dude, look, globe earthers say stupid things all the time, right? Just because one flat earther says something silly, that doesn't mean that all flat earthers
DJ,
agree with that.
just imagine. Well, there are so many fucking satellites over there, and why are the governments hiding it if it is true?
Dude, we had a math professor in here the other day, right? His name's Matthew. Okay, we said. Hold on, let me finish. Right, we asked him. We said if NASA came out and said, "Look, we've been lying to you. We've proven that the Earth is flat. Would you believe that the Earth was flat?" And he said no. Right, so globe earthers say crazy things as well, and this is a university math professor that said this. Okay, so you're just taking some guy on a hit piece documentary that's designed to make flat earthers look silly. Right, they'll find the silliest flat earthers they can find, and then they'll make.
I understand your point, but the thing is, then can you answer? Then why do government hide the fact?
Hold on one second.
Why is there no one? I'm saying okay, those people must say something, but I'm saying okay, if we aren't moving, then how do you have a night and a day, day and night over fence? And how do you have 4 seasons? How do we have 4 seasons if you don't rotate?
All right, so the first question was why would they lie, right? Why would somebody else do something?
And how do we have eclipse?
That was your first question, and then your next question is how do we have seasons? And then now your next question is how do we have eclipses? And my question to you, how does any hold on. My question to you is how would any of those answers help you understand that the Earth is not curving into a sphere? How would any of that stuff help you understand that you're not living on a sphere?
I mean, that proves that we are living in a sphere because, we do have eclipse because we are rotating and they're rotating.
Hold on. Let's get this straight. So you think that stuff that you see up in the sky and a motivation for why someone would lie about it and things that you've heard about that you haven't verified yourself, like satellites, are all going to prove to you whether or not the ground is curving, not going out and checking for drop over distance from your relative to your position. Like that is the one and only thing that can actually prove to you that if I showed you a picture and I said, hey man, I went to outer space last month and I took some pictures, check them out. Oh, hey, I got some colleagues of mine that are in outer space right now and they're live streaming onto our YouTube channel. Go and check out that footage. Okay? None of those things, right? None of those things.
You're trying to believe.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, dude.
Why do eclipse happen? This is just simple. It rotates because that's the reason why.
Me. No. Because you're asking for an explanation. You're asking for an explanation that's not going to bring you any closer to understanding why the Earth is flat. Do you understand? Like,
give me the reason why eclipse happens. Tell me why.
How would somebody know? Do you go up to the sun and check out the sun and figure out how it works? Do you do that?
It's because it rotates.
Come up with something that would test it?
We rotate.
How would you know that, dude? How would you personally know that? How can you test that and verify that? What I'm asking you is if you can't figure this stuff out and you can't verify that somebody else did, you're just believing somebody's word. You're just taking somebody's word for it. Okay? Now, if they tell you, hey, the Earth is this big, They tell you it's 3,900. They tell you it's about 4,000 miles in radius, right? Now you say, oh, okay, cool. Now something you can do is you can go, all right, well, the waters are flat. From left to right, it looks perfectly level. Let me go ahead and measure and see, oh, wait, look, over here, I have some distance markers in the distance. I know that lighthouse is 25 miles away from where I'm standing. Now you go and you do your math, you figure out, oh, wait a minute, I shouldn't be able to see that thing because of how much drop over distance there should be if I'm on a ball that's 4,000 mile radius. That's something you can do and something you can know. Now, how the sun works, how the moon works, you think you can know that? Show me, give me an example of what you think you can do to go and figure out what's causing the freaking eclipse. And let me know how far the moon is away. And don't go asking ChatGPT or freaking throwing it in your search engine. Think about what you would have to do to figure out how far away the moon is and how big it is.
Yeah. Yeah, allow us to start presenting you with the evidence, mate, that there is no drop over distance. There's nothing that can prove curvature. Like I said earlier, what do you want to do? You want to sit here and speculate all night? Or do you want to start getting into the nitty-gritty?
I'm saying, like, okay, I understand that I understand your questions. I understand. Yeah, you're saying that, like, fundamentally you don't believe what you cannot speculate, right? What you can, like, know, what you can measure, perfectly. I understand. Then, like, okay, let's move on to a, uh, you know, uh, more fundamental question. Why do they hide it?
No, that's not. That's us. You can't prove why someone would lie. You can't.
There will be someone who knows
You
it.
can't prove.
Why do they hide
Okay,
it?
so if listen to me, man. Right? So you can't. We can't prove that to you. Why someone would lie? What someone's true motivation is to lie, right? That's not a question that we can prove to you. We can prove to you that the Earth's not a globe through empirical evidence. That's something that we've done, we've repeated it, and anyone can go and test it and repeat it for themselves. But why would someone lie? Right? That's a motive question. We've got the evidence of the lie, right? We've got the proof that the Earth's not a globe, right? So you can go ask the people lying to you, right? If you can work out exactly who's lying, you can go and ask them why they're lying and then present the proof that they're lying to them, right? But asking us why someone else would lie is not something that we can prove to you. So you're asking a question that we can't really validate empirically, right? We could give you a whole bunch of great reasons why someone would lie for money, control, power. It's maybe to hide more land, to hide free electricity, also a whole list of things, right? But it's all speculation because we can't validate someone's internal motive.
DJ, on that point, we do have their own words and their own founding documents describing what they're lying about and why they're lying, and it has nothing to do with flat Earth.
I mean, there are so many pictures, of,
Yeah, no,
like,
listen. What I'm going to tell you is a history lesson. So, after World War II, okay, the Allies won. Yay. There was a series of programs that were developed under presidential authority. One of the president's organizations was called the PCB, the Psychological Coordinating Board. It was also renamed to Operations Coordinating Board. It started under President Truman and actually Eisenhower. And they said in order to cement the idea that America's victory would forever be victorious, so that no other country on earth could touch America's power and might, that we will use space as a program in order to provide technological progress and achievements that basically may or may not exist for the purpose of advancing America's power psychologically in the minds of the world. So you can have a situation where people at NASA today may secretly know that satellites are not orbiting around a globe because they've been unable to achieve that level of technological progress. And what they're showing you are that satellites are up there in the way they expect it to be, and that they expect you to believe it. And it may have nothing to do with flat Earth. It may have everything to do with projecting political power and technological progress that may not exist. A second reason for an organization like NASA.
I mean, like, okay, listen to me. No. I mean, for that, yeah, I want to comment something. Like, what are the things? Okay, if they, yeah, they launched, like, satellites and all those things into the space. And what are those things have to do with flat Earth? I mean, if they found flat Earth, then it's flat Earth, and shooting, launching, like, satellites is their action, yeah, their technological, revolution. It's not a thing they found. Oh, Earth is actually flat. Then there, it's like a eureka. And they will be more praised. What do you mean?
Maybe
they want to hide it because they want to show that it's.
Listen, man, maybe they still think it's a globe, and they're still trying to figure out how to do self-sustaining orbits.
I mean, okay, listen to me then. Like, okay, let's think about time and and for seasons. Okay, if you believe that Earth is flat, then why do we have 24 hours time?
Okay,
and why do we have 4 seasons?
I'll answer that question, but before we do, can we agree that satellites don't prove anything about Earth being a globe or about conspiracy theories and NASA and all that, right?
I don't think so. But
right,
let's move on.
I can also provide you historical documents in the open source showing how the space program came to be as a psychological tool for cementing American hegemony in the world is victorious.
So, like, I mean, just let's move on to time zone, please, like, because I think it's like you guys cannot answer this. If it is a square, I can say if it is a flat. Like, do you mean like it's like square? Like, how's the shape? How's the shape that you guys are expecting? And if it is like that, then how do you guys have like this kind of time and 4 seasons?
Okay. Multiple questions here. First, flat is not a shape; it's a feature. Second, what do you mean by time zones? Do you mean the political time zones that countries set?
Sunrise and sunset is quite obvious and scientific. What do you mean?
Oh, okay, well, I'm asking you what you meant by time zones.
No, I mean time. Yeah, time.
Time. Okay, yeah, the sun rises and sets. It comes and goes. And it's not appearing everywhere.
Why do you think one country have sunrise and one country have sunset? Why?
Because the sun comes to one country and leaves another country. And then it goes away and goes to another country.
That literally means the Earth rotates, If it's not, then how? Then tell me, explain it. Explain it in a flat Earth. Explain it in a flat Earth situation, Tell me. Like,
listen, we watch the sun move. The Earth isn't moving.
Jedi's here, mate. Look out.
I mean, do you see the sun move?
Okay. I'm trying to understand. If Earth is flat and we are on the top of the Earth, and as you said, sun is moving, right? Sun is rotating. We are not rotating because we are not a sphere. We're fucking flat. So we are not rotating. Sun is rotating. So sun is rotating up to down and up to down. Then when it goes down, then all the fucking countries on the top of the flat Earth, they have to be fucking dark, but it isn't.
Do you think we think flat Earth is a space?
Tell me why? No. Let's imagine we are living in a flat Earth. Oh no.
Hold on a second. 1 second, guys. Hey, Ben. You just look. This will make sense if you let the guys explain to it. Don't say it doesn't make sense. Obviously, this is right. It's something that we've been looking into for a long time. So if you let them explain it to you nice and calmly, it will make sense, and you don't have to make these wild assumptions about this wouldn't work, that wouldn't work.
Yeah, tell me then.
Right, there's no rush, right? Let Sporadic explain it to you. He's a smart guy, right? He can explain these things to you very easily.
Yeah, tell me.
As I was saying, listen, let's take a look at what we see and how we see it. Okay? We see the sun come and go in the sky. We see it move. We can measure how much it moves. We can keep track of its motions throughout the year. Anybody can, wherever they live. And they all experience the sun moving differently, depending on where they are and what time of year it is. We can
that doesn't explain, actually. I mean, so you mean, okay. Let's go directly, okay? Do you think sun rotates?
I know because I can witness the sun moving in the sky. Can you?
So do you think sun rotates or not? You can just say yes or no. Why are you like being,
Well,
bogged for
the
this?
sun moves,
Seriously.
man. Like, is it a rotation? I don't know.
I mean, if it's not a rotation, then how do you explain? Okay, if it's not a rotation, let's just go like only 180 degree. That's goes just like right left to right. Then the countries on the side on the left side, they will have the 2 morning, but they don't. They have every morning daytime, nighttime daytime, nighttime, right? According to your logic or according to other people's logic, who think this is just moving 180 degree, not a rotation, then if the sun goes right to left, and when they coming back from left to right, then the countries which is on the left side, they will have 2 days, not a day and night, because it's going there and then coming back. So they will have two days. So in order to think it's not like that, then we have to assume that it's actually obvious that it rotates. It rotates so that the countries in the left side and the right side, they also have day and nights, which we don't think as a political like a time zone, which we can observe, that it's night because we don't have any
Is this
sunset.
guy thinking of like a flat Mercator map or something like that? Like,
I have
what's he
no
getting
idea.
at?
Listen, I don't know what you think flat Earth is.
How do we have sunset and sunrise and all those times if you're living in flat Earth? Tell me, DJ. You tell me. No, don't
As
run
I
away.
said,
Don't run
as
away.
I
Right
said,
here.
as I
Not
said,
running
the
away,
sun
bro.
comes and it goes and doesn't light up everywhere on Earth at once. What kind of motion is it? Well,
I mean, okay. I mean, let's draw a map, okay? As you said, we're living in a flat Earth shaped,
is a map
Earth.
reality?
I mean, listen to me. What the fuck are you trying to?
Yeah, are you confusing maps for reality? Are you putting the map before reality?
No. I'm saying like let's imagine it. Okay, let's imagine that we're
Why do I
living.
have to
As you said,
imagine your proof of a globe?
I mean, I mean, are we here to debate or like are you just here to
I was
protect
not here to
people in the
debate. If you
same
want to
box?
turn this into a debate, we can go at it. We can hit reset and let's debate.
I mean, so
But I
I'm
was here
talking
to
about
give
the
you
time. Okay,
information.
I'm talking about the time. So if you're living in a flat Earth, how do you have sun nights? How do you have daytime and the nighttime? Tell me, explain it.
As I said,
Right. No,
the sun comes and it goes, and it's not over every place on Earth at the same time.
So like, oh, okay. So for that, do you think sun rotates?
no,
Or not?
listen, mate. Listen.
No.
You're going
Don't
in.
cut me off. Don't cut me off. Don't try to make
Listen,
him run away from this question.
I'm
Do
not
you
running
think sun
away.
rotates or
You're
not?
asking loaded questions, and I've
I'm
already
asking this
answered
question,
them.
but you're not
I
answering for
already said this.
5
Why would
times.
I assume it's a rotation? Why does it have to be a rotation?
Okay, if it's not a rotation, then how does the countries on the left side, I mean, from your logic that if you're living in a flat Earth, then how does the countries in the left side and the right side, they don't have like, any problems? Since if you're living in a flat Earth,
What
the
left and right
Earth
side?
is in the left
What
side and the
in
right
bloody
side,
hell do you
they're just
talk?
moving. Okay, if the sun is moving only
The left and
180
right
degree,
side?
180 degree, then that literally means that the Earth, the sun, is moving left to right and right to left and left to right and
No,
right
it
to left,
doesn't
right?
have to do
And
that
if
at
it's like
all.
that, the countries on the left side and the right side, they have to have the 2 days,
All right,
two
hold on.
daytime.
Before we
But
hit the
they're
pause
not.
button, I need to ask you a question. What on
I mean,
earth do you mean by left and right side? What the hell are you imagining in your head right now?
you're saying that if you're living in a flat Earth, there will be some countries which is on the peak of the left side, on the peak of the right side. Don't you
The
think so?
peak of the left and right. What do you think that we think flat Earth is a rectangular map?
He thinks
I
that
asked
we
you a
live.
question
He
of
thinks about
I asked
flat
you
Earth that
shape. I
it
asked
is
for
much.
shape. Do you think it's a square or something? And you
I
didn't even
don't
fucking
know.
answer.
Listen, I'm not making a claim about it. Flat is not a shape. Flat is a surface feature.
You're
Yeah,
sporadic.
right.
Like DJ told you, he thinks that the Earth is a Mercator map and the sun is going back and forth from the left to the right and coming back from the right to the left. So that's what he's thinking now. He's imagining that it is a Mercator
And I
map.
think I also think he
And that
thinks it's
doesn't
like
make
orbiting
sense. And
around. I think he's
if you're
shush
living
for
on
a
the
second.
top,
Ben. Hold on a second, bro. Right. I think he's thinking something crazy like it's a Mercator map and the sun's like doing rotations like around like orbiting around the flat Mercator map or something. Dude, Ben, you need to listen to us, right? Like, we're not making crazy claims like what you're thinking up in your head.
Not even turning around the map. When he says that a country will experience two sunrise or two sunset, it's the sun when it's going from the left side of the Mercator map to the right side and trying to come back. So those people who are on the left side in the west of the Mercator map, they will see the sun setting and they will see it rising again.
We get this, dude. And we don't want to strawman his position either, which is what you're doing.
I mean, that's your logic. I mean, if sun doesn't rotate and we're living in a flat Earth, which we are living in the flat Earth on the top, if we are on the top, not on the down side. Because I think if you guys are saying we're living in a flat Earth, which literally means you guys are actually objecting us.
What if I told you, my friend, I don't think there's outer space.
No. I mean, spirit, gravity, logic. So you mean that
Earth.
we should live on the top of the planet, right?
I don't think there's a bottom to flat Earth.
Mate, you need to listen.
If there's not a bottom, if there's no bottom, then we all live in the top, right? Then why do we have a sunset? Why do you have a sunrise? And why do you have all those things? Tell me.
Ben, listen. Listen, you need to understand that you cannot prove curvature. Until you prove curvature, you cannot speculate on these other workings of the flat Earth. After you prove curvature, then you can just turn around and say, yeah, we live on a globe. But until then, mate, we need to show you that you're living on a flat plane. Then you can start to realize the workings of the flat Earth.
I mean, I'm saying, just
then
because of some, I don't know much about it. Okay, I don't know much about the curvature because I didn't learn that much. I learned computer science. So, but the thing is, just because of that, one case is, even though you can see so many counter examples, but you guys are just neglecting.
No. Nobody can test what the sun is. Nobody's been there.
Yeah, exactly. You're going about this in the right way.
Sporadic. Imagine it.
No, I'm not going to imagine your proof.
Why do we have gravity?
Your proof of the globe.
Why do we have gravity? It's because we are living in a sphere.
No,
the sphere itself have a sphere.
What is gravity? What you think gravity is not what we think it is. I recognize if I drop a pencil, it's going to fall to the floor and potentially break. I have no problem with that.
Do
you think he's intellectual? Seriously?
Ben, you want to stop speculating and start observing some flat Earth proof, like we should have from the get-go.
We can show you that you can see too far for Earth to be a globe. We can also show you that you can't produce any curvature measurements, and nobody ever has.
Yes. Would you like us to show you the black swan? To start using that brain instead of speculating.
Okay, guy. Like, what was the guy name? Wait. Over fence. If sun is not rotating, then how does we have day and night? You tell me. Don't keep.
No.
You tell me. No, sun over fence. Because just keep typing. Just keep typing. Don't run away. Just tell me. You can explain, bro.
You're probably meant to address me. I'm not running away.
I'm telling him.
Over fences wasn't talking to you, and that's a girl.
Tell me.
It already explained to you sunset and sunrise.
Yeah, I need to explain it again and have you repeat after me?
Okay, from from my understanding from your statement, your guys' statement is that as you said, there is no bottom for the flat Earth, so all the people are living in the flat Earth on the top, right? On the top. So on the top, we're living in a flat Earth, and Earth, the sun is moving, and you don't know the exact reason and exact the measures.
Yeah,
nobody. You're saying that.
Nobody knows.
Okay, let's imagine how How do they have a sunlight and daytime? And if it doesn't rotate, and you guys saying, "Oh, we never
Yeah.
say it
How about
rotates,"
I got
and
a
if
better
it doesn't
idea.
rotate, then if it doesn't rotate, then why? Yeah, on the pick of the left and the right. Why
All right.
don't they have
Left
2
and the
days?
right. Back to that again. Listen, how about instead of imagine, we think critically? You keep demanding I imagine. I'm demanding you to think critically.
I mean, yeah, it's actually a critical question, I think. I mean,
What?
for things, yeah, we are now doing a deductive conclusion, no? Like we are making some theory and we are just trying to put it, right?
No,
So
we're
I'm
not
asking,
making a theory. We're describing reality as you experience it.
I mean, so okay, I mean, sporadic, like just okay, just follow me. You said there's no bottom for the flat Earth. There's a flat Earth. So if it means that there's no bottom for the flat Earth, then we all live in the top of the flat Earth, right? We all live in the top of the flat Earth.
Correct.
There will
Flat
be
Earth
left
is not an
side, there will be
outer
light
space.
side. No. Yes, no, like
I'm trying to
listen,
clarify the position for you. Will you let me do that?
yeah.
Flat Earth is not.
Don't interrupt him either. Sorry, sporadic. Look, Ben, because as soon as you start talking, he'll start thinking crazy shit in his head that you didn't say, and then he'll start interrupting you. Right? So
Yeah.
let him finish talking, Ben. Let him explain it, right? You got to listen for longer. Sorry, sporadic. Go ahead, man.
All right. Listen, flat Earth is not inside outer space. In geometry, that would be called an embedding space. There's no proof that the outer space vacuum, the cosmos, exists the way you think it does.
Okay.
Flat Earth is the floor of the known universe. For all we know, this is it. What you're walking on is horizontal, and this is the floor. And everything above the floor includes the sky, includes the sun, moon, stars, and everything that you see in telescopes.
Okay, then I'll give you then one more question. So like Overfence gave us a picture. Do you think that that is a your estimated figures for the flat Earth? Since you said there's no bottom, there's only top, and it's flat, right? Do you think that's quite that's low key? Your
The pictures
figure?
that Overspence has sent to you are cartoons that
No. Just
people
say yes
think
or
we
no. I
think.
know it's. I mean, from your logic, do you think this is quite a accurate figure or not, Tommy?
Those
Because then we can
pictures
move on.
are cartoon depictions of what Globers think we think. We don't think flat Earth is those cartoons. That's the point. Those are stupid cartoons that's supposed to make us look retarded.
Okay. Then, how do you think it looks like?
I don't know. I can't imagine a God's eye view of all of reality.
I mean, but you're just making it bog. But like you said, there's no bottom. Yeah, like that. There's no bottom. You're all living on the top, and
Right.
it's flat.
There's no
What are the
embedding
different
space
figures?
for Earth as far as we can tell.
Are there any holes in it on the middle? that literally actually object the fact that we have gravity. Then because
So Ben,
we have gravity because there's.
Ben, hold on. You're asking all this stuff. You need a replacement theory or something? All we're doing here is bringing it to people's attention because they don't know that the surface of the Earth is not curving anywhere at all. Okay? So because of that fact, it can't be a sphere. That's all we're expressing to people. You seem to want to know from us, you think that we can tell you how the whole world works now. All we're telling you is it's not a ball. You don't need to know anything else. All we need to do is prove to you that it's not curving. Does that not make sense?
I mean, if it's not curve, if it's not a spear, then we cannot have day and night, bro. We cannot have day and night, bro.
Yeah, you can have day and night. Why you wouldn't
I mean,
have day and night?
Let's assume that.
Listen, hold on. Okay. No, because you're saying we can't have something when we know the Earth isn't curving. I just explained that to you. Okay. So we know the Earth isn't curving. We can explain that. We can prove it. You can prove it to yourself. Okay. This is something that everybody can prove. Okay. Now we do experience day and night. So you're making a comment that makes no sense because obviously we experience day and night, and the Earth is also not curving.
Then how do you explain it if the Earth is flat?
No, reframe this, John. We need to reframe this whole thing. Let's reframe this whole thing, dude, okay? How do you explain day and night when nobody can measure curvature of the Earth?
We are having a daytime and nighttime because the Earth is rotating. And
Okay, you
sun is
need
rotating as
curvature
well.
for that.
That's the reason why in
You
the
need
lunar eclipse,
curvature for that.
how
You can't
how are
produce
you
any
going to
evidence of curvature.
for
Nobody can.
example, how are you going to explain lunar eclipse?
Why do I
That
have
we
to
have
explain this?
shadows. Our shadow
Why
is
do I have to
hiding.
explain
Our shadow is
everything?
hiding the moon. Our shadow is
How do
hiding the
you
moon.
explain that Earth is rotating if nobody can measure curvature?
Actually, I don't know much about that. I should, have experiments because I mean, I don't know. I have to search for it because I don't know whether you guys are just, cherry
No,
picking.
Right. The burden of proof is on you. If you're going to assert that Earth is a globe and ask us how things are flat, you need to provide your curvature measurements. We've been asking you for this since you got in here. And the whole point of us asking you this is so that you can go out and try to find it. And we know you will come up empty. We know you can't get the curvature measurements we're asking for because we all tried. We all failed. That's why we're flat earthers. So you want to go try finding curvature measurements? Please help us end flat Earth today by producing curvature measurements so we can go back to believing in a globe again. The reason we're here doesn't have to do with conspiracy theories like what you're trying to get into before. No, it has nothing to do with any of that. It's the fact that we tried to go find proof of the globe and we couldn't do it. We came up empty.
Yeah, man. None of us wanted to be flat earthers, man.
It's true.
We didn't do this by choice.
Yeah, this isn't some flippant form of entertainment. This is not escapism. We're not conspiracy theorists hoping that the world could be different than what it is. We are rational empiricists. We're critical thinkers. This is a logical conclusion based off of everything that we've been through.
I mean, okay, like I do understand. Okay, let's assume that Earth is not curved. I mean, like we can. No one can. Okay, no one can. Like how can I say, prove that Earth has a curvity. Like what was that? Anyway, then like you can see so many other counter examples. But why you're saying like oh, even though there's so many counter examples, I'm doing my critical thinking. So I think I'll stick to this. Do you think that's critical thinking? Seriously? You're
So
not
because
seriously trying to understand the counterexamples, You're just saying, oh, what about the curvity? You cannot prove curvity. You cannot prove curvity. You're just saying that all the time.
Well, no, hold
You have the
on.
burden of
Okay, let
proof.
me ask you a
Yeah.
critical question.
Do you think that's critical thinking, bro?
If nobody told you that Earth is a globe, what have you experienced in your world to let you conclude it is?
I mean, I can make a conclusion of like Earth is sphere by myself for the gravity.
How do you
We
do
do
that
have
with
gravity.
gravity?
We do have gravity because Earth is sphere.
How do you know
Why
it
do you think we have gravity? Why do you think we have
How
gravity?
is gravity necessitating a sphere? I drop something and it goes straight down. You drop something, it goes straight down. How do you know it's going inward to a ball?
I mean, what's this song? I mean, all the materials that have matters, they pull each other. They pull each other. So
No,
when the
nobody's seen
Earth,
that.
I mean, have you ever learned like natural science?
Yeah, I have. Now, what force causes things to pull inward to each other everywhere?
I mean, do you know this? I don't
Yeah,
know
I
in
do
English
understand the
actually.
claim. Now, I'm asking you this question. You're going to say gravity. I'm going to ask based off of what evidence?
Wait, I'm looking for this English.
You're probably looking for the Cavendish test, which wasn't a measurement of gravity at all. It wasn't even a test for gravity. And what was observed can't be faithfully replicated or verified to even be replicated in the first place.
Even if I assume that you can prove and validate gravity, how you have just to explain gravity on a non-curving Earth? Because if the Earth is not curved, that's what the guys told you. That's what we can verify. That's what we verified already. If the Earth is not curved, how can you put the gravity on a ball if the ball have to be curved to form a ball? But the Earth in reality is not curved. So you have to put that gravity and explain it on a flat Earth because the Earth is not curved. And the surface that is not curved, it's just a flat surface.
I have a question. So, like, in a further future that, like, flat Earth theory is proven wrong, then you guys are not gonna believe it anymore. We're gonna stick to it.
Yeah. If you can provide verifiable globe evidence, we shut the server down. We all issue public apologies, and we go back to being a globe earther again. Yeah. I mean, look, like what Necros was saying, if we grant you that Cavendish made valid observations, that doesn't mean that he's proven that Earth is a ball. Right? Because observing a horizontal torsion twist of one thing relative to another does not mean that Earth is a gigantic ball doing the same thing. That is a completely non-analogous observation. If you're going to try to demonstrate that Earth is a ball and you drop something because it's attracting that something you dropped, but then go hang two balls in a shed and have them twist and tap in rods against each other, those are not the same phenomena that's observed. You're not testing what you are observing in the real world. So you have multiple logical fails already in invoking Cavendish.
Yeah, I want to add to that it's just a flawed test because the surface of the Earth is proved to be not curved. It's already proved to be not a ball. So geometrically talking, so when we talk about shapes, flat, curve, ball, not ball, cube, those things are related to geometry. And geometry talking, using measurements, the Earth is not a ball. That's already been proven.
That's right. That's right. So even if you were to assume that Earth is a ball for Cavendish, you're already affirming the consequent because we've already measured Earth to be flat. So yeah, I got the geometric problem. You've got the logical analogy problem here because testing a drop from vertical and then demonstrating a twist from horizontal are not analogous. And then on top of that, you have the notion that something accelerating is an attraction. You're affirming the consequent again if you think that witnessing an acceleration is a consequence of an attraction and not a push or something else. So yeah, I mean it's all jacked up. I mean Cavendish is not going to help.
I mean, wait. I found a clue. What about the stars?
Yeah, what are stars?
Speculations of stars,
Yeah, I see the same stars you do. What are they? I have no clue.
I mean, no. If I move to another place, I see different stars. What do you mean the same stars?
No,
I mean,
I can do you even better. You don't even have to move.
I don't do the cherry picking. Don't do the cherry picking, bro.
No, you don't even have to move, and you'll see different stars.
Yeah, why? If you are in the all flat Earth, if there is no curve.
I don't know why you're asking me why the stars are moving.
Because we are in a different curve. If we're in a different curvity, we can see different stars that we cannot see we couldn't see from the former location.
Yeah, I know because the stars.
If it's all flat, we can see all the stars. All the stars, on the center.
The other stars are too far away to see.
Using the stars and using also geometry and angles measurements, we know that the stars are going above a flat horizontal surface.
Wow. I think look. I mean, guys, this is really fun. Actually, are you guys trolling or?
You know what would be trolling if we was telling you that stars were big burning balls of gas inside a vacuum chamber, right? That would be something that you could laugh at, right? Because that's ridiculous. Okay, you know what's not ridiculous? Right? Claiming that large bodies of water need a container and that the surface is flat, right? Because that's what you observe in reality, right? Claiming we see the sun moving across the sky over the surface of the earth, that's not a crazy claim. That's what we observe in reality, right? Saying the earth isn't moving isn't a crazy claim. That's what we observe in reality. So don't laugh at us, right, for going with what we all experience and then also measure to be the case in reality. Right? What you believe is that you're on a spinning ball, right? That's spinning through space covered in water inside a big vacuum chamber with all gas attached to the outside in a vacuum chamber. Right? You believe the crazy thing, not us. Right? You don't understand our arguments, and you probably don't understand that much about the globe either. Right? So your giggling is kind of arrogant and annoying.
That's right. Everything about the globe contradicts what you can experimentally verify with actual science.
I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't. It doesn't contradict. It doesn't contradict my knowledge about the lunar eclipse.
True.
It doesn't. It doesn't. You know, contradicts my knowledge for the lunar eclipse.
Yeah, it does.
When
How do
lunar
you have
eclipse happens,
without
all
a
those
container?
shadows, are a shape of a sphere. A
Yeah,
shape of a
that's not what
sphere. A shape of a sphere. Why? Okay, I'll explain. Why does the shadows of the Earth that is shown that is being in the moon are the shape of a spear? Why?
Why do you think those are shadows of the Earth?
If it's flat, then it has to be a flat shadow. But it's the shape
No,
of
that's not true. What if the moon is a curved surface? You're assuming that what you're seeing is a shadow of the Earth. I don't think you have proof that that's.
And what about speculation of a star? You move.
Why do you assume that it's a shadow of Earth? Because you're asking this question with bias. You're not thinking critically.
Okay. Then what about speculation of stars?
I'm not speculating on stars.
Okay, if I'm in South Korea, if I go to Mongolia, I can see different stars. You know, from a different.
I already told you because those stars were too far away, and then you go closer to them and you can see them.
Oh, this is really simple.
If I watch an airplane fly horizontally, flat and level, it's going to converge onto the horizon and disappear.
Yeah, I have a question. I think it is really easy. It is really easy to break, you know, this. But I think people they don't want to break this because you know they think it's no worth. You know, if you know, in order to prove that the Earth is globe, that if the Earth is globe and if it's a curved globe, you know, shape, then you know only the airplanes if they go in the front, you know, to the sky and just go front, then they'll come back. And in the further future, when your groups became bigger, and if you know some scientists how can I say, if you really want to know whether it is flat or not, then you can just you know any you know pilots can do you know just fly to the front, and then they'll come back. You know, if it's globe. You know?
Well, why can't they do this on a flat surface?
Huh?
Right? Why can't they just go around something?
I mean that's the perfect way to know whether it is curved or not. Why don't you guys do that? I think there will be some pilots.
Why has no pilot been able to prove that they've circumnavigated a globe?
I mean, who did say that?
Exactly. Nobody I know has claimed to provide any verifiable evidence that they've circumnavigated a globe. We have claims and assertions that's not verifiable. You're going to need to measure curvature is the bottom line. There are many great ways we can do that with lasers, with marked distances and making long distance observations, even short distance observations. Like we got flat earthers that launch high altitude balloons and go up in airplanes using infrared optics and are seeing way too far for Earth to be a globe. We've got hundreds and hundreds of demonstrations using light, using electromagnetism, using regular gut and grit Earth measurements. Nobody can provide any curvature of the Earth measurements.
Do you think this is more plausible? So you think, okay, as we all know, yes, I mean, all the things actually on this planet are, which stems from like inductive conclusions are really fragile. Yeah, it can be broken by one fucking like counterexamples. Yeah, I know, but do you think there are many fucking examples that prove globe is Earth is globe, and you're saying there's some examples that that defines that.
No, there's not one piece of globe proof that's ever been submitted that anyone can verify. You can try.
You mean all those satellite pictures, or like astronauts who have taken pictures in space? Do you think that's all fucking lies?
I don't know about them being lies. I think they've been misinterpreted and misrepresented. How about you pick one? Go pick your best.
There's so many fucking satellite pictures.
Great. Go pick your best. Go pick your favorite satellite picture, post it in here, and give us a presentation.
Okay. It's your freedom to believe what you want to believe. It's my freedom to believe what I want to believe.
I don't have to believe.
You didn't listen, man. You didn't listen what they told you. That's your problem. You didn't listen what they told you.
Right. I'm not having to believe anything, dude. I don't see curvature of the Earth. I don't experience the globe in any respect. Nobody has ever seen curvature of the Earth. Nobody's experienced the Earth rotating. Nobody can demonstrate that gas pressure can build a gradient inside of an open vacuum of an open system.
Okay. If Earth is not flat, if Earth is not globe, if we cannot rotate, then how could we have a fucking lunar eclipse? Or how could you have a day and night? What are the other independent variables that cause that?
If Earth can't,
you're thinking about
curvature.
Really want to think
why do you think it rotates?
Okay, listen to me. If you really want to know, not just only on some things and just blind for yourself. If you really want to know the truth, then why don't you just try to think what are the other?
Okay, so what's the prerequisite, Ben? Ben, what's the prerequisite, right, to having a curved shadow of the Earth on the Moon, right? That would be Earth curvature. So that's a prerequisite, right? So if we can debunk the prerequisite to your claim, then your claim's debunked, right? Leo, shush.
Okay, so like, I mean, okay, I understand.
Yeah, hold on, Ben, right? Does that make sense to you, right? If you're claiming the Earth is curved, and that's the reason that you're seeing the curved shadow, and we can debunk that the Earth is curved.
What are the other reasons? So
No, listen, follow the logic, right? This is shush, right? I'm sick and tired of this, right? So if the Earth is not curved, then it cannot cast a curved shadow on the Moon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try to test for Earth curvature here on the Earth where we can actually validate it. Okay, so if you have a large body of water, it would have to be curving due to gravity and the curvature of the Earth, right?
I'm listening.
Right? Okay, so if we go to, say, a 10 or a 20-mile distance, right, over a large body of water, okay, we have a section of the ocean or a large lake. Say it's 20 miles across. How much curvature should there be over that distance? Now, according to the globe mathematics, right, the curvature should be approximately 260 feet over that distance. That's how much curvature would have to be there if the Earth were a globe. Now, we've been out and actually tested for that curvature. Would you like to see the tests?
What was the result?
What was the what?
What was the result?
The results, the water is flat and there is zero curvature. That's the results for every single one of these tests that have been done. And there have been thousands done. Some of these have been done by scientists, PhDs, engineers, right? Would you like to see the tests?
Okay, so so you mean that's because of those inductive conclusioning, because of all those research, how can I say, experiments, you concluded that Earth is flat, right? But what if there are other independent variables? And what I'm saying is,
what are you saying that you can have a 20-mile body of water on the Earth that's not curving at all?
I mean, you guys are now doing cherry pickings.
No, we're not cherry picking anything.
You guys are objecting. No, you guys are objecting the possibility.
No. You're unable to follow along with the logic here, right? So if the Earth is a globe, listen. No, don't interrupt me. Okay, well then you should be quiet and listening, right? And you should be wanting to see the actual tests rather than hand wave dismissing them before they're presented. Now this is the claim, right? If the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, then there must be a certain amount of curvature over distance, right? The best place to test for the curvature would be over a level surface, right? Such as that of a body of water. Okay, now they tell us that over 70% of the surface of the globe is made up of water. Okay, oceans and seas and lakes. Now, when we go to a large body of water, right, in all different places, all over the Earth surface, right, we can test to check if the Earth curvature is there. And if all of the tests show that there's zero curvature, then the Earth cannot be a globe. Would you like to see the tests, or are you going to just hand wave dismiss the tests because you're not intellectually honest?
I'm not. When did I dismiss the test?
Well, would you like to see the tests?
I mean, why would I see the test? There's nothing changed, you know. What will change?
See?
You're gonna.
So you don't want to see the tests, do you? Because you're not intellectually honest. I'm telling you that I have proof right here that the Earth is not a globe.
I'm not assuming that it's right. Yeah. What do you mean?
If you told me that I have empirical tests where people have gone out and tested the surface of the Earth and it proves it's a globe, right? Every flat earther in here would be very, very happy.
Because,
and hold on, don't interrupt. You got to wait for people to finish talking, right? I'll let you respond completely and not interrupt you. Okay, so if you had what I'm saying that I have that proves the globe, every flat earther in here would be so excited. We'll all be quiet and we would let you present the evidence because that's what we're here for, because we're intellectually honest, right? I've told you that I have a test.
I got your point.
And you don't want to see it because you're not honest, right?
Well, I got your point. I'm saying, like, okay, let's assume that, yeah, that Earth, like, how can I say, like, the globe Earth, like, theory, that the math was wrong. That there's no zero fucking curvity on the lake or on, like, you know, on a long distance,
curvature,
you know, experiment.
Not curvity.
Curvature, whatever. Yeah, whatever
Just
you have, you know, taken. Yeah, I mean, then what I'm saying is that what if there are other, you know, independent variable? Since you guys are saying for the how can I say, for the moons having a sphere shape of, you know, shadows. There would be other independent variable that cause that. You were saying that.
So now, so this is what you're saying. Now, what you're doing now, you're going against the globe.
You're cutting me off. When I said there would be other independent variable to cause that there is no zero, you know, a curvature when you made a, you know, how can I say, experiments. Then you were saying, like, no, you're not dismissing. Then that's the cherry picking.
No, I didn't. I didn't dismiss anything.
You say I dismiss. You said I was dismissing. You said
no. I said you're going against the mainstream claims.
You said I was fucking dismissing.
I'm saying you're dismissing the evidence, right? Because you haven't wanted to. You haven't seen
the evidence. When did I say it was wrong? When did I say
when I said when I said that I want to present the evidence, you said you don't want to see it. That's dismissing
I said, let's assume that it's right. Why we're gonna change? What you're gonna show me the, you know, evidence that is like, you know, it's like, how can I say? There's no curvature. The water will change. It's the same, you know. There's no point in looking at it. So that's the point.
Okay, so hold on a second, Ben. Listen, right? So you can't have a globe, right, that's covered in 70% water that's not curving. That's impossible. Obviously, use basic logic here. All right. Okay, so because you have gravity, right? All of the water should be curving at a uniform rate, right? Of approximately 8 inches per mile squared, right? Which would be the formula that would be used for observations up to a couple of 100 miles, for example. So we can calculate that over 10 miles, there would be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. Or over 20 miles, there would be about 260 foot. Over 100 miles, there would be 6,666 foot of curvature, right? And we can calculate this based off the radius value of the globe. Okay, so when we go out and test over these distances, we're finding zero curvature, and we find zero observations that actually measure any curvature, right? Or present any curvature. So I want to show you these tests, but for some reason, that's why I was saying you're dismissing them, because you don't want to see them.
Yeah.
I know it's tough.
DJ.
Yeah. What? What's up, Ben?
Bro, I mean, this is so far, actually. I thought that you guys were trolling, actually.
No. Look, I can show you like test after test, right? I can show. Look, there's this guy that I was going to show you his test, right? He went out to debunk flat Earth, right? His name's Dr. John D. He's a PhD. Okay, he went out to try to debunk flat Earth because he thought it was stupid, right? He's like, I'll go out and debunk this easily. And he like regrettably came at flat earther in the process because he couldn't find the curvature using different spectrums of high-powered lasers, right, over the surface of the Earth, using telescopes and long-distance zoom cameras and things like that, right? Extremely smart guy, couldn't find the curvature of the Earth, right? And now he makes very technical videos where he does long-distance observations and shows you, look, this is not possible if the Earth's a globe.
Bro, but before that, degree doesn't represent his intellectual ability, bro.
I agree. Anyone can go out and test this. Anyone can do it.
Fuck.
I've done it myself. I used to live on the biggest saltwater lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie, right? We had a 20-kilometer section of the lake, and I had a boat, and I was able to go out and do long-distance observations over 20 kilometers, right? And I could zoom in, right after setting the camera up on one shoreline on the beach. I could set the camera up just a few feet above the surface of the water, right? And I could zoom across 20. Oh, you have a question while I'm mid-sentence because you're not listening to what I'm saying?
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Imagine if you were halfway through a point and then I said, hey, I have a question. That shows me that you're just not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to you. You're saying that you're proving you have made an experiment, right? You have made an experiment by yourself.
Thousands of people have. Anyone can go and repeat this, right? I don't have a PhD, but I was able to go and test this for myself. Anyone can. It's not hard. It's just basic geometry.
Yeah, the only way that you can use to determine shapes and description of surfaces is that thing, geometry. It's not cherry picking.
Bro, okay, like I think there are so many there are some like clues that's like the flat Earth theory is wrong, and there is some clues that supports flat Earth theory, right? So from me, while listening to all of this conversation, I still think it is more plausible to believe that Earth is globe. So from my perspective, I'll believe that Earth is globe.
This is fucking weird.
I can give you that. Let's assume that there is clues, but we consider clues or those assumptions and speculations about the globe. Let's assume that they are clues. But about flat Earth, it's that those are not clues. Those are real, factual measurement on reality. It's not something that you just have to believe, like images from space, videos from space, or testimonies from some bunch of astronauts. No, those are clues. Those are clues. Those are considered blind belief. But what we have is just real, factual measurement. We go to the reality, we test the surface, if that surface is curving to make a ball or not. If it's not curved, it won't be able to create any type of geoid or spheroid. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Nice.
So you guys have made an experiment and you guys have seen it. So you guys think, we have perfect example.
We measure the surface of the earth. And when we measure the surface of water, it lays horizontally. So yeah, the measurement of the surface of the earth shows that the surface of the earth's orientation is horizontal. It's not curving.
Well, what I'm asking is like, how are you sure about your experiment?
It's not
Do you
an
think there?
experiment.
I mean,
It's like,
for experiment, for to understand. No, to understand.
Shush. Dude, it's not an experiment. Right, I explained this right at the beginning. It's not an experiment. I'm not trying to figure out the causes of things. It's a measurement. Like when we survey the land, or a carpenter wants to measure the length of wood. He's not doing an experiment, he's measuring. Forgive me for getting upset, but I don't like being misunderstood and misquoted.
So I'm saying like for that, yeah, same for the same, yeah. For your measurement, how are you sure about it?
Because we, me, you, everybody measures the surface of the earth to be level. It's how we get level. Level is a straight line from left to right. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the surface of the earth, the plane of the horizon. We get horizontal from the earth itself. There's no point talking to him, is there?
No, I'm listening. You're talking about the horizon, right? Horizontal. But actually, I don't have much information about horizon. If you guys are saying that it is disappearing because it's too far, then I don't have much scientific knowledge to object it. So.
No, it's a straight line from left to right. It's not disappearing because it's so far. It's a straight line from left to right. It's where the surface of water appears to meet the sky.
I mean, then it really is, right?
I'm just going to go and make another cup of coffee. Bye. When I talk, don't start talking through me. Otherwise, I'll fuck off and go and make a cup of coffee.
Okay. But guys, like I've been talking to you guys, and like you guys are all saying, it's left to right, and there is no bottom, it's the only top.
No. You're the one that was saying that. We were telling you that you've got a warped perspective of what we're claiming in your head, and that's why you think it's silly, because you've got this idea in your head that we're not claiming. Right? We're not claiming to know the shape. Let me finish. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Right? You could think of the known area of the Earth like a big lake where you have land sticking out within that lake, and you could call those continents. Right? You can go from continent to continent, right? You could fly around the lake or sail around the lake, right? We don't know the entirety of the shape of the Earth. Flat's not a shape, bro. Right? Flat is the description of a surface area that's not curving. Okay, so if it was curving, right, the Earth could be a globe, right? But because it's not curving, when it should be curving by hundreds of feet, over 20 miles, like I told you, it can't be a globe, right? So that's, in this context, that's what flat Earth means, right? It's not a flat planet floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space. You could think of it kind of like the foundation of this system that we live in, right? The celestial bodies take particular circuits over our head, right? They're moving in the sky, just like we experience, right? If you're in the northern hemisphere, you'll see all the stars rotating around the North Star and resetting back into the same positions each year, right? You'll see the sun taking a particular circuit over your head, right? It's just appearing to set because of perspective, because when things move away from you, they converge with the horizon, like a plane, or like the sun, or like a bird, or anything like that, or even just a hallway. A long hallway will do the same thing. Okay, so it's not a crazy claim. We're just going out to test the globe mathematics to see if it matches reality. It doesn't.
The Then I have a question because since I don't know much about like globe mathematics or whatever, what if the globe mathematics, what if that was wrong and that should be fixed for some point,
So everything is wrong then. Orbits, no possibility to slingshot the capsule to go to the moon, so no moon landing. Gravity will be wrong, so because the mass of that sphere that you have will be just bigger mass than what you claim to be now. Everything will be wrong.
Well, wait, is it real that nobody have proven the curvature of the surface?
Yeah, so research that for yourself. Try to find that.
I'm gonna research it by myself.
Yeah, it will be a good way to start.
Does anyone prove the curvature? What's the spelling for this?
Measured curvature of the Earth.
What's the spelling for this? Curvature of the Earth.
Curvature, yeah. It's going to come up with a guy named Eratosthenes, which I guess will be the next topic that we're going to go over.
Yeah, I was saying that yes, the curvature of the Earth is proven by centuries of scientific observation and measurements, beginning with the ancient Greek philosophers who observed phenomena like lunar eclipse and star visibility.
That's not measuring the Earth. Tell it, say, look, that's not measuring the Earth. That's looking at the sky and making assumptions about the ground.
Yeah, true. Understand. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Later expeditions like Magellan's circumnavigation provided.
Yeah, let me pause you as you're going along, right? So Magellan, right? All he did, right? Like he went east to west and he sailed around a lake, right? So you could be in a lake and you could have a north point somewhere in the lake, and then you could sail east to west around the lake and come back where you started, right? You could go east to west around a city or around a country. That's not proving that the Earth's a globe, right? That works fine on a globe or on a flat surface. Okay, keep going. You can continue reading that if you want, Ben.
So for the ancient observations, lunar eclipse, ships disappearing over the horizon. When ship sails away, the hull disappears before the mast. A phenomenon consistent with a curved surface.
Cool. All right, let's cover that one quickly, right? So I can understand that back in the olden days that people might have seen that effect and thought that the Earth is a globe, right? That's logical to think that in a way, okay? But we have great technology now, and what we've noticed is that, right, we also understand a lot more about perspective and optics and the way that the weather works. But first and foremost, right, we can see this happening. We can see a ship sailing out and getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And then we can zoom back in and we can see the ship again, right? I can show you tons of footage of that, okay? And then obviously sometimes you can have waves, right? Ocean swells, which are uniform out in the ocean, right? Like they're big ocean swells, you know what I mean? Like when waves are out in the ocean, right? They're just like swells, right? We call them swells. It's what waves are before they reach the shore. Now, as the ship goes further and further away, due to perspective, the ship gets much smaller, but those ocean swells are still close to you. So those ocean swells can block the bottom of the ship. Okay, and then sometimes you can have particular miraging effects, which can make it look like a ship's disappearing bottom up. Okay, but that's more rare that happens. So we can reproduce all of these things on a flat surface, on a small scale, using a small ship on a flat table, and then we can replicate the little ship looking like it disappears bottom up. So it's not a globe proof, the ship's thing.
Then I have a question, like if it's like if you can zoom back and you can look at it, then you're saying that it's not like disappearing because of the curvature, right? It's just like it's just far and some like mirage or some like water.
Well, occasionally. So I grew up on the east coast of Australia. Right near the beach. And where I grew up, it's a place called the Gold Coast, and it's a place where cruise ships leave from, right? Yeah. So So when I would be fishing or surfing, right, you got a lot of spare time to like watch the boats sailing out, right? Also lots of fishing boats. Now, what happens most of the time is when you don't have like big waves, obviously, if it's a nice clear day and a still day, like in this, in the side chat here, I just posted a GIF. This is what you see most often, right? The ship will go away. It will get smaller and smaller and smaller, and it will just kind of fade off and you can't see it anymore. Right? But what we've realized is that when we take out a telescope or a super zoom camera like this guy has, you can zoom in and bring the ship back to view again. Now, what's happening is the human eye has a angular resolution limitation. So once something gets below a certain size, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. So the ship goes away, it gets smaller, and it disappears because it gets smaller than 0.02 degrees, right? But you can still see the horizon, but it looks like the ship's gone. Okay, but we can zoom in and we can bring the ship back to view, just like I showed you in this GIF. Now, if there were waves there in this particular day that he took this footage, then the bottom of the ship would be missing, and it would look like the ship slowly disappears hull first as it goes out.
Interesting. But I have a question then. Like, so you mean like if you can zoom in and you can look it back, right? If you're using like sophisticated like cameras, like you like really good technology, like things, right? Cameras. Then like if we have really high tech, cameras, like in the future, in a further future, then can we see other people, like like other countries' things, from my country? Because according to that knowledge, then there is no curvature on this planet, so that means that we can see other countries' things, in our country.
Yeah, no, I get your question. It's a good question, but if you look into that, the air is opaque over distance. It's not completely clear. Now, if you look up where you live and say, what is the visibility rating for today? Where I'm at, it looks like a clear day, but usually it's around 15 kilometers. Okay, so you can't see anything beyond about 15 kilometers usually because there's dust in the air, there's pollution, there's the air itself, right? Like the water molecules and things like that, right? You've got all of these different things, fog sometimes. So there's always a maximum distance that you can see through the medium of air. Now, if you had perfect ideal conditions, the maximum distance technically is, I think, 200 miles that you would be able to see through the medium of air. Because all mediums, right, like air or water or whatnot, right, they're opaque over distance. So you can't see forever through the air. Even if you had the most powerful telescope, things would just fade off, right? Like think about this. If you stand up on top of a tall mountain and you're looking out over mountain ranges in the distance, each mountain, as it gets further away, becomes more and more opaque, right? You can hardly see the ones in the distance because they kind of fade off into the opacity of the air. So also like the angular size of things as well, right? So once something gets below 0.02 degrees, you can't see it anymore, right? So then you could pull out like some binoculars and you could see it again. But if it keeps moving away, right, it's even going to get too small to see through the binoculars, right? Then you could put down the binoculars and you could pull out a bigger zoom camera. Yeah. So even that's still going to have an angular resolution limitation. It's going to allow you to see further, but eventually the object's going to just fade off because of the opacity of the air. So that's why we can't see forever, because the air is opaque and we have perspective limitations to optics.
Okay, let's assume that all of this like measurements were true and there were no like other independent variable that caused no curvature on the surface. Then like if it is all true that and it's not a globe, then like there's so many how can I say scientific things that we cannot prove or like that we cannot explain through it. Seriously. Yeah, those like lunar eclipse and
yeah, so there's like even with the lunar eclipse, like there's some inconsistencies when it comes to the lunar eclipse on how they describe how it works on a globe, right? Like sometimes during the lunar eclipse, when you're supposed to have the sun, the moon, and the earth lined up, right, in like a straight line. Okay, so the earth is blocking the light from the sun on the moon. Okay, sometimes we can actually see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse. There's tons of footage of this, right? They actually call it the impossible eclipse because it doesn't make sense. Okay, and then sometimes the shadow on the moon that's meant to be curved by the earth, right? It should be a convex shadow, right? Like, do you know what I mean by convex?
I don't know the term.
Like it should be curved, right? Like the way that you would see the curvature of the earth, right? So it should be curving like a curved horizon. But actually the shadow's like upside down, right? It's curving the wrong way. They can't explain that either, right? So there's anomalies when it comes to eclipses and things like that don't make sense. Now, we don't claim to we don't make claims about things that we can't empirically validate, right? Like all of the things that we show you with long distance observations, you can go and double check that yourself, right? You can test it over and over and over again. But we can only get up so high, and we can only travel so far. So there's certain things that we don't know everything, right? Like we don't have a replacement answer for every single claim the globe side makes, especially when it comes to like celestial bodies. But we can validate that it's happening above, a flat surface because we can't find the curvature. That curvature would have to be there if it's a globe. Like there's no body of water that you can have flat water in. And it's not like we're just testing it once, right? It's been done thousands of times.
According to Earth, the globe mathematics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. According to the globe mathematics.
What? 24/7 flat out?
So the horizon's another thing, Ben. Like the horizon should be a certain distance away from you, depending how high you are, like looking at from. So when I was at school, I remember always being taught, right, if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach or at a big lake, the horizon should be 3 miles away, right, based off the radius value of the Earth. And the formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So it's depending on the observer's height. So if you're 1 foot off the ground, like if you put your camera 1 foot off the ground, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. Or if you're, say, 6 foot off the ground, it would be a bit further away, right? 3 miles, and so on, right? If you're 66 foot high, then the horizon would be 10 miles away. So you can work out how far away that horizon should be if the Earth's a globe. So that's what we're going out testing for, because that's a physical property that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? It's like a physical obstruction. Okay, you can't see beyond it because of the physical curvature of the globe. So when we go out and actually test for that, right, like I can show you a test where someone goes to a 21-mile lake and they set up the camera at 5 foot height. And now, according to the globe, the horizon should be at 2.7 miles away. But this guy can zoom across the lake and there's no horizon at all over the entire 21 miles. It's just completely flat water. And he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that's 21 miles away. Perfectly clear conditions, right? Really, really calm water, no wind. And all you see is flat water. So that geometric horizon that would have to be there isn't there. And it's never where it should be. So this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Look, I'll just put the clip in the side chat. Right, so this is from a full... Yeah, it's just uploading now. Okay, so this guy, he went there on the clearest day possible, right? No wind, very dry air, so you can have a longer visibility when you have like a dry air, dry atmosphere. Okay, so he's set up the camera at 5 foot. This is all out of a full-length video, by the way. This is just some clips I took out of it. So this is his camera setup. Okay, it's a Nikon P1000, right? Amazing. It's kind of like a telescope built into a camera. It's got 125x zoom, optical zoom. Okay, so he set this tripod up at 5 foot, and he's trying to zoom across to see what he can see, right? And he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got a friend over on
it shouldn't be there. You cannot see that, right? According to the
right. Yeah, exactly. So he's got a friend over on the other side of the lake, and this is the footage, right? So this is where he's zooming across to. So this is 21 miles away from where he's standing. Okay, so take note of the shoreline, right? The beach, and then take note of the big white tower in the background as well. Okay, so now I'm going to show you. This is what it looks like from when he zooms across from 21 miles away. So he did it during the day and he did it during the night as well to see if there was a change in the weather conditions or anything that would change the observation. But it looks exactly the same, right? So these 2 second images, right? That's the white tower you can see. And then you can see the beach there as well. Okay, so this is from 21 miles away. Now, if we have a look at the math, right? So you can do the math manually, or you can just go on Google and type in Earth curvature calculator, and it will come up with these Earth curvature calculators. Like you can pick any one. They're all going to just use the radius value to calculate it. Okay, so if you put in the eye height, 5 foot, right, and then the target distance, 21 miles. Okay, so the target's the shoreline on the other side. And then you calculate it. It says the distance to horizon is 2.73 miles. Yeah. And the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind 223 foot of curvature. Right, so 223 foot, that's like a 22-story building, like a small skyscraper building. That's a huge amount, right, of curvature that should be there. And that should be hidden behind that horizon. That should be at 2.7 miles. So that's why flat earthers are around, man, because when we go out and test the globe, it doesn't work. It doesn't match up at all. Not even close. Right, we don't see any obstruction of that big white tower either, right? We can see the exact same amount of the tower from close up and see the same amount from 21 miles away.
Wait, so tower is not hidden, not hidden by any curvature, right? I mean, it should be hidden.
Yeah, here's some close-ups of the tower, right? So this is a close-up of the tower, right? Not from 21 miles away, just from close up. And then this is here's the close-up of the tower from 21 miles away.
Wait.
Yeah, so you can see the exact same amount. You can even see the reflection of the lights on the water and everything as well.
Wait, this is not fake, right? This is like all.
Yeah. So this is all out of a full-length video. So I'll post the full video if you want to check it out. So that's not fake. Yeah, because this guy, he shows you, he turns up at the lake. He shows you his GPS location. He shows you his coordinates. He shows you exactly where he's standing on. Yeah, I got some more images, right? So that's the full video there that I just posted. But here's, just give me a second and I'll just post exactly, this is exactly where he is, right? It has the coordinates and everything. And you can, I actually went there on Google Earth myself, right? And just to validate, where he's standing. And then I posted the screenshots. Here's the screenshots that I made. Okay, so that's from his video, the one above, right? And then I went there on Google Earth. I put in the same coordinates and you can see that it matches up with his observation. You see all the same topology and whatnot.
I don't know the reason why, but it's like, I got it. Okay.
So this is just one, right? I wouldn't expect you to just look at one, right? But I can show you more and more different ones that have been done in completely different places, right? Over the ocean or in Canada, right? In lakes, big lakes. Very, very clear observations. Like there's tons of these. Yeah, I'll show you one more quickly. Right, so this next one, this is a guy I was talking about before, This is Dr. John Dee. Okay, so he's in England in this observation, and once again, you can see it's a very nice day, right? There's no waves or anything like that. And he's looking out at like a wind farm, you know, those wind farms that are out in the ocean. Okay, so he's looking out at this particular wind farm. It's called Rampion Wind Farm. And all he's done, he's set his camera up 3.5 foot above the surface of the water, right? Which is about just over a meter. Okay, and he's zooming out to these wind farm towers, windmills. And the windmill on the right is 11.2 miles away. Okay, so if we look up the math, okay, so if you put your ice height at 3.5 foot, that means the distance to the horizon should be 2.29 miles away. But we can see all of the wind farm windmills touching the surface of the water. Okay, so I'll show you, this is a close-up photograph of what the windmill towers look like from close up. Okay, so when it's low tide, you can see the black, right? The yellow paint has been stripped off by the water. Yeah, so that's what it looks like close up.
This is stuff. I mean, I have a question. Like, this calculating like website, is this valid? Like, this is like, legit? Like.
Yeah. These are not made by flat earthers, right? If you just go to Google, you can pick anyone you like. And it's just basing the formula off the radius value of the Earth. And it's very simple math, right? It's just going to tell you the distance to the horizon. And then it'll tell you how much should be hidden as well by the object, right? So, because I put in 11.2 miles, right? That's the distance to the windmill on the right? The windmill on the right's 11.2 miles away. So that means that the bottom 52 feet of that windmill should be hidden behind the horizon.
This is really like empirical, clues. Measurement.
Yeah. That's what I mean, right? So there's tons of this stuff as well. Like there's a lot more different methods that have been used as well. Like we've had teams of people go out using really, really expensive high-powered lasers. So instead of just observing across the surface, they'll set up this really high-powered laser and they'll shoot the laser right across the surface of the water to try to hit a target, say 40 kilometers away or something like that. And then they're hitting their targets consistently. But if the Earth were a globe, right, the laser should be obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. It shouldn't be able to hit the target because there should be hundreds of feet of curvature, blocking the laser from reaching the target. So there's a whole bunch of different methods that have been used.
I mean, laser, that's also right, yeah. If there's a curvature, then it should... Wait.
Yeah, so if there should be if they leveled a laser, right, and then the laser should, basically, if you've got 10 miles, right, this is a simple way to look at it, right? So just say you set your laser up and you point it horizontally across the surface of the water. Okay, 10 miles away, the laser should be 66 feet up in the air. That's how, because of the curvature of the Earth, right? Because the Earth would drop. Yeah, so over 20 miles, the laser should be 260 foot up in the air. But the lasers are hitting their targets, right, at the same height as they were shot from, right? So if you set up the laser at one... Yep. Mm-hmm. And we've actually had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, a really the best laser that you can get, basically. And they did a whole bunch of different tests over different distances in different areas. And they're consistently hitting their targets. They have a 180-page PDF document and an hour-long documentary where they go over all of the technical details about the laser and the weather conditions and the observation and stuff like that. So yeah, there's tons and tons of stuff out there to look at. That's why we're here, man. I was trying to tell you earlier, we're not making crazy claims. We're just going out in reality and actually testing stuff.
You might not get the same level of discussion if you go somewhere else and talk to flat earthers. we're a pretty unique community in many regards.
Yeah, I mean, I was searching for other experiment. What comes later? But I have a question, like, what if the math is wrong? Like, then there will be no possibility. I mean, like, what if the math is inaccurate, but still we can fix it, and it supports supports the globe Earth.
Yeah,
no,
it's not possible because it's just basic math, right? It's not something that, like, we've had physics professors and mathematicians and people like that come in here, right? This is not our math, right? This is their math, right? This is the math that's given to us. So we're not coming up with these formulas, right? We're not coming up with the way to calculate it, right? This is like, I can give you a link to Washington University and they'll tell you how to do the math yourself, and it's going to give you the exact same results, right? If you're 6 foot tall, the horizon would have to be 3 miles away. Simple as that. If you're 1 foot observer height, it should be 1.225 miles away. There's no getting around it, right? And you could go to any curve. If you go to Google and you type in Earth curvature calculator, you can pick any one, right? And you just put in the observer height, and it'll tell you how far away the horizon would be. So they're all going to give you the same result, right? You could even, you could check 10 of them in a row, right? They're all going to say the same answer because it's just the same formula. It's just based off the size of the globe. Yeah, so the math isn't checking out, right, with reality. But the actual math itself, if the Earth were a globe, that's the correct math. So we're seeing the horizon so far away that if the horizon were that distance, the size of the globe, right, the radius, instead of being 3,959 miles, the radius would be millions of miles. The Earth would be so big that the entire globe model would be completely wrong, right? Because it would be impossible, right? So all of the continents and the North Pole and the South Pole would all have to be in this tiny little section of this gigantic globe. It's impossible. And all of the mathematics about space and everything like that, it all relies on the R value, the radius value being correct. So if you can falsify the radius value, you've falsified the entire globe model.
I'm looking. Okay, I'll try to look for the sources now. I mean, okay. I mean, now I'm looking at the sources. So. I think, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think at some point, I think it's really valid. So yeah, I don't have much like scientific knowledge, so I've got nothing to say.
Hey, it's all good, man. I appreciate your honesty, but yeah, it's not really a question of science either, right? This is just a geometric, like it's just a mathematical question. You know, if the Earth is certain size, then it has to have a certain amount of curvature, and if it's not there, then it can't be a globe. Right, but there's more arguments. Okay, so this is that's the first problem for the globe, right? So we don't have any measurable curvature of the surface. Okay, then we've got the issue of the rotation of the Earth. Now we all experience the Earth as stationary, right? But they'll tell us that you experience it stationary, but really it's you're so small and you don't notice it moving. Right, but there's actually no empirical evidence that the Earth is actually moving at all. Okay, so that's the second problem. And then another major problem is that they say that, right, we have gas pressure. We're breathing gas pressure right now, and it's measurable 14.7 psi at sea level. Okay, so that's the air we're breathing, keeps us alive, and so forth, right? So they also tell us that that outer space is a vacuum. Okay, they say it's the most powerful vacuum known to man, right? 10 to the negative 17 torr, deep space vacuum. Okay, and we're basically inside the vacuum. Okay, so according to gas law and the second law of thermodynamics, right? You can't have that set up. Okay, so if we have gas pressure in the first place, right? The prerequisite, I was talking about prerequisite before. Okay, so the necessary antecedent, or the thing that's necessary to have gas pressure in the first place, is a container. Okay, it's in the definition of gas pressure, right? The force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas molecules. Okay, so we would say that the Earth has to be in some type of contained environment to be able to have gas pressure in the first place. Right, it can't exist within a space vacuum. Okay, so I want to show you just a quick, smaller scale demonstration of what I'm talking about. So have a look in the side chat, right? So this will just help you see what I'm talking about. Okay, so can you see what I posted? It says vacuum at the top.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's meant to represent outer space, right? Outer space is the vacuum chamber. Okay, and then you've got a gas pressure system in the lower portion. Okay, at the chamber in the bottom, you've got it's like a gas pressure system. That's meant to represent like the high pressure system, like the gas that we have here on the Earth. Okay, and then it's there's like a valve, okay, in the center. Okay, and that's stopping, right? That's a container containing the gas pressure system in the bottom. Okay, so as soon as he releases the valve, right, if you hit play on the video, the gas fills the available space, right? It equalizes, right? Because that's what gas does. It fills space, right? So if you've got a extreme low pressure system like that, right, and then you've got a gas pressure system next to it, you need to have a physical boundary to stop entropy taking place. Okay, so high pressure will go to low pressure. The gas will fill the available space. Kind of similar to if you have a car tire and then you put a hole in the car tire or something like that, right? The high pressure is going to instantly try to equalize with the low pressure system outside of it. Okay, so outer space is scientifically impossible to demonstrate, right? To be something that exists the way that they tell us. Now, obviously, there's something going on up in the sky. But we've been taught this big story about the heliocentric model, and that space is a big vacuum, and you've got all of these balls of gas and whatnot, right, floating around inside a big deep space vacuum. So that's another problem. That's another problem for the globe as well, and that's another conversation that could be hours, right? Hours long to try to so you could understand it. But I guarantee at the end you'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? I can't demonstrate that you can have what they're telling us is happening in reality.
Okay. I mean, interesting. So what I can know, what I know can be wrong, from your perspective. Mm. Mm.
Yes, there's a whole bunch of so Jedi in the side chat has just posted a whole bunch of citations, right? That kind of talk about what I was just trying to explain. Jedi can actually explain this stuff much better than I can. But there's a whole bunch of like links to sources, like mainstream sources as well, just explaining how the second law of thermodynamics works and gas laws and how natural laws, right? You know, that's something that always has to happen if it's a natural law. Right, high pressure always has to go to low pressure. Hot always has to go to cold. That kind of thing.
Mm. Second laws. I thought that you guys were trolling, but like it's all from like measurements.
Yeah, we're definitely not trolling. Yeah, that's for sure. But I get why people don't take it seriously before they understand what the arguments are and that kind of thing. If you think, you know, that flat Earth is like a flat disk floating around in space and that kind of thing, right? That would be silly, but we're not claiming that. So yeah, we're all about like science, the scientific method, and then exposing what isn't correct science, what's actually falls under the category of pseudoscience, right? Which is the definition of pseudoscience is a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based off the scientific method, right? So we're talking about natural science, and that's a method, right? It's a strict method about proving cause and effect relationships after making observations in nature. A lot of the science, the mainstream science that's around now is pseudoscience, right? Like a lot of the space science and astrophysics and stuff like that, right? It fits under the category or the definition of pseudoscience because it can't be tested, right? It hasn't been rigorously put through the scientific method to prove it's true in it. Yeah, so
Interesting. I mean, yeah, I'll respect you guys. Yeah, I think.
Appreciate it, man. That's all. Look, not trying to convince you, just showing you some information that you probably haven't seen before. And then if you want to look into it further, then, you know, we're here to show you more stuff. That's all. So yeah, like definitely not trying to convince you, not going to say, oh, so do you believe the Earth's flat now or something like that? No. Right? It's a subject that takes a long time to look into. Lots of learning, right? You also need to learn a lot about the globe as well. So yeah, it's if you choose to look into it, then that's your decision. We're just showing you some doors that you might not have looked through before. That's all.
Become inside. Space is fake.
Yeah, they faked the moon landings. That's why the footage looks fake.
Okay, I'm gonna look for this more. I think I have to sleep, but yeah, that was a good conversation.
Okay, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It started off a bit rough, but yeah, glad it worked out well in the end. Appreciate you.
Me too. Yeah. Have a good one.
All right, bro. All right, you too. Catch you next time.
Goodbye.
Well,
turned
it around.
DJ. That was awesome.
I had to make sure he got it in the end because he annoyed me so much at the start. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. He was apoplectic. He was stuttering. Like, he was so mad.
Yeah, man. He was like, I didn't think it would end well with that guy. I almost lost my shit a couple of times. It's
all because of the curvity, guys.
Yeah, he couldn't prove the curvity.
I walked away for like 10, 15 minutes, dude, because I realised that I was most definitely not the person to have this, and I knew it was pissing you off. And I come back like 10, 15 minutes later, and the whole tone of the conversation had changed, dude. And he was listening and he wasn't interrupting. It was really well done, dude. Proud of you. Really proud of you.
Cheers. Appreciate that coming from you, man. Thank you. I figured that he would get it.
You got the voice of a high school counselor. That's what it is. Speak to these troubled youths, you know.
Troubled youths.
Globe counselor DJ. I like it. Just let them have that paddy. Let them get it all out. They're in a DJ's there. It's all right. It's okay. I'm glad you noticed I dropped a load of citations in. I'm not going to interrupt a conversation, dude. When you're doing it, other people piss me off. They don't get it right. But when you're doing it, man, there's no need to. I'm not going to jump in and take it away from you. You get that gas thing. You get it really well now. I was just putting the citations in to help you, mate. That was all. Didn't have to read from them.
That's good. It was good timing for him to actually have a look at some mainstream, to see that what we're saying isn't something that goes against science. It's actually, aligns with actual science.
Yep.
I don't know if I've ever seen the lunar lander lift off go in a diagonal direction before.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I'm quite familiar with the one where it seems to go straight up and wobble around like it's on a fishing line. But this one shooting off and to the left, like what?
This one that I just posted. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It doesn't align with the other one at all. It just looks like completely different. It's like if you get like a part 2 to like a video game, right? And the graphics are a bit different.
What is this? This isn't real. Where did this come from?
Yeah, this is from one of the other Apollo missions.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is one of the one where they didn't have the robotic arm that pans up.
What, the robotic arm on the lander are you talking about?
No, the robotic arm on the moon buggy on the Jeep.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty funny footage.
Is it windy?
Sparkly. Is it windy? It kind of looks like that.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Isn't it hilarious how no globe earther ever has come in presenting any of this NASA moon footage as their evidence? Not once, ever. It's almost as if they know it's really shit. And they're embarrassed secretly about it.
I doubt that anybody's even really looked at it, dude. They might have seen like bits of it at school, maybe. I might have seen a documentary here and there, maybe, but I've never really studied the footage. It's like everything else. They think that it exists out there somewhere, but when they go look for it, they don't want to use it, and they've never seen it before. It's weird. They always do this shit. I got annoyed with somebody, was it last night? And like I get annoyed with people all the time now, where they start defending things that they admit that I really haven't got a clue about, but I'm going to defend it. It's like this type of stuff. They haven't really looked at it, but that's sure that it's all out there and it's all legitimate. There's lots of videos of the men on the moon and blah, blah, blah. It's just weird, man.
Crazy, yeah. I remember that conversation last night as well, yeah. Yeah, the guy didn't have a freaking clue about anything, but he thought he knew about everything.
Yeah. Rolling up
Yeah,
and
last
down.
night it was we had two of them back to back last night.
There's a carrot was in last night, and that was it for me. I think that was my limit. I had to go. I had to go to bed. There's no point sticking around for him talking fucking nonsense.
Yeah, that guy's a joke.
Here's something interesting for you. So we had the lunar eclipse, red moon. In 14 days' time, we're going to have a solar eclipse as well.
Oh, we can see it?
I tell you what, I'll double check. I can't remember where it's visible. Give me a moment, but yeah, it's the quickest period that you can have between an eclipse of the moon and of the sun. It's 14 days, and it's
wow, man, that's weird.
It is, isn't it? It's super weird. But yeah, I'll find out where we can see it. Hold on, I'll be back. Doesn't look like many people are going to get to see this one. That is quite amazing in itself. It'll be primarily visible in Antarctica. Everybody else is going to see partial eclipse. You might get to see some of it in Australia and South America. But this one's primarily visible over Antarctica. I'll drop the wiki link as well. Hold on.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, that dude Zacharit, he thought like a lull in us speaking was an excuse for him to just go off and start monologuing with some insane nonsense.
So yeah, I'll drop the link. Yep, like I said, Australia, New Zealand, Antarctica, southern areas. The fact that it's crazy to me. Just seems crazy. From a globe Earth perspective, not a flat Earth one. But yeah, that merry dance in the sky that they obviously don't want us to pay attention to, is still happening. These eclipses, the ones that took place over America over the ones that formed the Aleph and the Tov, that would be the Alpha and the Omega, the A and the Z, the beginning and the end. That'd be God's signature across America. Revelation 12 sign that started in 2017, and then the second part was concluded last year in 2014. The second part is the beast waiting to devour the birth of the child as it exits the womb. If we remember when I told you the other day, the thing about the Revelation 12 sign is the planet Jupiter. The planet Jupiter was in the area of the constellation of Virgo, known as Virgo's womb. Jupiter was in retrograde for 42 weeks, for 9 months, for the length of pregnancy. It retrograded 3 times. That means it did 3 spirals inside this little box inside Virgo's womb, and then came out like to give birth. The second part of the Revelation 12 sign is after she was travailing to give birth, the monster comes out of the sea, the beast trying to devour. That celestial sign happened last year. So all of these signs and merry dances that are going on in the sky, they mean something, guys. And this is why they've lied about the earth, because they've taken our attention away from the sky. This up in the sky, this is just physical matter flying around. It doesn't mean anything. Wasn't put there with any intent. It's like half of our field of vision is the sky. When you go outside, the floor's beneath you, the sky's above you. It's obviously there for a reason. So I know there are eclipses and we've seen them for ages and blah, blah, blah. But it means something, guys. And that's God's clock. And it's ticking down. But eclipses, that cool. I love them. changing the subject completely. The UK is in complete mess at the moment. I don't know if anybody's heard this, but our new, being as Angela Rayner was sacked for tax evasion, we've now got David Lammy as the new Deputy Prime Minister, seriously the dumbest man in British politics. If you know who Boris Johnson is, he's stupider than him. Our new Home Secretary, this is the person that's in control of home security, policing, border control and migration. This has gone to a Muslim woman called Shabam Mahmood. So our country is changing, and if you look at our governmental structures, who's the mayor of London and all of this stuff, you'll notice that a lot of Muslim people have started to get power recently. So that's happening in the UK at the moment as well, let alone all of the border crises and riots and marches that are happening. There's a march happening next week on September the 13th here in England, organised by Tommy Robinson and a new political party called Advance UK. I've never heard of Advance UK, to be honest with you, but it's supposed to be the new patriotic British traditional Christian political party. That's a mouthful to say, but that's pretty much on their website. Culturally traditional Christian or something like that. But yeah, that political party is starting. Government's crumbling. There's been calls for the king to dissolve parliament. This has never happened before, but there's some constitutional power that if the government is deemed unfit, and when we mean government, that's both sides, that's all of parliament, the entire house. When parliament is deemed unfit, then parliament can be dissolved and we start again with new votes to fill every single seat. So everyone gets thrown out and you only get back in if you get voted back in. So yeah, lots of things are changing in the UK at the moment.
Well, let's hope that happens for y'all, because you guys need some 100% overhaul. Right now, you most likely have a bunch of actors acting at the behest of some person behind the curtain. You know what I mean? I feel like there's probably just too many hands, you know what I mean, controlling these puppets. And you're not going to get like a government by the actual vote of the people unless you do that, unless you as a country do that, which is total overhaul, get everybody out, revote everybody in. Hopefully that happens, because that would be awesome. But as far as Tommy Robinson's concerned and whatever movement that is, that sounds like it's definitely by the people and for the people. So that's got to be a good one.
Yeah, the estimated numbers have just keep going up and up and up, dude. So first it was like 100,000, 250,000, 500,000. There's potential that there's going to be a 1 million man march on London next weekend from all over the country to Parliament Square. It's just going to bring London to a standstill, mate. It's going to be crazy. But it's interesting that you brought up the, let's say, secret society thing. I don't know if anybody's a member of Alpha Server, but if you can look in the hashtag UK in there, I posted a video about the Fabian Society. The Fabian Society 1870 something or 80. I can't remember, 1770 or something. 1870 or 1880. The Fabian Society were a socialist group that kind of was born out of Marxism. Their kind of, I say, MO is slow, quiet subversion. Over time, you slowly swing the pendulum from, say, right to left, kind of politically, right? So if anybody's interested in learning about that, it's a short video. You can find it in hashtag UK, along with a load of other stuff that I just keep dumping in there.
I've actually checked out some of the stuff you dumped in there. Yeah, I've been kind of vocal about what's going on over there for the past few years on just on comments on some of the YouTube stuff, especially like Jordan Peterson having Tommy Robinson on, years ago, and just been following that whole story and what's been happening over there. So yeah, I've definitely been vocal on the comment section on YouTube about that stuff. So yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. I hope you guys get your country back. It's been sad to watch it happen.
We won't. I mean, this is meticulously planned stuff, dude. Yeah, the British people are waking up and this, that, and the other, but yeah, I'm worried. Yeah, it's all positive that the people are waking up and flags and we're marching and, you know, can we get the king to constitutionally raise the parliament and start again? They want chaos, dude. This is something that's been like mentioned for years, but specifically at the moment with the protests and the riots that have been happening in the UK. I say riots, they're not really riots. We get provoked by the police, and we get provoked. I say we get provoked by the left-wing protesters who are safely bussed in from God knows where and have got a wage. Right? The people that are paid to protest, the antagonizers, they're trying to provoke the British people into doing something because then they can marginalise the arguments on what we're standing for. And I've been doing it for years, right? We're extreme right-wing. We're racist, right? We're Islamophobes. All of these types of words are used as like weapons, right? Because this is the iron that we've been casting. But when you look at the protests that are happening, they're mothers and grandmothers and children because they're worried about their safety. It's not men. I mean, men are obviously going, but the protests that are happening by the hotels that were by schools, because the men are at work, it's mothers and grandmothers. We're not right-wing fascists. We're just pointing a finger at the obvious problems that are happening in our country. And it's obvious to anybody that the governments, whether Labour or Conservative, because it's been happening for decades, have been complicit and, if not helped plan, this silent invasion. Because that's what it is. It's a silent invasion. Yeah, I'm really going to have to go and speak on Alpha Show at some point. I take far too much time on the flat earth. Do apologise, guys. The earth is obviously, most definitely, measured flat. It's not a sphere. It's not a ball. They've lied about everything.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's all tied in. I mean, it goes back, you know, over 100 years of painting a narrative, right? Getting people to believe what a group of people want the people to believe, right? Controlling what the group of people knows has always been the end game. Why? So they can lack of hope, right? That most people in the United States share, because we've seen the similar thing happen, right? This control grab from the inside, slow and steady and calculating, right? Calculated. But it's not just our countries, right? It's all the countries are dealing with some level of this group of people getting their hands in, you know, and you know, says who's talked about it, we've talked about it. I mean, there's so many of us that are in the know. And that's, I think, the thing that's changing is the amount of people who are becoming aware of what's happening. And yeah, I mean, there's a healthy concern amongst people in the know about what's the next plan then for them, knowing that the masses are privy, you know, getting privy to what they've been up to for so long. So I try to stay optimistic because there's no way to gauge what great ideas people can come up with when working together. So I like to think that a lot of people with a common goal are going to be able to they're going to be able to come up with some innovative way to throw a wrench in these guys' plans. So don't lose heart. I think better things are coming.
Has anybody noticed the narrative that they're trying to put with regards to shit falling out of the sky? Has anybody heard about this? What is it? Extra solar objects that's entered the solar system. Is it I or 3I or A3 Atlas or something? Has anybody heard about this? This thing that's moving through the solar system at speeds that it shouldn't be moving, and over the last week they've kind of realised it's heading towards Earth. Has anybody heard about this?
Yeah, Jedi. I've heard. Yeah, Jedi. I've heard of it, but I need more news about it. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I see.
They're saying that it's heading towards Earth, and I don't know what the situation is. Is it dangerous? What's the scenario happening?
I don't know, dude. It's just they've had 3 extra solar objects come into our solar system over the last 15 years or something like that. So they tell us this one's very different, and yeah. I'll see if I can find information about it, dude. But it seems to be one of those things that has been pushed out there for us to be paying attention to. I even watched an American Congress meeting yesterday where they were talking about, UAPs and UFOs and, tracking of the sky and disclosure. I'd say that's what I'm trying to get to. So the disclosure agenda about things and people in the sky, that seems to be ramping up quite a lot. Now, obviously, we're all flat earthers primarily, and we understand that NASA are lying, but we have to be, honest and kind of point to NASA have obviously been set up and they've always tried to hide, quote unquote, the idea of aliens. Yeah, it's possible that life exists out there in the cosmos, but it's so far away, we'd probably never be able to discover it. But it seems like that's the secret that that we're supposed to think that NASA are trying to hide from us. So much so that over the last, 30, 40 years, there's been this, again, in quotation marks, obvious discovery that aliens do exist. And obviously they've been visiting us for a long time. And all of this type of narrative. So we've all heard of things like Project Bluebeam, for example, right? Now, it's very conspiratorial. The technology exists, and I understand why people would say that this technology could fake, quote unquote, an alien invasion, for example. Now, we've been around the realms of conspiracy for decades, I would have thought, the majority of us. So we must have heard of these things. So, yeah, obviously, what they tell us about the sky is untrue because it can't be a vacuum, the earth can't be a ball, blah, blah, blah. But the sky obviously means something. The sky is obviously a place that things can travel through. Doesn't mean that there's extraterrestrial aliens, but there's definitely extraterrestrial things up there, right? Things that are not of this earth, but come to this earth periodically, I would assume. I don't know, but it's not Sunday. I'm highly speculating. But there's been a lot of this disclosure stuff that seems to be carrying a lot of speed recently, along with everything else that's going on in the world. I wonder how all of these things are going to co-align and match what that end goal is, because there's got to be an end goal, right?
I believe so, and I do lean toward them having some knowledge that used to be common that has been made not so common in the recent past, right? Somewhere within the last 150 to 250 years, that they've been meticulously getting rid of out of the history books, out of the common knowledge, right? And that's just my own personal belief system, just based on the way they behave. Because you wouldn't have such levels of secrecy if you wanted an educated populace. But they seem to want the exact opposite. They want a population that shuts up and just follows orders and doesn't think for themselves and just trusts various experts in different subjects. So, because of that, I feel.
Sorry,
it screams. I'm just saying, just real quick. It just screams that they want us to not be in the know and not think for ourselves. That's all.
Operating in secret is prohibitive for those that are operating in secret, and they often can't achieve certain objectives because maintaining secrecy requires certain compromises. So if they need to move into a next phase of a wider operation or mission, they might need to drop some of the secrecy in order to create a more permissive environment for themselves. So we could be witnessing such a change in the dynamic and the flow of things as they transition from, maintaining a complete veil of secrecy of their existence to then starting to reveal some of themselves. And, I'm with you guys, like what we're seeing could very well be some of the ancient things that have been written about in the past, and they're coming back.
Yeah, no way is giants coming back.
Yeah, not giants.
But that existed though, right?
Yeah, could you imagine seeing a 10 meter, 15 meter, 20 meter tall giant, human looking being? That will be scary.
Mm-hmm.
I think
it's only if they're not friendly.
Oh dear.
I mean, in ancient texts, particularly Christian-derived history and cosmologies, the blackness of space you see at night is considered an evil realm. It's the aerial realm, the realm of demons. It's their abode. It's where they fell. It's also considered by many to be the place your soul has to go through in order to seek reunion with God in the afterlife. And what you do down here fully equips or prepares you, depending on what choices you make, on how that experience will go. So, food for thought.
Biting my tongue so hard right now, dude. It's not always flat Earth that I've got on my mind. Lots of other stuff, but
same.
It's really hard not to talk about this because it'll paint people in a particular light. And on a flat Earth, we're dealing with very specific, demonstrable facts. This stuff, and this is slightly esoteric, dude. But if anybody's ever wondered, I don't know where to start with this shit. But yeah, there are stories that happened in history that have been covered up. Obviously so. Everything that will point to God has been covered, muddied, whatever it is. I don't want you to realize you live inside and within and surrounded by a spiritual realm, constantly under attack by things that don't want you to do well, things that don't want you to see God for what God really is. Definitely don't want you to understand what salvation is and that you need it, and Jesus Christ is that. They don't want you to know this.
That's exactly right.
That's the truth of the matter, right? Why would they lie? Jesus Christ is why.
Well said. God bless you, Jedi.
Yeah, amen, brother.
Time's running out, guys.
Yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is. That's another thing we don't talk about that much either. We're in triage mode.
Let me put it really simply. 7,000 years, right? We all know the creation. We're even 7,000 years appointed to this earth. 4,000 years before Jesus Christ turns up and dies on the cross. 2,000 years church age, age of grace. And then 1,000 years millennial rule after he returns. Now, we're 7 years away in a few months from that 2,000 year mark. If Jesus Christ was died in 32 AD, 2,000 years later is 2032. The 7 years of tribulation that's apparently supposed to start soon. That's why there's been warnings in the sky, the Revelation 12 sign, the eclipses over America, the one yesterday that was seen over Jerusalem. All of these things are pointing to Jesus Christ's return.
Amen, brother. Amen.
The reason why they've lied about the shape of the earth is to hide God. You don't need God to be created in their paradigm. Yeah, you do. He's your God. He's your ruler. He's the man, the God that gave you laws. And we can't follow them. So he gave us his son. And all you have to do is believe that he was born of a virgin, that he died on a cross, spilt his blood as a perfect atonement for your sin, and then rose again after 3 days, went up to sit at the right hand of God, and told you he will be back. When we accept that marriage covenant, Jesus Christ is said to return and take his bride for 7 years back into heaven whilst tribulation happens on the earth. This is all told throughout the Bible. How the Jews do the things that they do. Yeah, the Jews, they got thrown out of Israel after they rejected Christ. They're not necessarily under God's favour at the moment, but the things that they do, their feasts, the things that they look for, all tell the story of the Messiah, his coming and his return. He's coming back, guys. Whether you believe it or not, he's coming back.
And this month is the Feast of Trumpets, Rosh Hashanah in a couple of months. Just FYI.
8 years to the day from the Revelation 12 sign, 2017, September the 23rd. 8 years later to the day, Feast of Trumpets. Why is the Feast of Trumpets so important? The Feast of Trumpets is the only feast that happens on a new moon. The new moon's important because nobody knows the day or the hour. It could be one day or it could be the next day when you see the sliver of a new moon. If anybody's heard that phrase before, that's what Jesus says. Nobody knows the day or the hour.
And it takes how many witnesses to confirm the new moon, brother?
Is it?
2 witnesses. It needs 2 witnesses. No man knows the day or the hour, and as you say, it could be coming at any point in time. It's spotted at around 5, 6 o'clock in Jerusalem, in and around 2 weeks after the full moon. Absolutely amazing to hear you talk about this, brother. Well done.
Yeah, I've been studying Christian eschatology since I became a Christian. I'm actually quite surprised with the stuff that I do know when it starts coming out of my mouth. I have many Bibles. My eyes are so terrible that I can't read them, so I end up watching and listening more than I do reading. There's people out there called the Watchmen, Christian Watchmen, right? The people that are looking for Jesus' return. I'm a watcher of the Watchmen, and the Watchmen have been screaming louder and louder since 2014, 15, and especially after 2017, after the revelation. These people who are looking for Jesus' return are jumping up and down and screaming. They're telling you that Jesus is coming back. And they've been telling you for years. They've been wrong many times every single year. That's because there's times of watch. There's the spring fall feasts when you watch, and there's the fall feasts when you watch. Those are the feasts that are in the spring and the fall that, Tabernacles, Pentecost, all of these different types of things. Times where you watch for the Messiah's return, and they watch every year. And obviously years have gone past and Jesus hasn't come back yet. But you haven't got a lot of time. It's 2,000 years that have been appointed to the age of grace. And it comes to an end very, very soon, according to that biblical narrative. According to the Essenes. If we know who the Essenes are, these are the people that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls and hid them in Qumran, and then they were discovered, 1948 or 49? When Israel got back into... when the Jews got back into Israel. So the Essenes predicted this as well. They predicted when Jesus was going to be here to the day, and they predicted that one. And they made a prediction of 2,000 years later, and that prediction is this year and in 2030.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, good. Hi.
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 I'm not going to say hi forever. How can we help?
You teach me or no? Haha.
Sorry, can we help you?
No. I don't.
No?
I don't want.
Okay.
It's one server for English. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. I'm from Saudi Arabia. I don't know English.
We got high under control. Go ahead.
You're a beginner, Omar, yeah.
What? I'm from
Omar,
UK. What are Harry Potter? I know. I'm sorry. Do you want anything?
This is like reminiscent of like Stewie from Family Guy. Hi.
That was interesting. But yeah, like Amish said, we don't talk about these things much because we're always talking about the flat earth. In these channels, we should do so. But sometimes things are on your heart and you have to say things, especially when I've seen this coming for a long time. Many people have. It'll be stupid if I didn't tell you. You need to find Jesus, guys. And when I say
brother,
find...
Sorry, Jedi brother, just to jump in hot to say, after that eclipse that took place yesterday, it is definitely a warranted call to make, right? This is something, we're upon some very special times in this month. I definitely, for me personally, call me crazy, whatever, my eyes are definitely up, 100%.
Good man. I mean, look, these stories that we hear in the Bible are crazy, right? Miraculous things happen. And when people look at the story of turn, so if you read into it, then the dead who are alive rise first. Us who remain will be caught up into the clouds, and we will be forever with the Lord. People call that rapture, harpazo. In the Bible, people say that we're going to fly up into the sky. Now, people say that's either before the tribulation, is it kind of in the middle of the tribulation, or is it at the end of the tribulation? Either way, the story of Jesus' return is very supernatural, guys. And I can understand why people don't talk about it.
But Jedi, the other thing to think about is our access to the Holy Spirit. And Jesus said after he had his, he lived here 30 years, was baptized, did his 3-year ministry, was hung on the cross, then he had his 40 days. And when he left after those 40 days, when he visited after he died, he stated he was going to be sending the Holy Spirit, right, as the protector, while we were the restrainer. Now, the thing about it, these end times, the statement was also made that I think it's in Matthew 24 where the restrainer will be removed, and I believe that's where the Holy Spirit will be removed, and that's where the tribulation will set in. And I do believe that the bride, if you will, the church that he's been collecting over these last 2,000 years, are the ones that are protected by the Spirit. And again, once that Spirit is taken, I believe that they're gone as well. I don't think that his people will be left here on this plane without the Spirit. Amen.
Yeah, that story of the restrainer and then the man of perdition, or the Antichrist, and the tribulation. Yeah, the church is the church is the restrainer. Yeah.
Well, no, hold on. I'm just saying that when the restrainer is taken away, I believe the restrainer is the protector. That's the thing that restrains the bad things, keeps those people safe within it, right? I.e. the Holy Spirit. Once the great restrainer is taken away, then the Antichrist shows up, and we know what happens then. 3.5 years and 3.5 years.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm it's weird. Life passes so quickly. I'm nearly 50. I remember having these conversations back in the 90s, and when I was at church and with all the church leaders and other Christians and stuff. I've always had one eye on the sky. I just can't believe that the way things have been turning out recently. It's one thing after another that has just fallen into place. Like these things that were bound up until the end times have been revealed very slowly but assuredly over the last few decades, especially since 1948, especially since the Jews got put back into Israel. Yeah, everything has started taking off. So I'm amazed at the amount of things that are happening, but I'm also a little bit nervous because time is exceptionally short. Exceptionally short.
Well, that's the craziest part, is every day we don't have an event that we don't understand is another day that we draw closer and closer and closer. Like the window's closing and you can only serve one, right? You can't sit on the fence and be like, oh, I like this. No, man. It's an excuse for cussing, but I'm going to cuss to emphasize the point. It's time to shit or get off the pot.
That's why they've hid the sky from us, and why they've turned the earth, to hide the obvious clock in the sky. Not only that, but it's a good thing bonus that they get from it.
A daily bonus, a sizable one, which we can verify through the Googles. And that's only one authority, the famous authority called NASA, plugged into the thing called space.
There's an amazing quote. It goes that in the end times, the dwellers of the end times will experience psychological pain and suffering. It's on the same order of suffering as the physical pain and suffering that the martyrs suffered as the church was being gathered and built.
Cue globe.
Seriously. The psychological troubles of our day really are nothing like the psychological troubles of 2,000 years ago. And the physical pain that we suffer as a result of our faith is nothing like the physical pain that was inflicted on those 2,000 years ago.
Yep, that is 100%. You can literally, I won't even, yes.
So the kind of people that were built for physical martyrdom 2,000 years ago would not have lasted like this psychologically in the end times. So there's like a time and a place for everything. You know, we were built for this moment thanks to the martyrs of the past, whose bloodshed built the church.
And to observe your point and state they didn't have the physical disabilities that we have these days. And when I say physical disabilities, the different conditions, right? The cancers, the multiple sclerosis, as an example, my own self personally. But yeah, I fully agree with you, brother. Like, could you imagine the Israelites having to deal with physical issues while venturing through the wilderness? That would have been a gong show.
Nobody today could fathom like public torturing in the town square being common and widespread and accepted and broadcast on TV live for an audience. Like that's not happening.
Could you imagine picking up a rock in public nowadays? What would happen to you if you're like, and you actually threw it at somebody? Good luck.
Well, I low-key wish they had maybe not rocks, but like, stealing. Like, back in the day, you used to cut off your pinky, right? And then you'd be known as a thief, right? You're like, oh, that guy's a thief. He has no pinky, right? So I kind of wish they did this.
Dude, there's a story in scripture, and again, brothers, please let me know. I don't want to, go too far off base from the topic of the chat. But there's a story in scripture where there was a man who was stoned to death for picking up sticks on the Sabbath. Right, and instructed not to do any work on the Sabbath, and this man was out there picking up sticks, and he was stoned to death. Set the example, purge the evil that exists from within the community. This is stated within Scripture. So again, can you imagine, even if somebody was found in death, them being stoned to death? Like the death penalty, from my understanding, has been taken away in the United States of America. If you kill, eye for an eye, death for death, kill somebody, you also should be killed. And that's been taken away. So from a standpoint of somebody being stoned to death, I can't see that happening nowadays. Oops.
Just a weird side note, but anybody notice whenever there's some sort of like full moon or eclipse or something like interesting going on in the sky, it seems to always be on a cloudy day. I don't know. It seems like too much of a coincidence for me. The last, like, I don't know, 80-90% of cool events in the sky have been blocked out by clouds. Just, I don't know. I think they're doing it on purpose.
Cloud seeding.
I mean, I know that's real, but I wonder if it just has a correlation between the things in the sky and them not wanting us to see it. But probably.
Yeah, I've hung out a bit in the Ask a Christian channel, and it's really good. There's other Christian channels in politics and PNR, and I don't know, they all seem to argue about church fathers and St. Augustine from wherever said this and stuff. It was very dull. But in this server, there's a lot of Muslims come in, and then ex-Muslims in the stream, and there's people who are Christian but still keep all the Jewish laws and stuff. It's pretty good. They argue about really nitty-gritty stuff, Old Testament, New Testament, scripture, and sort of nitty-gritty. It's more nitty-gritty than the other channels. They're sort of, I don't know, can never follow what they're talking about.
Yeah, the other channels turn into like a little brain rotty action, right?
I don't know. It's all Orthodox and Catholics talking about Bishop this and some dude monk this, and stick to the Bible, I guess. But yeah, this is more Bible focused, and get some really interesting and funny interactions between the non-ex-Muslims and the Muslims. How they bring out all the dumb arguments about it. So it's good. I learned a little bit about Islam. I already know a little bit about Jewish laws and stuff. But this few days, I kind of learned a few things. Had a lot of laughs. Some funny dudes in there. Yeah, it's worth checking out.
In your times in the Christian, mate, I don't go in them. Maybe I'll ask. Apart from arguing amongst themselves about which doctrine they should follow, whether it's Augustine or this, that, and the other, do they talk about like the end times and?
No, they stayed away from prophecy and end times and revelation and all that. They stayed away from it. There was no. I love all that stuff. I love prophecy and yeah, but they're sort of not interested in that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's why I don't go in there. Not
yeah,
interested.
that's why I didn't. No, it's very dull. There's a guy in there called AOC, and he's a mod. I don't know he's a mod, but I started, man, you're full of it. Straight away, this dude, because he was triggering me big time. But, it's good when you get triggered. It certainly is, dude. It certainly is. We measure it flat. It's observably flat. He dropped out. Oh, man.
He got his answer. Maybe that's all he was asking.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, that's right. Is the Earth flat? Yes. It's measured that way.
Okay.
And Berserker's in there, and Q is in there too, in that channel. If you remember Q.
Yeah, I remember Q.
Yeah, he's just in that channel now.
I might have to start frequenting Christian channels and tell them to buck their ideas up and look to the sky because Jesus is coming back. Stop arguing amongst themselves.
Yeah, when I first became a Christian in the early 2000s, I was pretty full on. I used to make my own tracks and then just come around on buses and trains and stuff and leave them at train stations. And they had little train advertising little frames where they'd advertise stuff. And I figured out how to get them opened, and I'd put my tracks in the advertising thing. Yeah, it was good.
just thinking out loud, if I was a biblical scholar of some kind, or just not even a biblical scholar, but just interested in reading scriptural text from the Hebrews onward, it might be useful for me, even as a glober, to adopt the flat earth cosmology, the mindset and everything, so that I can more closely align myself with the people who wrote the text, because they were guided under a similar cosmology. You have all kinds of problems, and you start shoehorning a globe into the Bible, which we've seen what happens when you do that. It causes a further watering down.
It's just because of that modernity idea. Like that idea of the globe, it's been a modern idea, modern scientific claim. So they want to hijack that thing on the scripture, because the scriptures, if the scriptures go against that idea, it wouldn't be correct to say the God is saying that the earth is flat, or explicitly or even implicitly. And science is showing that the earth is a globe. So it's against their religion. They will just have to quit that religion if it is not saying the correct thing that they believe. So they hijack the globe earth on the scriptures, like the Christian does, Muslims does the same thing.
Hi, hello. Why no one is talking here, bro?
Hey, what's going on? We
What's
just
going
were
on here?
talking.
What do you guys believe in flat Earth or something?
I wouldn't put it that way, but I guess you could say so.
I don't believe you, bro. I think you're just trying to pretend to like to be that way.
Have you ever looked into it?
I don't think that is. I mean, give me an evidence that is like substantiate that Earth is flat.
The surface of water is measured and used as a horizon. 70% plus of the surface of the Earth, we are told, is water. So the surface of the Earth is observed immeasurably laying horizontal. You know what water is, right?
Yes.
Good. So you understand that when you contain water, water is at rest, find an equilibrium, and remain horizontal on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Are you familiar with the gravity?
Yeah, that would curve the surface of water.
Then you're debunked, Gotti. You're debunked. Everything you say is debunked.
Dude, the claim that gravity would curve the surface of the Earth, the water, and that's not what we measure. If that's your claim, then the surface of the Earth would measure to be curved over distance because it's a sphere. But the water is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference datum, no matter the distance you use.
Well, you're trying to explain something you see with your own eyes.
No measure.
Science doesn't work like that. Science.
We're not doing science here. Sorry.
Yeah, we're talking about science. Science explains how Earth works, how planet works.
Give me the hypothesis for the shape of the Earth, then.
I don't have to because it's obviously it's
No,
rounded.
no. You've made a claim to science. Then you would give me a hypothesis. That would be your starting point that you will prove through experimentation that you're going to base your opinion on.
I'm not here. I'm not prepared to give you a
Okay.
You know,
evidence.
Jedi, he said that it was obvious, but that you can't see it. So
I'm 100%. I have a reasonable doubt that Earth is round and not flat. I don't have to bring evidence because I believe in that, and it's already
okay. So you don't
factual.
Dude, you're saying that you don't have the.
Hey guys.
I don't have it because I'm not a scientist. I'm not a scientist.
Can we meet this?
No, it's English. Hello guys.
yeah, please put yourselves on mute while Jedi talks with the other gentlemen.
Okay.
So you're not a scientist?
So do you? Okay, I'm not. Can I ask a question? Can you tell me that is the sun also like flat or is it round?
How would I know?
Do you see it with your own eyes?
Yes.
So you assume that it's round and not flat.
Dude, the sun and the moon look like they could be many different things. I could speculate.
No, many things.
My friend,
do you see it with your own eyes? Do you see it with your own eyes right now? Can you see the sun?
Yes.
Then what's the shape? What's the shape of the sun?
It looks like it'd be spherical.
What is that? Can you elaborate?
It looks like it could be round, a sphere, a ball. It looks that way.
Then exactly. That's how Earth looks like.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Come on, I thought you said science doesn't work that way, dude. That you can't just look at something. So you can't have it both ways.
Sorry?
Earlier, which I disagree with, you said that you can't just look at something and expect that to be a foundation for building up a scientific claim. Now you're having Jedi do exactly that, as if you're having him build up what you think should be a scientific claim. But in both cases, it isn't.
I implied that on Earth, not on the sun or on the moon. Because when you see the sun, it's different when you see the Earth, because you cannot see the sun. I mean, the Earth from the sun. You can only see the Earth from your own, from your own place, where you see the ground, when you see like the trees, when you see the ocean.
So why would you think it's a globe?
The reason why I think it's globe, because there is a lot of metrics, there's a lot of scientific facts that say it's globe than it's being and it makes more sense because when you travel to a different country or on a boat or on whatever, from like Russia to Africa or from America to China, you don't go all the way around from like all European countries. You can just across the ocean, or I don't know what they call that ocean. I don't remember. It's probably the Indian Ocean or something. You only like go from that ocean and you can like reach China. You don't have to go all the way from Paris and Moscow and all these countries to go to that specific one.
What are you going on about?
Dude, you guys got to go from the England Ocean. I don't know if you ever heard of that one, but this guy apparently has.
What did you just say now has anything to do with anything?
I said that makes it a globe and not a flat.
Sorry, you traveling around on the sun.
It doesn't have a limit. It doesn't have a limit.
Oh my god, these people are great.
Yeah, does this make more sense, doesn't it?
No.
How do you know where you travel? How do you do that? How do you know where you are and what direction you're heading?
Sorry, but
so let me ask you a question. From China to America, if you want to travel,
please.
Okay.
Just because you haven't reached the limitation of the surface doesn't mean that the surface can only be spherical.
So, do you believe that China going from okay? Let me just ask you a question.
Right, I've addressed what you said. I want you to address what I've said. Just because you haven't reached the limitation of surface doesn't mean that the surface can only be spherical. You just haven't discovered all of it yet.
But we did discover it. That's the thing. We discovered like most of the Earth's surface. We didn't discover the species though, like the ocean species. There's like 90% or over 90% of species over the ocean are still.
What does that have to do with the curvature of the Earth?
I'm saying that we have discovered. We have a telescope like radiators that like.
He's just grasping at anything that sounds good. Dude, everything you said is a non sequitur.
No, everything I said makes sense. Every guys he's saying is like, I don't know.
No, I've tried to address what you guys believe in. Excuse me. I've tried to address what you said from a logical point of view, and it logically doesn't make sense. And I'll say it again.
It logically makes sense.
No, it doesn't. And I'll explain why.
Well, my logic say it makes sense. Then it's your logic. So it's
your logic.
So I don't know, bro. I don't know which logic you're talking about.
Yours.
So you're saying so you're telling me that most of most of the human beings that agree on Earth being like a globe as that is for them is logical, and now you're telling me that is not logical.
That's an appeal to popular opinion, appeal to consensus. That's also a logical fallacy. Just because a lot of people say something doesn't mean what they say is true. You appealing to this, like some kind of logical argument, will be logically fallacious.
So like everything that agrees on a lot of people, then it's false.
Like what? Sorry. Like what? People must agree on something because something has been done, I would assume. This is like what science is. Because the scientific method is completed, we all agree on the outcome.
Okay, so
yeah, a lot of people like the Kansas City Chiefs.
Explain to
but
me.
That doesn't mean they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Explain to me time zones. Why in some areas or like some countries have 9 p.m. But for some reason, some other countries have like 10 a.m. Why is that?
Okay, so first of all, time zones are political. It depends on the size of your country, what time zones you're going to take. For example, America being pretty much the same size as China, America has, is it 4 time zones? China has 1. So they're political. But ultimately,
so how does that make sense to you?
I'm going to finish.
That is in the other country, they have morning time. Okay, go ahead.
Dude, I know. I understood what you said. You don't know. I haven't forgotten. Time zones are dictated by the sun, solar elevation angles, lines of meridian, lines of longitude. They're measured by the angle of the sun in the sky to an observer. For example, Greenwich Mean Time. Solar noon at Greenwich Mean Time is 0 UTC or 12 GMT. East or west of this by 15 degrees, you'll have another time zone. It's due to the path of the sun.
That doesn't make sense to me.
It is the thing that we measure moving across the sky. We measure its movement in angle.
So you're telling me that the sun moves quicker than Earth, like it moves from like left and right. No, that's what you're telling me now.
I'm telling you what time zones are on a flat, stationary Earth where the things in the sky move. You're asking how we tell the time. That will be the elevation. Hold on.
Okay. I'm gonna debunk all of this. Can you give me a chance?
The fuck?
When it reaches the evening time, you can see the sun on like this, like on when it reaches like the nighttime, before it reaches the nighttime, there was like a specific thing that when you see the sun like on the bottom, how is it possible when that is for us like a certain area and the other let's say the other country, they have the sun like like on board, they still see the sun like if it's like 12 p.m. or like 1 p.m. whatever, but in some other areas the sun is already down, they have evening time. So how is the sun already there when it's a flat? It doesn't make sense to me.
What, the sun moved?
Well, it moves, but in the same time in other country, it's in like it's still like it's daytime, but in other countries it's
you can see the sun. Daytime is sorry, dude. Listen, please. Daytime is defined when you can see the sun. Nighttime is defined as when you can't see the sun. It's dark. Why are you confused? The sun is obviously the thing that we measure moving across the surface. As the sun comes towards a location, it rises on the horizon. Yes, I'm going to explain to you, but you don't seem to want to understand. It's like you ask questions, but you don't want to listen to the answer.
Okay.
So I have to ask myself, why are you talking through me? It's like, how are you brought up? Dude, I've tried not to interrupt you.
Sorry for interrupting. I'm sorry. I apologize.
What I'm pleading for you not to do. I have to ask myself if this is going to be a reasonable conversation, because you're not acting reasonably. For example, you ask the question, then talk through the answer.
I'm in wrong. I said that. I'm sorry. You can talk now.
Okay, so I'm just trying to explain to you that time zones are dictated by the path of the sun across the earth. We measure the sun's motion across the sky in what's called solar elevation angles. These angles are measured from a horizontal plane. So for me to explain to you how the sun creates night and day, I'm going to have to tell you how the earth is measured flat in the example. That would be a measurement. That would be empirical evidence that the earth is demonstrated to be horizontal.
I don't understand that. Like, how you mean horizontal?
All right, let me try and dumb it down to you. You were asking what's day and night. It's because the sun moves across the earth in particular patterns. It repeats those patterns throughout the year. It's what causes seasons. You're asking me to explain this? It's like, dude, it's the sun moving.
So it's moving back and forth, right? That's what you're saying?
Back and forth, what, like a pendulum? For example, you can see the sun, right, in the high summer in the north, rotate around an observer who stands inside the Arctic zone. So you can see the sun for 3 months of the year. It's above the horizon.
Yeah, but it still go down in the night.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
How you explain that to me?
I'll tell you. So for the observer standing inside the Arctic Circle who sees the sun not set for 3 months of the year, you understand that me, when I'm in England experiencing the summer, I do experience day and night. This is due to the path of the sun around a pole in the north in the summer. Now, I experience day and night because I'm close circumference of the circle of the sun. I'm not standing in the middle of it. I'm wider out towards the circular path of the sun. So the sun, for me, I can't see its diameter, its complete circle, because I'm not standing in the middle of the circle. I'm underneath the path of the sun. I can only see it for a length of time.
But how could other countries see it though? If the sun moves. Because sun it moves, but if the sun moves in other countries and your country, and if they're all on board, like they're all like in one flat planet, like a flat Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if the sun, from the sun perspective or the sun like point of view, sun would look at Earth, all on Earth, like on the whole land. It won't look at it and like in a specific area, and the area is is blind or
Sorry, how the fuck do you know this?
doesn't make sense. I'm just saying.
No, it's dude. If you get a flashlight and walk around with it, you're not illuminating the entire Earth, are you?
You probably would say that like the sun is like a small planet, but that's not true. The if you look at it further, you think that's small. It's not small at all. It's actually big.
Sorry, how do you know that?
How do I know that? Well, there are metrics, and they prove that the sun is way bigger than every planet. And how would you explain that? Like we in this
No. You made a claim. Who are they? Who are those people who are doing this?
Scientists.
Okay, who?
Scientists.
Okay, points of one.
Like I don't know, like astrology or something, and maybe there's a lot of scientists.
Well, you made the claim, so you said a bunch of them, so you must know at least one who has done this. So point them out or retract your statement. We'll give you Google. You can Google it if you want. No problem.
I don't know.
But you made a claim. You got to back it up.
As I said before, I don't have like a baggage to like back up everything I say. I'm just talking from my logical.
It's not logical though.
From your ass.
It's not logical.
So can you prove that like the sun is smaller than Earth then?
No.
Exactly. Then you don't know either. You don't even know if the sun is smaller than Earth.
Dude, I don't know the size of the Earth. I don't know the size of the sun. That doesn't mean that the surface of the Earth's water doesn't lay horizontally, just because I don't know the sizes of things.
No, the way he's asking you these questions and the way you're answering his questions, you're still allowing the audience, or his audience, if he's recording, to believe that you think the Earth is a disk in outer space, which is not the case.
I haven't told him that I know the size of the Earth. Literally what I just said. Don't know the size of the Earth and the size of the sun.
I know, but in this case, it's not about what you are saying, it's about what you're not saying.
I've also said that the Earth isn't moving. I mean, if you want to fill in the gaps, then please do so.
Yeah, but if I would be like logical, and I would think like from a logical perspective, I would think that if the sun is bigger, what would be meaning that the sun can in the daytime it can like a lot of areas on Earth, like you have like across the globe, you have like Europe, Asia, and like Africa, all are on the daytime. They can be like differ in some, sometimes like in like some countries can like be like 5 hours ahead, or some countries can be 4 hours ahead, but that's still this like the same period or the same like time zone. It's just like a different in Greenwich or something. That makes that Earth is smaller than the sun. Would you think of it like that? Because we're talking about like most of the Earth's like globe, like 75% of it.
Is the moon smaller than the Earth?
I don't know. You tell me. If the sun looks bigger than the moon, then
dude, you're telling me that the sun, that appears to be pretty much the same angular size as the moon in the night sky, is bigger than the Earth. So I'm asking you, is the moon bigger than the Earth? Or is it smaller?
No, the moon is smaller than the Earth because the moon is close to the Earth.
How do you know that?
if okay, then if I point you someone that like 100 kilometers far from me, from someone who's like 10 meters like from me, you would see that the guy who's like 10 kilometer you would never even see him, and the guy who's literally right here, you could see him bigger than the guy there. So if you see the moon like as much as close, I mean as much as like same as the sun, then why would you think the sun is the same size as the moon?
Because the sun appears the same angular size as the moon sky.
Then you see it from right here. You can't just believe it's the same size.
No,
you gotta do better, bro.
Dude, again, I'm pointing to what you said in your logic.
No,
right? Yes, dude, shush. You were saying by the size of the sun and how it appears in the sky. Right? I just pointed out to the moon, which appears the same size in the sky, but you're telling me that they're different distances and different sizes, but we only observe them to appear on the majority the same angular size in the sky. So,
so what other information do you have that can substantiate any kind of explanation that you can give?
Telescope, maybe?
No, you're just observing angular sizes. You don't have any other information that you can offer, at least nothing that you can independently verify to suggest that there's anything beyond pointing out what you're observing, that there's any explanation that gets into any details beyond what you're empirically observing.
I don't. You're completely right. I don't have any information, but you could say that I'm talking talking from my ass or something, whatever. But I'm just saying that whatever you guys doing is, you probably know the Earth is round or globe, but you still wanna trying to you're trying to talk over it for no reason.
No, we say the Earth is flat because it's observed, measured, and practically used every single day as a flat, horizontal Earth. It's how it's measured, it's how it's used.
Yeah, but we don't have any other information that would allow us to come up with alternative explanations. None needed.
Yeah, maybe if you give me like a week, I'll come up with every information or something. I just come up to this VC and I see this as interesting as it is. What about when like airplanes, for instance, right? When they're when they on board on airplanes, they see the land, they see it as like a curve, like a curve.
Right.
From their perspective, a lot of people mention this, by the way. They see the land as curve. Why would they see land as curve if it's already a flat?
Right. Are you talking about the horizon when you say the land looks curved?
I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm talking about the point of view of the people that on board planes. They see the land as a curve, basically.
Looking through. If you're talking about somebody with their nose pressed up against a window looking down at the Earth, that might be the window looking through.
It's not the window.
It's not 3 panes of curved glass that act like a bloody lens that's curving the floor. And the angle of eye of instance when they're looking downwards, a really weird angle through these layers of glass or perspex or whatever it is, UPVC, down at the surface of the Earth. Those layers that they're looking through are bloody curved, and there's like 3 of them, if not 2, but not just 1. You probably think that's illogical of me to point that out.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Okay. But no, I can't talk to you, dude.
Yeah. What's with the squirming? Like we're trying to educate you on the flat Earth, right? Is that why you're here, or are you just here to argue about why the Earth is a globe after everything we present you?
I don't know. You're trying to educate me that I already believe that Earth is globe. You can't really change that.
All right, so you're not here to learn. Is that a correct statement? Oh, okay, then I think that's done. You're done here. You can go put yourself on mute because you're not here to learn. So thank you very much and have a nice day. Do we have any other Globers in the chat that are interested?
Please don't say Globers. Please don't say Globers.
Well, why is that? Like, am I being racist to you or something?
There is nothing. There is no term called as a Glober.
There's not.
What are you talking about? The word's offending.
How about I just made it up right now? Glober. I'm the first one to say it then.
Is it in the Oxford Dictionary?
Lots of.
Oh. So now you're word focusing. I can only say words that are in the Oxford Dictionary. That good job. Good job, bro. So
it would be okay for me to call you flat earthers then.
Yeah, flat earther. You call me a flurf. I don't care. Like,
yeah,
however you want to define me as, right?
So it wasn't offend you then.
No. Why?
I'm just asking.
Why would we get upset with the term that we claim?
You claim that?
What, the Earth is flat? Yes.
No, like
so.
Never mind.
Why didn't the flat Earth, according to you, goes down in space? Who holds it up?
Sorry, there's no space for it to go down into. I would suggest that the Earth is the floor, and everything that's up in the sky is above the floor, the Earth. I don't know how far the floor extends. How deep, it's someone's going to want to talk through me again. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm.
ليه لا رجليسي بيدلال رجليسي وعقبوكي عيتني يعني
Why are you mumbling to yourself?
No, I just have a song stuck in my head.
Stick yourself on mute.
Huh?
Shush. Unless you got a question to ask, you seem to be interrupting.
No, I don't have any question. And no one is talking. Yeah, so shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up then. Why are you talking with your fucking...
Alright, dude. I don't know what
No, just shut up, man.
Yeah, if you're just going to be rude, then you can't take part in this conversation.
Oh, who's starting to be rude? I just had something stuck in my head. I was singing it.
To mute yourself, like, what are you talking about? Are you trying to talk to us? You explained you were singing yourself. I asked you to put yourself on mute.
I'm not going to put myself mute.
Are you not? Yeah, no problem at all.
Yeah, some people are extremely rude. Why is that? What's wrong with these people?
I was
Send them to the book club room, to their VC.
Well, guess who's back?
Yeah.
Oh, look.
For the rest of the day, is it?
Yeah, next time, don't be rude.
Shut up. Sometimes it's just better to be in silence. These types of jumping in and out isn't going to get you on mute, dude.
Vegan club. There, he can go in the vegan room.
My patience is pretty thin today. So I'm starting to not understand why people ask questions, don't want to listen to the answer, and saying that they're not here to listen or understand. So it's starting to bug me now. Why even ask the question if you're not going to? And then when the answer's given to you, just shrug your shoulders and go, the Earth's still a sphere. I still believe that. I don't think what you brought up is even relevant. So, fuck me.
What about like the oldest traveling measures?
Traveling measures? What do you mean? Like navigation of the seas?
Yeah, like from China to, like when the immigrants, like Chinese went to America.
Mm.
What do you think about that?
They travelled across the Pacific, I would assume, right?
Yeah. What do you think that is?
Them travelling across the Pacific from one landmass to another. Let's be more specific. What method did they use to navigate?
They used the ship.
Yep, good stuff. And how the fuck did they know which way they were going? How does anybody who sails in the ocean know where they
figured it out?
Figured it out. Okay. How?
How? What do you mean how? There was...
I'm literally asking you, what navigational method do they use when they want to go from one place to another when sailing the ocean? So far, you've given me a boat and they figured it out. What tool?
What do you think?
I'm going to ask you, when we think of like the 18 galleon, right? Sailing across the Atlantic, the Spanish Armada or whoever, what tools did they use to navigate?
They use their own tools. The oldest tools, like GPS, like the compass. You know the compasses.
That's right. Sir William Riley used GPS.
No, the compass. I'm talking about the old days. GPS. It was compass.
Yeah, that's what you said. Talking about, when we think about long ago. So navigating the seas. Yes, they used a compass. Did they use anything else? We'll get to the compass as well.
What's your point, bro? They travel through the Pacific Ocean, which is gonna prove that Earth is round and not fucking flat.
Sorry, I do apologise. Getting to the point, the methodology that they use requires stationary plane. It's what they measure. The tools that they use, one of them would be the compass. Those are azimuthal horizontal angles from north, east being 90 degrees, south being 180 degrees behind the observer making the measurement, and west being 260 degrees. So those are horizontal angle measurements. We utilize a sextant to measure vertical angle measurements to things in the sky, because the thing's called celestial navigation. This requires a horizontal plane because we're measuring angles from and on that horizontal plane. It's a flat earth proof, dude. To navigate across the seas, you're going to require a flat earth to do so.
Talking about, bro.
Okay.
Can you bring me a map? Bring me a map of flat Earth. Just bring me a map of flat Earth.
I'll put it down for you. Do you know
gibberish, bro?
Do you know what an angle is? For example, a triangle. What is an angle?
It's a corner.
Corner. Okay.
Yes.
Now, is this corner constituted of two straight lines meeting at that corner?
Yes.
Okay, like within a triangle that's got three angles, three corners where two sides meet that corner. The interior angles, when measured together, reach 180 degrees. Now, if you understand what an angle is, you'll understand what not an angle is. An angle doesn't comprise of one straight line and one curved line. If the surface of the Earth is curved, we wouldn't be measuring angles from the surface. You require a flat Earth to measure angles.
Okay, then where does the Pacific Ocean located then? If the Earth is flat, basically.
Between China and Asia and Australia and New Zealand and South and North America.
Okay. Then where is the limit? Where is the limit of Earth then?
I don't know. How would I know?
Don't know.
Yeah, I've never been there. It's like you asking me what it's like on top of the Eiffel Tower.
What's the border? What is the border of Earth then?
I don't know. Remember, I don't make a claim.
So there is no border.
Okay, it goes on for infinitely then, but it's still measured flat.
No, it doesn't. You're looking at it from your own perspective. I'm
measuring the surface over any and all distances. For example, the celestial navigation one that you gave, we're traversing the surface of the Earth using the angle measurement to calculate the distance between you measuring the angle and the geographic position of the star. That's the point on the Earth directly underneath the star that you're measuring to. After measuring that angle, you can calculate a distance using celestial navigation.
Are you doing the measurement from your own point of view? You can't just measure it from your own point of view.
Sorry.
That's why we have gravity. That is the only reason why we invented gravity.
No. How many times do you want to say no because you're categorically incorrect? It's based on the observer's point of view. It's how you, the observer, are going to navigate the Earth. Based on how you see the world, how the world above your eye line, the stars, can be measured in angles above the surface of the... It's how you utilize celestial navigation. It's based on the observer's perspective.
And then the observer perspective is always accurate?
When you want to navigate the Earth, it's what you're going to utilize. That's how the stars appear above the horizon. You can measure that in angles. 90 degrees above your head, 45 degrees between above your head and the horizon, and 0 degrees on the horizon.
Okay, but that doesn't prove that Earth is flat, though.
You're going to require a flat Earth to navigate using this.
What you're doing is you're denying the Earth as a globe to just point at that it's flat because you're looking at it from your own point of view.
I mean, that's lovely, but you're denying the measurements that I've just given you because
we have new metrics. We invented new metrics, and now we don't have the same as the tools that we had that time.
Away from your example of navigating the seas, because that wasn't good enough to prove that the Earth was a sphere. When you realise it's going to take place on the plane, you're going to run to new inventions. Just to be clear,
if the Earth were to be flat, it wouldn't be any water anymore because all the water would be sink, and it would be if we have a law called gravity, the whole water will just get extinct from the whole around Earth because water will just go down. And where is that? Where is the base that where water lead to? Where we land on?
What are you talking about, dude?
Okay.
You mean the ocean?
The ocean.
He thinks water is going to fall off the Earth and float down to something.
It's like, what?
Dude.
Yeah.
I'm just listening in, and you sound very confused about what Jedi is saying to you.
Okay, so you're telling me there is a base, right? Where is that base?
We're standing
I'll
on
make
it.
them stop. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go sleep, little baby.
So we still don't know yet where is the base, right? Where's the base that we're standing on, or the gravity low?
What do you mean base? Why do you keep like chanting gravity every so often? It's weird. What do you mean by base?
I mean, there's something that holding us or still keeping the water.
Yeah, there would be a container. Yeah, container.
Container or anything.
Yeah, I agree with Jedi. There's a container.
Or the Earth is rounded by something
Imagination. Imagination.
No, I mean like mountains.
No, mountains aren't round. They're mountain shaped.
Yeah, like the borders are mountains. I mean,
is it time for the triangle test?
I'm afraid to even administer that one.
Thinks everything's a ball. Damn. Yeah.
Let's find out. Let's find out if he even knows what a straight line is. Do you know what a straight line is?
I know what a straight line is. Yeah.
All right, let's find out. Because we got to. I know we have to start with this one with you. So as I posted, which of the following are not straight lines?
B, C, and D. I mean B and C. Only B and C.
Okay, very good. Now let's try part 2.
What are you doing? What are you trying to do?
Which of the figures below are not triangles?
B and D.
Let's see what NASA says, since it's from their IQ test. Let's see. B and D. You're correct. Now this is the part that's going to get really hard for you.
The thing is, you can't prove it by your eyes. That's why
That's why you measure things.
That's okay. Listen, first scientists, when they discovered or trying to like,
Don't try to go change the topic. Do you know what an angle of elevation is? I posted it for you.
Sure. I know what it is. Then.
If the B is not a triangle, then the one with the X is not an angle of elevation, correct?
Okay, go ahead.
So you agree with me, right?
On this, yeah.
Okay, so what about on this? For celestial navigation, they're building a triangle.
Okay, so what are you trying to prove then?
Ooh. That the ground position of the sun is somewhere out there by the sun under it. It's a straight line, straight base. Not like this. Look, you can't have this. This doesn't exist in reality. Curved triangles, does it? No, it doesn't. I answered for you. So you can't do this on a boat on a ball.
What the fuck?
How you like that?
The boat is so bigger than even the moon in that picture. What the fuck is this, bro? You can't just land the boat as a whole continent, bro.
No. Can you create? Excuse me. Can you create a 90-degree triangle with a curved line?
With a curved what?
Line.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I have never tried it before.
Dude, do know. We're all happy that you answered.
You're doing this as you gotta do it on ground. You can't do it on a fucking bro. You can't do it on a Photoshop. That's the thing. That is not possible by a Photoshop.
Dude, stop talking. You're not going to avoid your embarrassment, dude. I've just asked you a simple dude, Josh, please. You answered the questions really well. We were all really happy. So you must understand that you can't create a 90-degree triangle with a curved adjacent. You must understand it. You answered the question.
I agree.
Correctly. Yes.
Yeah, but you can't.
Hold on. Okay. Hello. To measure such things as solar elevation angles of elevation to anything above the horizon requires a horizontal adjacent. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't have a horizontal adjacent, you'd have a curved one. You wouldn't be able to measure angles. You wouldn't be able to calculate your distance from you taking the measurement to the geographical position directly underneath the thing that you're measuring to. Because that angle underneath the thing that you're measuring to is 90 degrees, lined from the sun or star down to the surface of the Earth, which is vertical, and perpendicular to the horizontal plane the observer taking the measurement is on. You require a flat Earth to navigate across the Earth.
Are you done? You're using
He wasn't
a
even
measurement.
listening.
You're using a measurement on a shape and using that as like the Earth is like 90 kilometers or like even less than that.
I can give you an angle measurement.
You can't use an
horizon where distance is 5,400 nautical miles. We're not just talking about a couple of miles. We're talking potentially thousands, depending on the angle of elevation of the star.
The thing is, when you move from a place to a place, the angle changes and it decreases from the surface.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that makes it curve. So that makes
No, is that relative to what though, Canner? Relative to what?
What do you mean? Relative to you, if you're in a place and you move to a different place and you do the same measurement,
Elevation is based off of what? Elevation is relative to what?
Elevation of you guys. You're trying to do here.
Oh, it's relative to mean sea level. Not sea curve, sea level.
It doesn't matter if you were in a point and you move to the next point, you're gonna find out that it decreases.
Yeah, you can explain that because of this is the observer's point of view. Do you know what a protractor is?
No, tell me, what is it?
Angle measuring device. Half of a circle, 0, straight lines in it. It's how you measure angles. Right? You can put it on a right angle triangle that you draw and measure the angle of a triangle. Find them in geometry sets at school with rulers and pencils and erasers. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what we use to measure the angles above an observer, figuratively standing in the middle at the bottom of the protractor, standing on the horizontal line and measuring the angles of the stars around them. Now, to measure these, you require to stand on a horizontal. If you measure an angle, you can calculate a distance along that horizontal line. So, for example, if I stand underneath my light in my living room, my light is 90 degrees above my head at my zenith. As I move away from my light and measure the angle, I would measure it decreasing. 85 degrees, 80 degrees, the further I moved away from it, because it's how the observer sees the world around them. The same thing with Polaris at the North Pole. If I'm standing directly underneath Polaris, that's 90 degrees above my head. As I move away south from that pole, I measure its declination in angle. These will be measured and used as circles of equal altitude when I can draw circles around that geographical position by measuring that declination or elevation of angle. This is where you get lines of latitude from.
But still, that measurement only applies when you're in a surface or for point. You can only prove that if you are in a one whole of the whole Earth, if you can measure that from several points on the globe, you can prove that Earth is actually not flat and it's globe.
Dude, you misunderstand.
Jedi, can you just go over how we know the Earth isn't curving based on the radius? I think this guy doesn't even know the size of his own alleged sphere.
I don't know. Led to him. He seems to think that it doesn't apply.
No, but his problem is he got the triangle question right and then denied it. It happens every time. He then he immediately went into cogdis and started freaking out in his mind that you can't have a 90 degree on a ball, but you have to do it on the ground. He said, "Well, what the fuck do you think the ground is? It's supposed to be a ball."
Yeah, you can do that, but still, you gotta use that. Like you gotta be like
your ground position of the object in the sky is a straight line from your feet to where that thing is at underneath it, directly 90 degrees above. So a star that's 90 degrees above you and somebody else sees it at 45 degrees, your 2 feet are in a straight line towards each other. They're in the same plane. Not a curve. There's no curved planes. You can't say plane and then curve at the same time.
It's like you're talking about a small surface, but the Earth is so big. It's so large. You can't use a metric.
How big is it? How big is it, man? How big is the Earth? That's what I was wondering. If you knew.
It's pretty big. It's pretty fucking big.
Thousands of miles.
I mean, probably more than that.
Okay, but you can measure thousands of miles with an elevation angle star. That's what you're not understanding. You seem to be saying that, yeah, on small, like locally, big triangles, dude, we're talking about. Thousands of miles between the observer making the measurement and the ground position of the thing that he's measuring to. It's like when you were standing underneath Polaris and your mate walked away, the line between your feet and his feet, when he measured the angle, not at 90 degrees because he wasn't underneath it anymore, is still horizontal because you're measuring angles from it. It has to be horizontal because if it was curved, you wouldn't even be measuring angles, dude. The distances are thousands of miles. What? Don't understand what you're missing.
I don't think he still understands how big it is.
Big as what?
He knows he flash smacked himself with the triangles. So he's still mad about answering the triangle question correctly. I can hear it in his voice.
No, what's triangle question you're talking about?
You answered it correctly. You can't have a triangle with a curved side. So you can't do celestial navigation on a ball.
I get you. But when you're on the ground, you can only see the sun as if you horizontal.
So Tanner, you're saying that there's so basically what you're telling the panel here is that there are plenty of completely flat square areas on a sphere. No. Is that not what you're saying?
I'm saying that.
So if we're to show that there's no curvature for, let's say, 20 miles, right, square. So 20 miles square, we should show that there's no curvature. Does that mean that there's flat areas on a sphere? Or does that mean that the Earth is not
flat and curved at the same time? Let me ask you something. When you go over a mountain, when you walk to a mountain, you can see that you're still.
No, let's not talk about topography, bro. Let's not talk about topography and complicate this math for you because you seem to be having a trouble understanding things. Because you said it could be flat and curving at the same time, which is very troubling to hear. what
It
I'm
is.
getting at
It is
is
flat and
let's stick
curving
to
at the same
let's
time.
stick to water. Let's stick to water, dude, because we have vast oceans, right? We have large lakes and bodies of
Yeah.
water. Let's stick to that, so you don't have to complicate the math for yourself, right? So let's say you have a 20-mile by 20-mile area of water that you're observing, and you can see in all directions, 20 miles from your position, all around you, 360 degrees, and you don't find any drop over distance from your position, right?
Because you
And
see
you
it from your
measured
own
this
eye. You see it from
using
your own eye.
lasers, using lasers, right? Verifying that it's horizontal and level. Okay. At what point do you believe it starts curving, or do you believe you could find completely
It's
flat and
curving from
level
your
areas
point.
on a sphere?
It's curving
On a
from the
sphere,
point
on
you're
a sphere, you're
standing.
going to find a completely. So you're saying you could find a completely flat and level 20-mile by 20-mile area
No, it's not.
on a
Okay,
ball.
listen. It is not flat in the first place, but from your perspective, you look at it
Oh
as a
no, it
flat.
has been measured. It's been proven. No, it's been proven to be flat. So with no drop over distance, meaning no curvature over those 20 miles. And this is just one example.
It's been proven globe
So
as
now,
well.
no, it hasn't. Where's the
No, it
measurement? Show me a
has.
surface measurement. No, show me a surface measurement that matches the radius value that is agreed upon by the various space agencies. Do you even know about the radius value of the alleged sphere?
I mean, Newton say otherwise.
What?
Newton.
We have a radius value that is agreed upon by all of the various government space agencies, right? We go to check to see if reality matches that radius value. And then we find that, wait, not only does it not match the radius value, it's not curving whatsoever. Now you're telling me that it could be flat and curved at the same time.
Yep.
All right. I don't know if anybody else wants to pick this up. I was just taking a quick break. I was listening, just getting a couple laughs in.
It's almost impossible. He says flat surfaces are curved also. So here's something like mentally wrong with them. You can't do anything with that at this point.
Okay, the Earth radius is
sir, stay out of any mathematical or engineering fields because you'll get laughed at in a meeting if you said the flat surface is curved. They'll laugh at you and you'll get fired the next day. They won't. Your key card won't work at the door. It just won't work.
I'm not saying I'm in that field. I'm just trying to like talk about it. The radius is.
I am in that field, and if I told people that a flat surface is really curved, my key card would not work the next day.
The radius is 6,400 kilometers, right? So, and the Earth is slightly flattened, like in that way. So that doesn't mean it's flat, like fully flat.
Doesn't mean it's fully flat, even though everywhere we go, we're going to.
Yeah, because Earth is so big, it's so huge, bro.
Huge.
Because if you're in one point, it doesn't mean that
the surface of the Earth curve over 100 times. Should the surface of the Earth curve over one point A B, will point B have descended from point A's horizontal tangent? Yeah, I'd be quiet too.
I wonder if there's just like dancing fruit going on in his head or something because he's got nothing left. It's just got to be like musical notes flying around or something because as soon as you say balls are flat or flat surfaces are actually balls, you need to get a new job.
I want to send a picture, but I can't send it.
Picture of what? Your crane collection.
That proves the Earth is basically round but not flat.
Okay,
I'm doing the same triangle measurement. Can I send it to someone and someone send it in the chat?
Does anybody want to laugh? Does anybody want to see this first? You can send it to me then.
Wait, say that again?
You can send it to me. You might have to send me a friend request.
Yeah, I'm sending it. You gotta accept my friend request.
Yeah. You're gonna love this, guys. Glad I saw it first. Give me a moment, I'll save it. I think I might save this myself. Eh? This is a good image. I might use it also. There you go. It's uploading now. Should be able to see it. There you go. So I posted your image for us. Do you want to walk us through it?
This is where the charity work gets fun.
Oh, I'm keeping that. So yeah, that goes right into that folder. Okay.
Why are you guys being sarcastic?
This is what we would use to demonstrate to people that you're not going to be measuring angles of elevation from a curved surface, figure out the distance. You're going to have issues. So this is what we would show you to show the problem that you won't be measuring elevation angles from a curved line. You won't be measuring a sphere. You've got tangent planes. So let me explain it to you. Because we've said this 5 times, the distance between you, the observer, and the geographical position of the thing you're measuring to, let's say the sun, must exist on the same horizontal plane. That's because you want to figure out your distance to it, because the distance between you and it will be the radius of the circle that you're going to draw around that geographical position. You've got tangents where only one thing exists on the plane of the Earth. Let's say it's the person taking the measurement. That means the geographical position of the thing that you're measuring to doesn't have a geographical position on the Earth. It exists on a horizontal tangent plane, which only touches the Earth where you're making the measurement from. I mean, you asked me to post the image. You understand your own, understand the tangent. And we've told you the distance is on the surface of the Earth. You standing on the surface of the Earth and the aptly named geographical position of the star. It's all on the surface of the Earth, dude, but you've got tangent planes out in space.
Yeah, Jedi. Do you know AutoCAD? AutoCAD will tell you that elevation angle doesn't work from a curved surface. It even tells you.
It says that function is not available because AutoCAD is based on fucking geometry and understands that you're not going to be measuring angles from. That function's not available. Duh.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Hey, bro, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Bro,
what's up?
Why does it matter if the Earth is flat or round? Why is this so important? Like 21 people here are arguing about this.
You want to know? You might not like the answer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't like it.
Okay.
Is it so important like this?
Yeah. So understand the Earth is flat and stationary.
Can you explain to me?
Yeah. I'm going to try and answer your question, but it's going to be hard. You can hear me, right?
Right. Yeah, I can hear you. It's a bit lagging, but okay.
Are you asking why they would lie?
What?
Are you asking why they would lie about the Earth? Why is it important?
Why it does matter? Consider it as a flat or it's round. Why is this so important? Like, I don't think it matter. I will not go to space or anything. I don't care. You know?
Okay. It's important because when you understand the Earth is stationary and ask the question how that was created, you understand that the Earth was obviously created by intelligence. The world around you is intelligently created. When they tell you that the Earth is a sphere, they give you a new creation story where intelligence really isn't necessary, where things bang into existence. They call that the Big Bang model, where the universe and everything was exploded from nothing into everything, devoid of God. Now you can argue the toss whether God's needed. From this idea, you get born atheism.
Sorry, I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but why does this matter?
What, if God exists or not?
If God exists?
Yeah.
So if he didn't exist, where you came from?
Exactly. If he didn't exist, where did you come from? Some people think that they come from a big bang that explodes ball Earths into existence to orbit around the sun. But the Earth isn't a ball that orbits around the sun.
Sorry, but where the Big Bang came from too?
Yeah, I don't know. That's not my claim. That's the creation.
How I ask you, so you say I just don't know. Like if I said there is a God, no, there is not. So what is the alternative solution for this? I don't know. How you know there is not a God? How you are so sure?
Declare those who think that the Earth is flat are retarded. Okay.
I don't matter if this is flat or anything, bro. I'm talking about the God now. He says that there is no God. Like he is so sure about this.
Okay, hold on. You guys are spazzing out. So the guy who said we're retarded, wait your turn. The other guy is having a conversation right now. So you're asking why it's important. You should be asking how we understand and know for a fact that the Earth is not a sphere. That's the better question.
Hey, bro, sorry, but are you a student or you are working? This question.
Am I a student? What does that have to do with the price of rice in China?
Working on construction and drink every single day beer.
Okay, so if we're just
he's a mind reader now. He's a mind reader.
Bro, I'm asking now. Consider you are a student. You are like studying computer science or anything. How the Earth being flat or round will affect your study or your job? It doesn't matter. You should focus on important things.
Yeah, you will always treat the Earth as flat and everyday life. Change.
I don't care. I don't care if it's flat or not.
That's why you're here. If you don't think it's important and just going to pour scorn on people who do think it's important, and then you've got no place here, my friend. You might as well just go. You're not here to learn. You're not here to contribute in a positive manner. You're just negative, man. Go away. Right. Fuck off.
شتم
انا عارف ان انا بفهم انجليزي ازاي
أفكارك هناك.
يا عم انت بتدخل مع ناس ولاد وسخ اصلا
The English hub, I've got no choice but to in English only. We live stream on YouTube. We have no way of controlling what you're saying if you don't understand your language.
You didn't like that? شتمه؟
لا مش عارف اعلمك كده
هو متضايق ان احنا بنتكلم عربي، فانا عايز اقول له يعني مش عاجبك؟ يقول لي اروح شتمت الناس تشتغل اللي قالها.
الله اكبر.
Okay, so like I said, you'll get muted if you don't speak in English and you can't monitor your language. So I warned you and then I muted you. Anybody else want to try? Good.
It's been a handful of mixed nuts today.
I walked away and now it's quiet. What happened?
The other guy just walked away. People are finding out and they're going about their business.
A triangle test fucks them up.
Yeah, like it does so much more than just establishing a baseline of intelligence or whatever. It establishes accountability.
Yep. Canner says Earth is so big, so he's back on that. He went back. He muted himself with his headphones, and then reset, and then came back with Earth is so big.
Don't be judgmental. I only went there to see something and I came back.
I'm not judgmental. I just know you. I know how people reset. They go away. They say triangles have three sides, straight sides. They can't have a curved side. But on a ball, it can. But only on Earth, it can have a curved side, not in reality. So is Earth in reality? Is your ball Earth in reality or not in reality? That's the question.
But it's so big.
If the Earth to be flat, then why New York and LA have different times instead of having
the sun moves.
Sun moves. It's the same land, isn't it? It's like what? It's
sun moves. The sun moves across the sky like an airplane.
Yeah, the chariot of sun moves across the sky, just like the Egyptians said.
Doesn't make sense to me.
The sun moving doesn't make sense to you? You've never seen the sun move before? Did you know that when in the morning it's in one part of the sky and in the afternoon it's in a different part? Did you know that yet?
It doesn't move. The sun does not move. It's the Earth.
Okay, so now what we got from you is curved things are flat. The sun doesn't move. You don't see the sun move. And
land
and Earth is so big.
What I mean, you can tell that when you walk, there's like curved layers. You can see that there's mountain layers. There's a lot of difference. You know. There's a lot of difference.
I live by Lake Erie. I don't see curved layers anywhere. It's one big flat lake.
It's a big globe, bro. There's a lot of land shapes.
How big is it?
I don't know, 10,000 miles or something. 24,000. I don't know.
To make up your own globe day. Got it.
$40,000 kilometers. Yeah, that's pretty big.
Who measured that?
I don't know.
Well, you keep looking this shit up.
I'm not making shit up.
You're looking it up, I said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who measured it? Who measured the Earth to be a ball?
I don't know. You want me to search that?
Nobody did. Yeah, go ahead. Nobody did.
So you think that no one did? They just like randomly like drop a number and that's it?
Yeah, that sounds good.
No, it sounds like a 45-degree angle, long ground position distance to the sun to me is how they got it.
How about like when the sunset, when you are in Burj Khalifa, for instance, right? You can see the sun. It's still up. If you're in the highest platform, you can see the sun is still there. But like if you're in the ground, you already see that the sun is, you can already see the sunset. Wouldn't that prove the Earth is globe and not flat?
Nope.
What do you mean?
So when a plane flies away from you, does it get higher in the air or does it look like it's getting lower?
I mean, the plane is getting getting further from me, so it doesn't prove anything. Well, it does.
When it gets further from you, I got all kinds of prove you wrongs in my holster. Anyway, when a plane flies away, from you, it's already in the air. You're looking straight up. It's straight up over your head. And then you watch it keep flying. Does it go down in your vision, or does it, you have to keep even looking up higher like it's a rocket ship? Which is it?
So, okay, to correct you, the plane, when you see it, you can only see if it's close. You can't see if it's whether 50 kilometers or 40 kilometers. So you can't prove that to say that Earth is flat just by looking on the plane where it's only like 800 kilometers or something. So it's not that far if it's going in a straight line. Do you understand what I mean?
No. Does the plane look like it's going down, or does it look like it's going up when it flies away from you?
Going down. It doesn't look going down, and that
It doesn't look like it's going down. It doesn't look like it's going down when it flies away from you. Is that what you're telling me?
And that does not prove the Earth is flat, and that doesn't prove.
So a
it's flat.
plane flying away from you does not look like it's going down. Is this correct?
Yes, and if the plane is like only
wow
not far away that much, it doesn't make it like going to a certain area. If you live in some country and you see the plane up there, do you see it in the other city? Can you see the plane in the other city? Are you capable of locating the city from by your own eyes?
Depends on how far the city is. I live on a mountain compared to the valley that's next to me.
Can you see how much further you can see? But only by your eyes.
From where because I'm up above people, I see probably about today visibility is I think 15 miles.
15 miles. So you can't. So you can't.
Yeah, because air's not clear. You know that, right?
What? Air is not clear.
Correct. That's why the Weather Channel tells you every day how far you can see.
So you're telling me you can see even further if the air is not as clear?
Yeah.
That's not true. You can't.
It's happened. I've seen it.
You have such a limited eye vision. You can't just see more than that, like, range.
Nope. You can see farther. Yeah, some days I see farther because I can tell you what I can see all the time. And I can stand at certain parts on my one road and I can see a prison that's about
Okay, so how
20 miles away from me.
How can you see the plane if it's so far, if it's so further from you? How can you see it?
I asked
Like a
you, when a
really
plane
small-
flies away from you, does it look like it's going down or does it look like it's going up? And you said
No,
it does
doesn't
not
matter.
look
It doesn't matter. Look. It doesn't
You
matter.
never answered my question.
Wait, that's not my question.
Because I was going to
okay?
tell, yeah, because you
That
didn't
is
want to
not my
hear that it's
question.
perspective.
Well, I'm just
That's what you
asking
didn't
you a
want to
simple
hear.
question. Why are you running
What?
from my question? When
You don't
see
have any
the-
questions.
Well, I'm just asking you one, bro. Can you just wait and just be patient and wait for my question? When you see the plane, when it's so far from you, how can you see it? How does it look like?
It's farther down in my vision.
So it
to the
gets
point where I can't
smaller
see
and
it anymore.
smaller, right? It
Yep.
gets smaller and smaller.
Yep,
That-
sure does.
That's why you can't measure Earth by your own eyes.
Why?
Because you have limitation. You can't just
so let's make instruments to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we'll make a sextant. Since the Earth is flat and we know we can make triangles with it, we'll just use that, and then we'll make a triangle and figure out
Triangles
how
are
far.
not efficient.
Triangles what?
They're not efficiently useful.
Holy crap, dude! Everything is made with triangles. That's how you know when something's square.
So square is made by a triangle?
You don't understand what I'm saying when I say something is square.
Okay, what about square then?
What about it?
Okay, what about a round shape? Does it have a triangle?
A round shape. Does it have a triangle?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
You said everything made by triangles.
Okay, so when you have to take a measurement of a straight shot, say you want to measure 100 miles straight in front of you, you shoot triangles that whole distance and you make sure those triangles are on the same plane for 100 miles straight. Why can't you just shoot a straight line for 100 miles? Because you can't see that far. So you make triangles all on the same plane, one after another, and you make maybe 100 square miles. There's one set of triangles. Then you make another 10 square miles of triangles, and you know they're square, and it's a perfect square because you're using triangles that add up to 180 degrees. That's how you know you have a perfectly square plot.
It's not perfectly flat.
Go take a class in surveying. Go take a class in surveying.
Let me just ask you a question. Is a mountain perfect flat?
Is a mountain flat? What's wrong with you?
Just answer my question. Is a mountain a perfect flat?
Why would a mountain... Here, I'll post this for you. Tell me if this is flat. Is that mountain flat? Is that mountain flat? Is this one flat? Is that a flat mountain?
Is a plateaus a perfectly flat?
A what?
Is a plateaus. You know what plateaus mean?
A plateau?
Whatever, yeah.
No, probably not perfectly flat.
Then exactly, then Earth is not.
What does that have to do with water?
I got a bevite here.
Bro.
What does land have to do with water?
What do you mean water?
We're measuring over water. There's no curve. We don't measure over mountains and dumb shit like that.
So the only efficient measurement would be on water, basically, right?
To get a true measurement of the curve of the Earth, yes. Unfortunately, every time people go out there, there's no curve to even try to start with anywhere ever in the whole humanity ever, because that's why there's nothing. You can't find anything online. And who measured the Earth to be a ball? I've heard everything from they just kept shooting rockets up into the air until they flew around the ball. Then they figured that's how high they had to shoot them. Nobody ever figured it out. Satellite, you can't measure a ball with a satellite. How are you going to measure a ball with a satellite? It's just flying over land taking pictures. It's a balloon. So how are you going to measure a ball with that? You can't.
So you think satellites are brainwashing people?
No, you're brainwashed. I'm not.
No, I'm just saying, you think that satellites are not real?
No, here, I want to show you a picture of a satellite. Right? Here we go. And I think that's real because here's a live image of one tracking another one. The Aerostar Thunderhead.
What the hell is that?
It's an array.
But
they keep track of each other.
Like a big balloon,
Yes, they're big balloons. That's right.
What's that?
And they know how to keep their altitude. They know how to adjust up and down and sideways. All that. Yep. Here's how you do it in the ocean, in case you guys are wondering. There's your GPS tower in the ocean, so you can't get lost. You get out of range of those things, you'll get lost, especially if you can't see the sky.
I mean, honestly, I had several experiences, when I was jogging or, I live in an area where there's mountain and all such. And when I'm over a mountain, right, when you in a big high ground, and you look in the like on the land and basically all the around areas, you can see the other mountain that's like the same, you could say the same height where you are in the same mountain. You can see that the edge or of the other mountain is a little bit, or not even little bit, it's actually lower, and even like going
Why?
down.
Why is that?
Because
Perspective.
Yes, perspective, and also
All right, that's all you have to say. You don't have to add on to it. You don't have to add more to it.
Add. I
You
want to
don't
add.
have to add to it.
I can
You
talk if I want
can't.
to talk.
You can't because
It's
it doesn't
free.
make sense.
What do
You
you mean I
can't
can?
add.
I just
You
can.
can't
What are you
add
talking
to.
about?
It looks smaller.
Well, I'm talking
What you're
about.
supposed
I'm
to
talking
say
about
is
my
it
own
looks
experience.
smaller.
Okay.
Yes, from your experience, it looks smaller because of perspective. The end.
Exactly.
Yeah, the end.
And it's also going down. It's looking down, bro. When you look at that mountain, it looks like
So when I'm
smaller.
looking at a plane flying over my head and I see it getting farther and farther away from me and it looks like it's going down, even though it's at the same altitude because I'm listening to it on my scanner, even though it's climbing in altitude
And
and it
how
looks
do you?
like
Okay,
it's
okay.
falling down,
And
how
how do you
come?
know?
Why
How do
is
you know?
that? Tell me why that
Okay.
happens.
Because you have limitation. You can't just see
It's called
from beyond that
perspective.
point.
It's called
And also,
perspective.
when you see the plane and when you see it going smaller and smaller until it vanish, how do you know it doesn't go down? It just goes to a straight line. Tell me.
Because it maintains altitude. That's
Yeah, I
what
listen to it on my scanner and I can hear them talking and I can watch it on flight radar. I can tell you exactly where they're at.
Talking about that doesn't answer my question. How do you know for a fact that plane is going to a straight line and not going to a curve?
Because that's their job.
Because that's
Even
how
fucking pilots prove that they're going down. They're going to a straight point.
another person asking a question and then keeps talking so nobody can answer.
He talked over me as well.
Because we're trying to answer your question. That would be you just keep talking and talking and talking.
I would rather him answer my question, not you jump and answer his question.
Do you want to? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. If you feel hard, ask your question again, but please do it succinctly.
Okay, sure. I'm just genuine here. I'm just trying to. No, I'm not trying to argue with you guys. I'm just trying to like learn.
How do we know that the aircraft is actually going straight? Is that your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's how aircrafts and aviation works. The aircraft is maintaining a positive pitch above its horizontal given to it by its reference to the horizon and the gyroscopic mechanism. The gyroscopes maintain rigidity in space. The aircraft flies parallel with the floor below. That's how we know it's going straight, because that's how the aircraft is designed to fly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So we don't go straight. The reason why it appears to go downward is due to angular perspective, like why your ceiling appears to go downwards the further you look down your room, why the floor appears to go upwards, because these things are either above or below your eye level. Things that are above your eye level with distance, because they're reducing in angular size, will appear to go downwards. They will also appear to go upwards. That will be the bottom of the object.
You mean just like railroad tracks? When I look down railroad tracks, they appear to be converging?
Yeah, hallelujah. Yes, this very well understood way in which we see the world, commonly known as personal perspective.
How come he's not yelling at you when you use the word perspective? I use it and he tries to throw in a bunch of things.
It's so funny when I'm talking and there's like all five a bunch of people answering at the same time.
Can you deal with the answer that you were given, though? Do you understand what was said?
Well, I'm already with a reasonable doubt. I don't need to I don't need to believe in anything you guys say. So
Don't need to believe in what we just said. No, we're just describing how you
also a horse in your
doing it again.
Sorry, go
What
ahead.
do you want to say about horizontals? What is it?
I was gonna say the horizon is also eye perspective. It's just a vision you see.
Yeah, it's the limitation of it's the limitation of angle of view of an observer as he looks across the surface. With distance, the angles become so small that eye can't resolve them. This turns out to be the extinction limit, commonly known as the horizon, where that extinction limit view across the Earth appears to meet the sky at distance. Yeah, it's all to do with the eyes. Got absolutely nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
It is. If the fucking Earth, I'm sorry for my word, but if the fucking Earth is so vast size, right? How can you see by your limited eye perspective can judge and you can say that the horizon is completely flat?
Because one, that's how we use it. But two, if we were told that the horizon was the limitation of observation over a sphere edge, then there will be a mathematical prediction. The horizon would appear at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So depending on how high or low you are, the horizon will appear in a different location. Just a mathematic geometric function. That isn't observed though. What we do see is the limitation of optics. For example, an observer who's standing 6 foot above the surface of the water looking out to, according to the sphere, the horizon should be approximately 3 miles away, 5 kilometers, right? But if we improve the optic, we can see a horizon well beyond that distance. We can see a horizon that's 10 miles away.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But in sometimes the horizon, like when you look at some far away objects and you compare it with this object, and they're in, let's say they're in the same like point, like they have the same horizon, right? Like line, the horizon line basically. And you look at the object like from like let's say like 25 kilometers, let's say, and when you look at it by your own eyes, your own perspective, you see that line is going a bit down, and you can see that object is a bit lower than this object you see it in front of you. How could you explain that to me if the Earth is flat?
Because of the atmosphere that you're looking through, the gas that's got temperature and it's got different density gradients causes phenomena like miraging, right?
You're using different words now.
Yeah, I'm talking about miraging. Mirror imaging?
Temperature has nothing to do with this.
Sorry, we're making observations through a medium that has temperature like gas. You don't think it's going to distort the observations at all? Have you ever seen heat rising from? Have you ever noticed that it causes the things beyond it to act wavy because of the distortion and the different densities? What?
What that has to do with the line?
What, you making an observation of how it? You said it was like.
You do the same thing.
Sorry, you said it was like 20 kilometers away. Forgive me for bringing up the thing that you're looking through.
Testing 1, 2.
Three, 4.
Yeah, you might freak the guy out, the canner, if you talk, if you say anything about triangles or that you can't see
goodness.
forever through air because it's having a mental breakdown right now.
I'm not. I told you, don't be judgmental. Don't try to be judgmental. It's
We're just joshing you, man. Just
I'm not
teasing you.
Not judgmental. I'm just explaining to the room how we have to treat you with kid gloves.
You can treat me whatever way. I mean, honestly, I don't take this like seriously. You know, like I don't actually get like angry or even like reactive.
Well, of course, you know we're right. Well, what can you get mad at?
Yeah,
I got a question for Canner.
And
I
you
got a
can
question
take
for
me
you,
in
Canner.
any way. Yeah. Go ahead, ask me.
Okay, so my question to you, Canner, is are circles spheres? Is a circle a sphere?
No, I don't know. What are you talking about?
This is really basic. This is like little kid geometry that I'm asking you about right now. Okay, let's try another one. Is a square a cube?
I guess so.
Nope. See, this is where he's lost you guys.
Square has 4 sides.
A cube has 6. Okay, so that's the problem. Is a lot of people, grown adults, have made it their whole lives and not completely understood that a circle is not a sphere, the same way a square is not a cube, a triangle is not a pyramid, and so on and so forth. Okay? So you need to have that knowledge. I think it'll help you a little bit through this.
What are you?
He passed the triangle test until we got to celestial navigation. Then he said flat surfaces are curved at that point. He just broke down and just went completely haywire, muted his headphones so he couldn't hear anymore. We pressed the reset button. He came back and said, the earth is too big. Like
Dang,
that.
did you really do all that, Tanner?
My mic and I deafen. I had something to do and I came back. What's wrong with that?
I understand, and we know what goes on. We've been through enough of the resets with people because you understood what a triangle was and blah, 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 blah. And when I came back, you no longer understood anything about triangles. All I saw you type in
I know what triangle is.
Earth is so big. You typed in Earth is so big.
It is vast, like big. So
how big is it?
Big, a lot big. Now, when I move from when I travel from a place to a place, I can tell that Earth is so big.
Okay, yeah. When I get up in an airplane, I'm like, damn, this place is freaking huge, right? But how big is it, man? Give us a size. Give us some numbers.
I don't know, like 24 miles, 24,000 miles, something like that.
Yeah, I don't even know where he's getting. He doesn't. When he's reading this stuff that AI is giving him, he doesn't really know what he's even reading.
Okay. Tell me how big.
Okay, all right. Okay, we will, because flat earthers seem to know everything about the globe ideology way better than any globe believer. Okay, so you've got a globe with a 3,959 mile radius, right, and it's 24,901 in circumference. Right, so we're going to test for that. This means we should have omnidirectional Earth curve over the surface of large bodies of water. It should be curving in every direction. We're going to go out and we're going to test for that. We're going to put a camera at about 1 foot above the surface of the water, and we're going to see just how far we can see. We're going to see how far we can measure. We're going to try to measure for Earth curve. And guess what? We find that there's no Earth curve, that the waters are level, horizontal, flat. There's no curvature. It's not curving. We're seeing 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles away from 1 foot above the water, dude. So, yeah, it's measuring flat. right? So it's not a globe. Therefore, this leads us to literally, in all reality and being intellectually honest, to say that, well, we've been able to measure it flat. This
Okay, Linus.
falsifies. Just stop interrupting me. This falsifies. Stop interrupting me. This falsifies the globe math. Okay, so now
My
we know
question
that the
was
globe.
so
Stop
simple,
interrupting
bro.
me. Now we know that the globe is wrong. It's measuring flat, and we've reached the conclusion that, in all reality, nobody knows how big the Earth is. Okay.
Okay, I got you. Does the Earth has like an edge?
What? We're looking for the edge of a ball Earth, dude.
Do we have an edge? Does the Earth have an edge? Basically,
I don't know.
It
How
has
do you
to
fall
have
off the? How do you fall off the
It has to
inside of
have an
something,
edge.
bro?
It has
No,
to
it
have.
doesn't. Why does it have to? Why?
Because it's flat. It's
Where's
flat,
the
right?
where's the edge of the
Where
lake
is it?
at?
Every line has a start line and end line, right? It has to. That's mathematics.
All right, fine. Where's the edge of the universe?
I'm asking about Earth. Don't
No,
go.
I'm asking about the universe.
Don't go beyond
I'm
my
asking you a
understanding.
globe question.
Do we discover the universe yet? Do we
Yeah,
now?
yep.
No,
and
we
they
don't.
said NASA said it's flat. Yes.
Bro, so you believe in NASA now?
NASA is my hostile witness. I love NASA.
Bro, you guys run away from my simple question. Is the Earth does the Earth has an edge? It's so simple.
Okay, and then I asked you, how would you have an edge to being inside of
Okay,
something?
no, you don't answer my question by asking me a question. That's not how it works.
So
if there's an edge,
I'll
nobody's
give you an
found it
answer.
yet.
I'll give you an answer. I'll give you.
yes
I'll
or
give
no.
you an answer, Carter. Yes, the Earth has an edge. Every time you get to the edge, you hit water. There's oceans. So the Earth, the dirt, like if you go to Florida, once you hit the coast, there's water. There you go. That's your edge. What else do you want?
That's true. Yeah, the shorelines. The shorelines would be your edges,
It
right?
doesn't make sense.
That's why I asked him. That's why I asked him where. That's why I asked him where the edge of the lake is at.
That's right. Radwin did ask you, Canner, where the edge of the lake is at. Right? Can you fall off of a lake, bro? Can you fall off of a pond, dude?
Mm-hmm. So you guys are familiar with Alaska, right?
Can you fall off of a pond, dude?
A place, a state called Alaska, right?
Can you fall off of a pond, dude?
What about Alaska?
No, he's trying to divert.
There is a something called Alaska, and there is the other.
What about Alaska? So yeah, we know about Alaska. There's a state. What about Alaska?
So you telling me that there is an edge, like a little bit closer to Alaska?
There's a shoreline. Yes.
So why then you can move from Alaska to Russia then, and not go from Alaska
you
to
can only
That's why they invented boats, dude.
Yep.
No, that's not my point.
Dude, you're asking like first grader questions.
Then answer my simple question.
No, you didn't even answer my question about can you fall off a
There,
pond?
I answered it. Boats.
Can you fall off a pond? Yeah, you can. You definitely can.
How do you fall off of a pond? I'm in the pond. I'm walking around in the edge of the pond. How do I fall off of it?
Because you go deeper.
Where are you at?
What?
Oh my God.
You're in the pond then.
Like you're in the pond, dude. How are you gonna fall off of it if you're in it?
I think
we
found a
talking
lemon.
about like a small one then.
Any size.
Any size, right?
I think we found a lemon.
Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, there's no falling off of a lake or a pond or the seas, dude. Like there's shorelines to everything.
I might have misheard you. I thought you said fall to it, not in it already.
Yeah, like how do you fall off of a pond? You're like, where's the edge, right? Like if Earth is flat, we just fall off the edge, right? You're gonna fall off the edge of a pond. Like, no, you're gonna be in the water, dude. And the shoreline, right? The dirt around the water, that's that shoreline, right? The land that is above the water. That's gonna be your edges to things, bro. Right?
So
So
where
where's
is
the
it? Why we can't locate it then?
What?
Why can't
What?
you locate it?
I
Repeat
can
what?
locate the edge of any pond, any lake. Are you serious? I can locate coastlines. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you ever visited Alaska and you try to go from Alaska to Russia?
No, what does it matter? Have you?
Yeah, have you?
It matters a lot if you believe in flat Earth.
Have
Why?
you?
Because
I can see Russia from my house.
because you can move from a edge to you guys to a different edge.
There you go. Fine, you found edges. Now what?
So it's infinitely then.
What
He
do you
thinks
mean?
the Mercator map
Infinity
is
to what?
reality. He
Then
thinks
it's
the Mercator map is reality. That's the problem here.
Oh,
Is that the map
that's the
that's
problem.
flat that looks like you'd have to be on a cylinder to use it?
You gotta be.
Yeah, that one.
Oh yeah. No, we don't live on a cylinder, dude. No curve, no cylinder either.
Yeah, it is a curve because you can't go from Alaska to Russia if it's not curved.
You use a boat, and you can't navigate.
Nowhere.
Remember, we went
It
over
doesn't
this
matter
without a
if you
flat
use a boat
baseline.
or you
You can't have
swim or
triangles
you
on the
use a
surface of a
ski.
ball. You can talk over me
doesn't
all you want and
matter.
pretend it
Bro,
doesn't
you
matter that you
Yo,
cannot have triangles on the surface of a ball.
Triangle. Sir Triangle, listen to me. Even in the like the ice time, in the winter time, you can even walk, bro. You can literally walk from Alaska
Congratulations.
to Russia.
Cool.
Congratulations.
Horizontally, right? Like in a horizontal path?
Exactly. Then there is no edge. Don't stop bringing me edge, bro. There is
Nobody
no
says there was an
You
edge.
brought it up.
Bringing up an edge.
You told me that there is an edge, and I said no. There
Brought it
isn't.
up. Oh my God, you're slow.
We said there was shorelines. The edges of the land is shorelines.
What did that even mean?
That the land is the shoreline. Well, the land edge is the shoreline. After that, you have water, oceans, sea, lakes, ponds. You're thinking about an edge to outer space, right?
Sure. Give me a map.
Well, we
Show
don't
me the map
have
you're
an
talking about.
edge to outer space.
Show
because
me
you
the
think-
flat earther map. Show me the flat earther map.
Oh
Let's
yeah,
bring this
dude.
down.
Nobody told you this. We forgot to tell you. Space is fake, dude. You're not flying off into space. It doesn't exist.
Bro, who said
That's
I
true.
live in space?
Oh, wait, guys. He said, show me the flat Earth map. Well, guess what? I don't know if you know this, but all maps are flat, buddy.
Ouch.
What are you talking about?
He didn't
all
know
maps
that.
are flat. Didn't you know?
Show me the flat Earth map. I didn't say the Earths are flat.
I use
Didn't
Google.
you know?
I use Google Earth for my flat map.
You can't see the whole map if it was rounded, okay? And that's
It's
why the
not.
Earth is so big because you can't see it. That's why they put it on a whole like a big page or a big picture to show it as a flat, but it's not flat. They only show it that way so you can see the whole like countries and whole continent.
Yeah, all maps are flat, and I stand upright. I travel horizontally.
There is a shape that the cube shape that you can see the Earth as a globe. You can buy it if you want.
You could see the Earth as a globe.
No, I
Wait,
said
did you
you
just
can
say
buy.
He said there was a
buy
cube shape that you can buy as a globe. I told you guys. He said flat surfaces are curved.
Oh, that's hilarious.
We are recording this, right? Oh yeah, it's going out 2 streams. This is good. You're gonna make it, dude. You are gonna make it viral. You're probably gonna be on TikTok.
Go ahead, do it. I'm fine. Do it. I don't
It's not up to me. It's up to all of our editors. We have a bunch of people that like to make clips of this.
True. Yeah, Canner, you've got like a less than surface understanding of very basic things, dude, and it's kind of embarrassing. Like I'm embarrassed for you.
It doesn't matter if it's basic. It's true.
What's true?
It's true.
What we're
Your
saying is true.
misunderstanding
Yeah,
is
it's
true.
basic and
Interesting.
true.
It doesn't matter if I'm basic on it. It's just
No,
true.
no, you understand that we're saying you have a misunderstanding of basic things, and you said it's true. Well, I guess so.
You can well educate it yourself and like trying to change the truths, but it doesn't change anything.
What's the
Let
truth
me ask
then,
you this.
Tanner?
Let me ask you this. When does
Bro,
the
bring
when
me
does
one scientist
give
on
me a
this
second.
time. Okay.
Stop
I'll
appealing to
challenge you.
authority. Stop
I'll
appealing to
challenge
authority.
you right now. Bring me a
Stop
scientist.
appealing to authority.
Bro, bring me certified scientist that
Again, that's
is
that's a fallacious argument. You're appealing to authority.
no. Why
Yes.
do you mean it's bro? Just bring me a scientist that believes the Earth is flat. Easy.
Again, that's a fallacious argument.
It is not.
100%.
I mean, if you want, I can. So, do you want to hear it from somebody with a PhD? Is that what I'm understanding?
No scientist. Bring me scientists. Don't bring me PhD. Someone I don't care.
Okay, well, a scientist has a scientist have PhD.
So you think scientists?
No, I think so. I think yeah, they
Oh my
do.
God.
The scientist is
whoa, buddy.
qualified for that thing.
Connor.
Calm down.
Calm down, man.
Connor, calm down. Yeah,
You
buddy.
think-
You're looking for a surveyor. You're looking for a surveyor. Surveyors deal with what shape the land is, right? People who measure the land, right? The surface of the earth. That would be a surveyor, not a scientist.
No, bring me someone with physically, like in physics or something, a scientist in physics, not someone that, like measure ground or whatever the fuck it is. I want a
So you
scientist.
think science? You think? Hold on. So you think
Because
that?
there isn't. That's why
Hold
you guys
on.
are jiggling
Hold
this.
on. Fuck, bro.
There isn't.
I don't want to mute you, Connor.
If
Connor.
you mute me, this is dead, bro.
Connor.
Yeah.
Do you
What's
think?
up?
Do you think that science determines shapes?
They measure it and they bring evidence and all that. So yeah.
No, science is not shape as geometry, my friend. Science is
Whatever,
about
it doesn't
cause and
matter,
effect
bro.
on the natural world.
Are you so you determine if the Earth is flat then?
By
That's what you're saying.
measuring it.
You're measuring it, so you have the
That's why.
tools and you have qualified tools to do it.
That's why John Luna told you need a surveyor.
Who the hell is John Luna? What are you talking about?
The guy that talked before I did.
Oh, this guy. Oh, okay, this guy. Okay, with the French hat.
So you need a surveyor, not a scientist.
I need a scientist.
Again, science does not deal with shapes.
Doesn't matter.
So you're in a category error, dude. You're going from you need a surveyor, somebody that measures distance and the shape of not the shape of the earth, but the actual land. That's the kind of thing you need, not somebody that figures out causes of the effect they see in nature.
Yeah, you'll be doing geometry, and geometry's not science, my guy.
You guys sound like a bunch of PhD then.
Thank you. I am a PhD in triangles.
And I'm a rocket scientist. I got my degree in 5th grade when we made rockets, and mine went higher than anybody else's in the class. So I'm a rocket scientist now.
Well, then I am one too.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm saying, dude. You know, it's really funny, actually, real quick. The term, it's not rocket science. It's very condescending because rocket science is actually really freaking easy. So they're like, it's not rocket science. Like, don't let it kick your ass. That's
So
pretty funny.
Why is most of the people or globers, you guys call them, why are they all gathered and believe that Earth is globe and not flat?
Oh, from television.
No. Talking like
You asked me why. I told you.
No,
from the media. Media.
The ones that made the measures.
From the media.
NASA.
That's why
would
they
do
believe
that?
it. From
Okay, why would they
TV.
do that?
They believe it. That why? Because TV tells them to.
What? Okay, what's incentive then?
Money. Money's a good incentive.
What do you mean money? What would they gain from if they would believe that?
Your tax dollars to send people to Mars. That doesn't exist.
So Mars is not a planet?
Mars is a light in the sky called a wandering star, called a planet. Yep.
Exactly. So
what? Earth's not a planet.
There.
So what?
what
Me
makes
looking at Mars doesn't mean I live on a light. You know how bright my feet would be every day?
I like you guys. You guys are funny. You know that, right?
I guess that's funny that I pointed out that you knew what triangles were until I put it onto an Earth, and then you imploded and actually reset. Had to go away, reset, come back, and say Earth's so big.
You know what?
Went from full sentences to a few words. That's how I know I break people.
I'm well aware that you guys are looking for any fact, what sort, and finding a mistake in the corner to just justify that is wrong. It's been going around for too long. So I know where you guys coming from. It's fine. You don't have to prove anything. It's fine.
What's there to
wanna
prove?
You should watch that video I just posted in the text chat. It's random people asking random pilots if the Earth is flat or a ball, and all of these pilots are like, "Oh, it's flat, dude."
Well, they're not going to lie to a kid.
Yeah, little kids were asking, like, "Come on."
So jokes are not existent to you guys. So joking is.
What's the
you're
joke?
gonna handily dismiss it as a joke? That's what you're gonna do? That's where your cognitive dissonance goes?
So you're going to ask a pilot, and he's going to say it's flat. You're going to say I have to get off the plane because he's going to crash because he's not flying around the ball.
All right. Okay. So if I brought you right now a video of a pilot say the Earth is round or globe, whatever, so would you believe him?
Nope.
So exactly, then why are you bringing me a video of
Because
guys
I've
saying
measured the Earth myself.
I
own the
matter.
equipment.
It doesn't
yes,
matter.
It does matter. I own the equipment. In fact, I just started selling it off because I don't need it anymore.
Measurement from a point of view of your your ground. You can't do that when you live in a vast distance. Like you live in a big chunk of fucking land. If you live in a big chunk of land, you have to do it in the whole land to measure the sun with the land. You can't do it from one point of that land. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, you think the sun's 93 million miles away? I forgot. You think we're on? You think we're on a disc floating in space? You think we're on a disc floating in space, and all of the United States should have the same sun at the same time, right?
No, I'm saying that if you want to have the correct measurement, do the whole land, use the whole distance. Don't use the one point and point it with the sun and tell me that it's just flat. Then that doesn't work like that.
Oh yeah, you can only make triangles on a flat surface. You can't make them on a round surface.
But you can't determine the planet as a fucking flat.
It's not a planet. You haven't even proven it's a planet yet. First, you have to prove outer space is real.
Man, it's so hard for you guys to even believe in it.
You can't prove that space is real. Like, I could debunk space in like 5 minutes, bro.
Look, I don't care if it's real or not. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's real.
Hear what's wrong. I don't care. The I don't care people, man.
I know for a fact that planet, and you guys probably know that too. You know that.
No, it's not a planet.
You guys probably know the globe.
Your stars would never look the same, ever. Every day they would look different.
They look different. Yeah, I agree.
You know what a planet? You know what planet means? Do you know what that word means, dude? Like literal from the beginning. Planet is a wandering light, like the wandering stars. So the moving planets, right? So Earth is neither wandering nor is it a light. So therefore, Earth is not a planet.
I told him my feet aren't not lit up, and he said, "You guys are funny."
Planet has its gravity. Its gravity.
No,
to
no,
pull
no. I
into
debunked gravity a long time ago, going on 2 years
Oh,
now.
debunk it, no.
In this, what?
Go to a gravity scientist and debunk it.
There is no such thing as a gravity scientist.
Go to a gravity someone expert. I'm not saying
There
scientist.
is no
someone who's
experts in
expert
gravity.
in gravity.
There
and
is no
debunk
one.
it in front of
There's
him, not in front of
nobody.
me, my
There
guy.
is nobody. I'm the expert. There.
No, I don't know if you're an expert.
I am.
I don't know that. Show me document that it's certify you as an expert.
Well, wouldn't a gravity expert have to certify me? Would a gravity expert have to certify me?
I don't fucking know. I'm just saying, if you're an expert yourself, then go to an expert himself and talk to him and debunk him, not me, who has no information
Done it
whatsoever. on
thousands
this.
of times. Many people from our community, thousands of times, have gone to physics professors and just smacked them around with a couple of questions. Gravity, how does it work? Nobody knows. They don't know anything about gravity. Do you use it for anything? No, we don't use it for anything. How come nobody uses gravity for anything, but it's everything that holds your whole life together for you?
Yeah. So how could you guys not prove anything whatsoever to globers, you guys call them, and make them think or make them believe the Earth is flat and not round?
Do you think that
Why you
water?
guys feel
Do you
this
think
way?
that I'm sitting here with a cup of water? Do you think that water that's sitting in my cup is being held in that cup by gravity?
Yeah. If you
Okay, you said yes. That's all we
if you
need. It's
pour
a
it
yes or
out-
no
if you pour it
game.
out from the
This
cup,
is
then
a
it's gonna
yes
go
or
down,
no
right?
game. Now,
Yeah. Okay.
I also own a vacuum chamber. I'm gonna put that cup of water in my vacuum chamber, or what's left of it. There's only a little bit left in my glass. I'm gonna set the cup down in my vacuum chamber and pull all the air out. Guess what happens to the water?
Yeah. So what's gonna
Yes.
happen to water?
It turns to gas, and it also leaves the vacuum chamber. Gravity failed. It didn't hold it down in the cup anymore. It happened to be air pressure is the reason why water stays in a liquid form.
I'm pretty sure there is an explanation to that.
Yeah, I
There's
gave it to
other
you.
way- No, there isn't. That's not enough. You should provide more than that. And that's not debunking gravity, my guy.
It sure did.
It doesn't.
It made people never come back into our group.
So
Globers
gravity
never come
doesn't
back
exist.
again
Is that what
after
you're
I
telling me?
debunked it
So,
live.
wait. So, sir. So the gravity doesn't exist.
Nope.
So how could you pull down if there is no gravity? How
down
could you,
what?
to the ground?
Not everything goes down to the ground.
If you jump, how is
you're
it possible?
you're a solid object.
A solid object. So there is nothing
Yeah,
that
you're
pulls you
dead.
down.
Yeah, you're more dense than air.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is gravity. That is literally gravity, bro. You weigh
No,
more
now-
than air.
density. It's density. Show me the G in the density equation. I'll wait.
Yeah,
Bro,
we're gonna wait here until I'll wait. I won't shave, and then I'll shave after you give me the answer. I'm gonna go get my. I'm gonna be the guy with the world's longest beard in about
I
20
can't
years.
believe there are people like you believe that gravity doesn't exist, bro.
I already debunked gravity. You told me gravity is being held in the is holding the water in the cup. I removed the air, and the water turned into gas. And you can't put two and two together. That's how you debunk outer space. So I debunked your gravity. I debunked your outer space, so all that's gone for you. You really don't have anything left. You know it's not a ball because triangles don't work on a ball, and we use triangles in everything for navigation, all kinds of stuff, measuring things, building heights, all kinds of things. Surveying, use triangles. Can't have curved triangles, can you? You can't have curved triangles, can you?
Still waiting on you to show us the G in the density equation, Canner.
I don't have to show you anything. I'm not an expert. I don't have to show you anything. I have.
Yeah.
nothing to
Okay.
prove. I'm just an ordinary
Thank
guy
you
that believes
for
the
that
Earth is not
concession.
flat.
Exactly.
Right.
You've got nothing to prove. You can't prove a
We have
globe. You
none to
can't
prove.
prove
You have none to prove
gravity. You
either.
can't prove
I
space.
asked you.
You can't prove
I asked
none
you
of
just.
that.
I earlier just asked you about the edge, and you had said none. So
We
like,
told you. Where is the edge of a lake?
Okay, prove me. Prove me then. Tell me, bro. Where is the
Where's
edge?
the edge of the lake? That's where it's at. The edge of the
The edge
lake.
of like in the other side, and the Earth is not a lake, bro. Come on, like just don't act stupid,
What?
bro. Earth is not a pound, bro.
It's 70% water, isn't it?
Okay, so it's 70% exactly.
So
it's
that
not
means
100%.
it's 30% land. That means it's a big fucking lake.
No, it's not. It's
With
not a
little
fucking
islands
lake.
called the United States
Is
and
there a lake
Australia
with a
and
land? I don't
Africa and
Bro,
Russia. Little
there is-
islands all
bro,
around.
I have never I've never seen a lake with in the middle of that lake there is a land, bro. That's not possible.
You've never
Let's
seen,
be-
dude. I live on Lake Erie. We have the islands. Those are called
That's not a lake,
islands.
then. That's
Those
not a
are.
lake.
That's the party capital of this part of the United States.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. Even if there is a land in the middle of it, that still doesn't mean it doesn't have an edge, right? There
I
is an
said,
edge
where's
for
the edge of a lake at?
Then Earth doesn't have an edge, because if I ask you about an edge, you're gonna tell me no. What is the edge of whatever?
Okay, so how is a shoreline not an edge?
Okay, what's the Earth's edge? Tell me.
How is a shoreline not an edge?
What are you talking about? What shoreline?
Oh my fucking lord! You don't get it. You don't get it. How are you? What do you mean? What edge? You know what edge? We're looking for a globe edge, right? We're looking for that curved edge of a bendy horizon, a bent horizon on a globe.
No,
Where's that,
I'm not
dude? That's the
talking
edge
about
we're
the
looking
globe.
for.
I'm not talking about the globe edge. I'm talking about the flat edge, the flat Earth edge. What is it? I can't.
Shoreline. It's a shoreline. It's the shoreline.
Shoreline. It's shoreline, dude.
What is the shoreline?
That's where the water meets the land.
Maybe he thinks that you can fall off of the shoreline.
No. Listen, Lioness, we're at kindergarten, first grade level questions we have to answer right now.
Okay.
What's the shoreline? That's where the water touches the land and goes splashy, splashy. The waves hit the land. That's the shoreline.
How could you go beyond it if that's the edge, though?
Who said going beyond it?
People do. No.
People do what?
People go beyond the edge. They can walk over it and they go to the other side of it, no?
Dude, space is fake.
Just answer me, bro. Please, I beg you. Tell me.
There's really no edge. No edge to fall off of if you're in containment, right? Do you understand?
Yeah,
like
the Earth
gas
to be
pressure
flat.
needs a container. Have you ever heard that?
He hasn't put those clues together when I had to use a vacuum chamber to suck the air out. That you needed a container. You need a container to hold air, because if you don't, where does air go? If there's a vacuum, does air go into a vacuum or does it stay away from a vacuum?
Okay. The reason the water turned into gas, it's not because of it's because of the low what do you call that? Low pressure,
Wow.
and that's collide with the gravity as well. It's one of the principle of the gravity when you have low pressure. That's why water.
Okay, perfect. So you just debunked outer space, since that's
No,
one
I
of the
didn't.
properties of
No,
a
I
vacuum.
didn't.
Water will turn into gas. Then your water ball
it's a
flying
simple
through the
physics.
vacuum of the universe, your water ball that you live on flying through the
It's
vacuum
simple
of the
equation.
universe, all the water would
It's the
just
most
turn into
simplest
gas.
equation of all time, bro.
Oh, go ahead.
Water,
What's the equation?
when you boil water, it turns into gas, bro. We know that. We've been knowing this since we were like 5-year-olds, bro.
So I guess gravity doesn't work.
No, it works.
No,
Yo,
gravity's out. Gravity's not in that.
Gas turn into water too. How about that?
That's not gravity.
What do you mean it's not gravity?
What do you mean it's not gravity? It's not gravity, right? So gravity is actually defined as a pseudo force, a fictitious force. It means it's fake. It's fabricated. It's not physics, dude. It's not law.
Oh my god, these people, man.
Oh my god, and it's all you have. That's all you have. Oh my god.
Air is different. That's not air. Gas.
What the fuck?
Gas can be different molecules, okay? The gas has so many different molecules, okay? There's a lot of
all right, I'm gonna go get
nitrogen, there's this, there's that, there's a lot of difference between gas, okay? But air,
all right,
air is different. Air is beyond that. That's why when you trying to like use the metrics, use air. You don't use gas. Gas is not air. Gas is part.
All right, I need you to
gas
all right,
is not
Canada.
air, so you don't breathe a gas.
You're not breathing gases? That's amazing.
You breathe.
What do you breathe then?
Oxygen, which is
That's a gas.
Oxygen is not a gas?
It is gas. It is, but it's not quite gas.
It's magic space gas.
Wow, you are just like double speaking all over the place. All right, you guys slow down in the text chat there for a second. I want Canner to take a look at this. Okay, this is number 4 in chapter 10 of gas laws. All right, it says gas molecules move in straight lines and in all directions, colliding frequently with one another and with the walls of the container, which means you can't have gas pressure or maintain gases without a container. There's no gravity. You don't get to claim a fictitious force is holding gases.
Ouch.
What were you saying again?
Oh my lord! No, you tell me.
I was reading the chat. I'm
Tanner,
sorry.
you tell me
I'm
what
sorry,
the hell
bro.
I
Your
said.
chat is really distracting me, bro. I can't really like follow you and follow the chat at the same time.
Post it again. Chat, I need you guys to slow down on the skanking. All right, there it is.
Oh,
right?
so nothing's loading. He has to click on that.
Okay, what's that?
Oh yeah. That is chapter 10. That's chapter 10. That's me dropping a citation. Chapter 10 gas laws. Okay, and it says that well, you can't have gas without a container.
I'm sorry. I got pinged. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You'll pay attention to another globe code in the chat, but you'll completely ignore what I posted.
No, I'm actually reading it right now. I'm reading it.
Oh, okay.
Gases consist of tiny submicroscopic molecules, I'm just saying.
Now read it out loud and clearly to the whole class.
No, I'm not doing that. I can't really understand when I'm reading loud. I get really
well, that's a problem.
sidetracked. Yeah, that's my problem. It's my problem.
So right there, gas molecules move in straight lines and in all directions, colliding frequently with one another and with the walls of the container, right? So gravity doesn't hold gas down. Gravity is not what is keeping the gases from escaping Earth.
You know what that means, Jenna? Gases that are expanding horizontally aren't expanding horizontally and curving.
Right. It's a horizontal equilibrium.
They just keep going until they hit something.
Yep.
Yeah, and they do it without work. That's an amazing thing.
Yep. Entropy.
Free
Boy,
expansion. It's like free money.
Entropy is the death of everything.
That's a funny joke, actually. I'm going to. Well done.
Well, when you break it down, entropy is the death of everything.
Okay. The average goes.
Give him a second, guys.
Okay, where is this coming from? Where this thing came from, though? We have to check on that.
This is from Oklahoma State.
University.
A verified
Yep, this is the university.
A verified source.
Yes, a verified
It's a
source.
lecture from chapter 5. It says it right in the link.
Doesn't matter.
Intro to chemistry, Oklahoma State EDU.
Okay, so you guys think that if the water turned into gas, gravity law is gone. That's what you guys believe in, right?
Gravity is not a thing. It's a pseudo force, a fictitious force, not actually a physical law, not physics, not a container for gases.
Okay, I got you. I got no problem. No problem. So, do you guys believe in the feather? When you see the feather and it's flown in the air,
we could
do you
believe in
guys
feathers,
believe that it one point it's gonna reach the ground or not? Do you guys believe in that or not?
Oh my God!
Wow, buddy.
Talk about feathers.
Just answer my question. It's simple.
No.
What's wrong with things falling to the ground, though?
Feathers and dandelions blowing in the wind.
You think that things fall inward to a ball? You need curvature for that.
Okay. So
yeah, dandelions floating in the wind debunks gravity, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
We can even give him gravity. He still has curvature to account for.
So when you boil water, the molecules that exchange together, they got removed from each other. That's why the water turned into gas, basically. But the gravity is still there. It's not like it's not like it's gone.
It gives up. It just gives up is what happens.
No.
It just says fuck it and gives up.
The molecules spread out. They spread out from each other, and
then gravity says, I can't keep track of them. They're too spread out. I give up. Is that what happens?
He applied.
He said yes.
It only applies because he's imagining a globe in outer space this whole time.
So gravity cools gases down, does it?
I can't talk when there's 5 people interrupting me every now and then.
Because you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, you sound like an idiot yourself.
He's mad. He's mad.
You guys are mad
because he passed the triangle test. He passed the triangle test. And then he failed the triangle. Then he failed the triangle test immediately with elevation angles, and then spiraled. He's been spiraling ever since. He said flat lines are actually curved. Planes are curved. He said there's all kinds of shit that's curved now. Even though it measured flat and it looks flat and it is flat, it's really curving, and Earth is really big. That's his final answer. So he's been going since then.
Elevating my ego, though. You guys are doing me a great job.
I'd blame the drugs if I was you, bro.
I've never used drugs in my whole life, bro.
Maybe you should try it.
Maybe I should try it.
Alcohol
Why?
is a drug. Alcohol and other drugs.
Nah,
you know how they say alcohol and other drugs? Yeah? Alcohol's a drug.
No, I don't use drugs, bro. Trust me. Bad for you.
You sound baked or something.
Thing is, when you have
to no one, am I right?
When you have a low, let me just say something.
Damn straight.
Let me just say something, and you guys can talk. I'll let you talk. Okay, from now on. When you have a low gravity on something like a low weight, like if something has a low weight, like it's like it can't weigh anything basically, like it's almost weight nothing, the gravity is there but it's lower than the other person or the other like aspects or the thing. So that is why when something falls
How come
in the air,
aerogel,
like a
aerogel,
feather, like a
aerogel
feather.
is
Let me
lighter
just
than
say
air
something, bro.
and
I'll
falls
finish.
to the
I'll
ground?
finish. I promise
I
you,
want to
I'll
know why
finish.
something lighter than air falls to the ground.
Because the feather, when it's so like light, that's why it doesn't fall immediately. It take like a number or
Oh, that's
like
because of air pressure.
it's not because of air pressure. It's probably air pressure.
What?
One
Yeah.
of the reasons why it doesn't fall immediately because of air.
Yeah, because of
right?
air pressure.
It's flown in the air. Yeah, I agree with you. But if there is no air, there is no air in a room, it will flow, but it will flow slowly than something that has, I don't know, like a normal weight or even.
I thought everything was supposed to fall at the same rate in a vacuum.
9.8 meters per second squared.
Remember feather in the bowling ball on the moon? Or feather in the hammer. Sorry, feather in the hammer on the moon. Newton
Yeah,
was
that's right.
right.
Globers like to make up their own physics and then say we're the ones that are making up our own physics.
Yeah, we're just using physics books. And somehow we're the bad guys.
And it's amazing how Newton was able to solve gravity, but he couldn't solve the longitude problem.
Do you not need
Yeah, fancy that.
Even though there was a giant 20,000 pound reward for that endeavor, he said it couldn't be done.
I'm still tripping over the fact that there are actually 366 days in a tropical year every 4 years. And that doesn't coincide on when we account for it on leap years.
Yeah, that's kind of spooky.
I've never heard of that, but that's interesting.
Yeah, so if you were to start counting days, okay, so when the sun up and it goes up in the sky and from to sundown and then back to sun up again. So sun up, sundown, sun up. And if you start at like, I don't know, the summer solstice, and you know it's a summer solstice because the sun is at its furthest northern migratory point in the sky throughout the entire year.
Can you guys debunk this video?
All right. You will count 365 sun ups and sun downs. That's days for 3 years. And on the fourth day, you will count 366 of them.
You mean fourth year?
Fourth, yeah, sorry. I'm like half distracted. So you do that for 3 years, and on the fourth year, you will count 366 of them.
That's because you guys screwed up our calendar on purpose.
Right.
You Freemasons.
And that happened in 2022. There were 366 physical days. But 2024 was a leap year.
Sunsets, yeah. Interesting.
Can someone debunk that video I just sent? I would love to find some with the proper.
It's Professor Dave.
First, you have to tell us what the video is about, and then I'll click on it.
Oh, it's
Professor
about
Dave.
someone debunking all you guys theories.
Oh, it's Professor Dave? Here, I'll explain how he does it. He makes up his own flat earth, and then he debunks it. Isn't that great? And he's not a professor anyway.
That's why we don't make up what the globe is to debunk it. We ask people to bring their globe evidence and debunk that.
What's wrong with someone debunking your theory then? If your theory is so factual, what's wrong with someone coming?
It's not our theory he's debunking. He's debunking what he thinks flat Earth should be.
A straw man.
Yeah, he's making up something and then debunking something he made up.
No,
that's
he
not
doesn't.
too hard. Yes, he does.
You just saw the video where he show up an other guy with the like flat Earth theory, and he comes with every point the other dude made, and he go with every single point and debunking it. Basically, that's what he did in that video. So it wasn't his.
Yeah,
it wasn't
Dave
something he
thinks
made up.
Earth is a disc in space. So he automatically is disqualified.
So who are you?
I'm the captain.
No, who are you? Like, do you have?
I'm the man. I'm the man telling you he's disqualified.
So telling me you're the man is gonna make me believe you're qualified. Exactly.
That's right. You know I'm qualified from everything I've said so far.
No, I don't.
He will not. Go ahead and get on his YouTube messages and tell him to come into this room and see what he says to you. He might even block you.
I don't have to do that, bro. I don't want to do that. And I don't even want to do that in the first place.
Then why do you want us to watch a video, something he made up, and we have to debunk something he made up?
It's not something he made up.
Yes, it is.
No, it does. It's not. What are you talking about? Someone in that video, he talked about. He walked through every point that the other dude who believes in flat Earth.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I've copied your link. I'm going to post it, and the thumbnail is going to embed. Let's see what the thumbnail is.
The guy name is Eric Dubé or something that believes in flat Earth. Probably you guys.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! It's
Dave.
The thumbnail is of something that we don't claim.
Yeah, look at the thumbnail. Something that we don't believe in. How do you like that? So how can he debunk something that we don't agree with?
You guys don't believe in that?
No, Professor Dave is not a professor, so he can't explain something that he made up and then debunked and call it debunking flat Earth because he made it up. He won't come in here because he knows what's going to happen to him. He's very selective on who he will talk to.
Oh, I see everything.
Silence.
He also failed as an actor too. We have his clips in a movie he was in. Your professor is a media attention seeker. He's tried to be an actor, tried to be a musician. He plays piano. Can't
What's
sing.
wrong with playing piano, bro?
Then, and because he couldn't make any money at that, then he decided.
Oh my God!
Then he decided to go ahead and try to debunk
it's a
flat Earth,
hobby.
where
You
he
can
makes
play
money
piano.
from.
There's nothing wrong with playing piano, bro.
You know, I guess that role that he played, that creepy dude who started sniffing girls' hairs in that movie, I guess that role didn't work out too well for him.
Oh, well, if they ever make a movie about Biden, he's got that. He's got that role, man.
Oh, for sure.
It just makes him more right than wrong, kind of.
Sniffing girls' hair makes him more right.
Did he?
He wanted that role.
Yeah. So sniffing girls' hair, being an actor, makes him more right. We just heard from you. Being an actor makes him more right.
And he failed so badly at doing it that he had to try to debunk flat Earth. Is that your reasoning?
Oh, what's even better is that this guy's not even going to look into anything and understand anything to be able to allegedly debunk it himself. He's doing the typical lazy man thing of being like, well, this guy debunked you guys, so I don't need to look into it. I believe. You're just a believer, man. You don't even know if he debunked us because you don't understand
You're a
any of the
believer as
subject matter.
well, brother. You're a believer as well.
No, I have knowledge, dude.
No,
It's not
I
belief.
assure you are, bro. I assure you are.
When you measure your foot, do you believe or do you know the size of your
I
foot?
assure you, you 100% a believer. As same
Okay,
as
no,
John.
wait. Answer the question. Answer the question. When you measure something,
Don't
do you
get
know
agitated.
what you
It's
just
fine, bro.
measured?
I know I'm
Listen to
a
me. Listen to
challenging.
me. There's
stop talking.
What do you mean I
There's a
stop talking? He's
5-part
talking
series.
too.
There's a 5-part series debunking that stupid video you just posted, and you're telling me that there's
okay,
no
send me
difference
each
between
one.
knowledge and belief. You're telling me there's no difference between knowledge and belief.
So you're knowledgeable then?
Yes.
Yes, there's a difference, dude.
No, it isn't.
There's no difference between believing in something and knowing something? Is something wrong with you? If you believe in Santa Claus, then you know Santa Claus is real?
I don't even believe in Santa Claus. I don't know why you're bringing that up.
Why not? Well, there's pictures of him.
I'm just saying he's a believer, same as me. He himself stated.
Yes, you guys are believers.
Stated that
Yes,
you
that's
don't
all
even
you
know
are.
that. You guys don't
Are
even
believers.
know.
That's all you
don't
are.
even know the
Just
size
believers.
of the sun. Okay, you guys know the size of the sun?
Yeah, it's like my thumbnail.
Yeah, but we don't believe. But we don't believe.
You guys don't know.
It's the size of my thumbnail.
You believe
If I
the
hold
sun
my
is the
thumb
same
up,
size
if I
as the
hold my
moon.
thumb up,
Bro,
yeah.
you guys
If I
believe
hold
the same size
there's a
of the
difference.
sun
There's
is the
a
moon.
difference. There
You
is a
don't have-
huge difference, dude.
No, it
Listen
is
to
the
me,
same
Tanner.
thing, bro.
You
Listen
understand?
to me. Listen.
No, it's not the same thing.
You just
Tanner,
lean towards something
listen,
that
stop
seems to
talking.
you as real.
Tanner! Shush!
Listen, there's a difference. No one's saying that we don't believe in the sun. What we're saying is we don't know how far the sun is or how big it is. No one's making a claim to know. So I still know that there's a sun, and I know that I don't know how big it is. So I don't believe anything about it. You see the difference, dude? You're the one who's believing in
I
something.
know the sun moves across the sky. It's not a belief system. I can mark a shadow in the ground and 4 hours later mark another shadow, proving the sun moved.
The sun, if the sun moves, then why it moves not in a straight line? Why is it moving in a curve?
Where would it go in why would it go in a straight line?
I don't know. You tell me. You're
the one.
A knowledgeable person.
No.
Yeah, you're the guy with the knowledge.
You're the one.
Tell me, bro.
You're the one.
No. Don't tell me why it
question that
doesn't go in a
nobody
straight
ever
line.
said.
Answer
Nobody
my question.
ever said the
You're
sun moves in a straight line.
You told me you're an expert, bro. You're a professor,
Yeah,
right?
I am an expert.
Professor.
Yep.
Tell me, bro. Why is it going in a curve way? Why doesn't it go in a straight line?
Whoever claims straight line, though, you're the only one claiming straight lines. So we're asking
guys
you,
with the
why
straight
would it
lines,
go
bro.
in a
I'm not
straight
the guy
line,
who's claiming
Tanner?
the straight lines. Tell me.
Nobody said straight line.
All right. I'm sorry. Why the sun is moving in a curve? Why does it move in a curve?
Why does the sun circle around the earth?
Why does it go? Yeah. Why does it circle around? No, doesn't circle. I'm saying why does it move in a curve? Because when you look at the sun, when you like in a 12 p.m. time, you see the sun. You see it's on top of your head. When you go in the 6 p.m. on the sun, you see the sun is going down. It's not going that way or going this way.
I thought things that in perspective they didn't go down anymore. You gave up on that. Remember we said perspective and you had a heart attack?
No. Bro, you see, you're running.
Remember how you had a heart attack about it?
You're not a professor, bro.
If the plane is straight above your head and then goes away from you, is it going down or is it going higher in the air?
Professor, you would not fucking answer my question by jumping over my like past claims and trying to like run away from my question. Okay, you would answer my question with a scientific or with a knowledge, as you mentioned. You have a knowledge. Now you should use that knowledge, and not like trying to like convince me with saying like, oh, you play or you came or whatever. Answer my question. It's so simple. Why the sun moving as a curve or as like circling on the flat Earth, whatever? Tell me, why is it moving that way?
Oh, because we're contained.
Contained?
Yep. We live inside a container.
So we don't live in a flat Earth. We live in a container.
No, we live inside. Yeah, the Earth is flat. You can't have anything else but that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's contained because why? We already proved to you. Gas pressure, air pressure.
Doesn't make sense to me. If
I know it doesn't make sense to you, but you can't have air pressure without a container. I know it doesn't make sense to you, but that's the reality.
But if the sun is moving and the Earth is like standing still, the sun would move in a like straight way, and you look at it.
Why would it move straight?
Because the Earth is flat, and second, because the sun is moving, not the Earth is moving, right? Correct?
Dude, do you think you live on a Pac-Man Earth or something?
No, I'm just imagining it as not as logical as it is. If the Earth is flat, then the sun and the moon must move in a straight line.
Why?
Because that makes more sense, no?
No.
Yes. Say no. That's your answer.
It doesn't make more sense. Yes. No, it doesn't make more sense. Did you want me to complete the sentence?
So why is it moving in a straight line? I mean, why is it moving?
Why does the sun circle the Earth?
Circle, yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't cook one spot. It's always moving.
Tell me, why is it moving?
You are asking people who realize that the surface of Earth is not curving. You are asking them why sun is moving.
Hello, what?
Yeah, Sasha's right, but he just doesn't get it, Sasha. You'll find out. Good luck.
You asking people who realize that that surface is not curving, and you asking that people why suns move.
No. I'm a believer now, bro. No, trust me, bro. I'm a believer. I'm just trying to know why.
If you are
We know you're a globe believer.
Well, okay, listen, bro. I'm a believer, bro. Oh,
we know you're a globe believer. We already know you're a globe believer. You said you and Professor Dave both believe in the globe.
I'm no longer a glober, bro. I consider myself a flat earth, bro.
Give me 3 flat Earth proofs. Give me 3 proofs of flat Earth.
I'm just trying to be convinced that why the sun is circulating over
your little dance isn't going to work.
Flat Earth, bro.
Your dance isn't going to work. Now you have to give me 3 proofs of flat Earth.
This has to be one of the most common questions you ask for.
How about nobody knows?
What you're asking is why is reality not the way reality is? That's what you're asking us, and it's the most bizarre thing that you're asking. We live on a flat Earth, and we observe the sun do what the sun does. And now you're trying to ask us, why does it not do what it could do? It's dumb, man.
Bro. Okay, if the Earth to be flat, if the Earth were to be flat, you can know, or for a fact, the sun has to go in a straight line. That's why you guys mentioning the sun is moving.
Why does it have to go in a straight line? Why would it have to go in a straight line? Why? What's your reasoning?
Why is it going down in a circle line? Why is it curving?
Because that's what we observe. That's the reality.
That's what we observe.
That's the reality that we observe.
Okay. Then it's the same thing. You can't just say it's flat when you can only observe the land as a flat then.
What? So because we observe, measure, and use the land as flat, we have to say it's a ball? Is there something mentally wrong with you?
I have a question,
No, it
guys.
is something wrong with you, not with me.
Is that what you believe? You think something's wrong with me? That because it's measured flat, used as flat, and we see it as flat, and water lays flat and level, that I'm mistaking because it's actually a ball and it's not any of those things that we measure. It's none of that. It's something else. Is that what you're saying?
John, I want to skip some.
I think Haley.
Bro, if I'm with a full conscious, I would not 100% know that if the Earth is flat, sun would 100% move in a straight line, not in a circular line.
I posted for you what sun is doing during the year.
Okay, listen, that thing is literally edited, and the thing you're sending me, bro, it's from Campo or somewhere.
Okay, I will explain it to you how it's. I will explain to you how it's working.
Listen to me. Listen, let me just debunk this.
I will just explain it to you how that's working. Do you see that?
Let me just say one thing, bro. If I live in that, like, let's say I live in Africa, right? And I see the sun is going from this line to that line, I would see it go in a straight line and not in a circular line, because I'm an observer and I see the sun going from this area to this area. Because if I see the sun going from, let's say I live in Tunisia, right, and I see the sun go to Egypt, I will not see it go to Egypt like.
Man, you're imagining some kind of map. That's your problem. You're imagining some map in your head.
I'm not imagining. You imagining as well. You use your imagination.
I'm not imagining any map. I'm not imagining any map.
Everyone is imagining. I have imagination. What's wrong with imagining?
Kaner, the only way you're going to debunk this is if you bring some curvature measurements over distance that match the radius value that's agreed upon by the government space agencies all over the place, dude. You would need to do that. Some surface measurements that show that the curvature that they tell us is factual. That's what you need. If you don't have that, then you're not going to debunk it. Why? Because that's what
debunk it.
You can't debunk it. You can't debunk it. That's
Why
the
not?
problem. That's why you're staring at the sky, talking about the sun instead of talking about the surface of the earth, which is what you're trying to prove. You're trying to prove the surface of the earth is curving, yet you're talking about the sun. Makes zero sense.
Why the sun is curving? Why the
Here's
sun
an
is
analogy
curving?
for you.
Why
Here's an analogy for you. Here's an analogy for you. I ask you to measure my floor. You come into my house and you start looking at my ceiling. All right? That's exactly what you're doing right now. I'm telling you to measure my floor, and you're coming into my house and you're staring at my ceiling, talking about my ceiling.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Can I ask a question, John? John, he's just muted. Good job.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask a question, bro.
So tell me, bro, if that metric you just sent, that one that you guys sent me like right now, if I live in, let's say I live across Brazil or somewhere, and I look at like the sun go from Brazil to the Amazon area, would I see the sun go down or I see it go a straight line?
So now you need to you want me to understand, you want me to help you understand how your perspective works. So think about this. Let's say you're in a big building and you're in a long hallway. Mm-hmm. Does the ceiling appear to touch the floor in the distance? Do the walls appear to touch each other in the distance away from you?
They don't touch. What has that to do with anything with the sun or whatever, bro?
Well, it's called the point of convergence. It's called the vanishing point in perspective drawing. Okay. So the way your vision works is the left and the right points of your vision. We'll call it C and D. The bottom and the top of your vision, we'll call it A and B. All of those points are going to come to one point in the distance. That's the optical horizon. It's the limit to how far your eyes can resolve. Okay. After that, so everything gets compressed and compressed. So what happens? The ground, even if it's level, it's going to appear to raise up. And the ceiling, even if it's completely level, it's going to appear to come down. It's the same thing with the sky. So things are going to appear to move down as they move further away from you, and that's just perspective. It's just the way your eyes work. But that has nothing, again, this has nothing to do with measuring the surface of the earth. We're talking about how your eyes work now. We're not talking about proving curvature anymore. Do you see the problem? Like, we keep moving away from surface measurements that would prove that the earth is a ball. You understand? Like, this is a problem. Like, you need to stick to the surface of the earth if you want to prove that it's curving.
Okay, then why other planets are curved and not my planet?
You've never verified any of that stuff. Again, you're talking about beliefs, things that you can't know, but you trust people are telling you the truth. You're seeing lights in the sky.
Bro.
You believe that what people told you about those lights is fact.
Why do you have a telescope? Can you afford a telescope? Can you buy a telescope and you see?
You can buy a telescope and see lights in the sky. Wow. You can't tell what shape they are. You can't tell how far they are. You can't tell how big they are.
Bro.
No, you can't. You can just tell what you can see, dude. Listen,
there are several planets close to your Earth that you can see with your own telescope.
So you can see the telescope. You see a light in the sky, okay? They call it a wandering star. It's also known as a planet. I know with a telescope. What I'm trying to tell you is that because you see something through a telescope that you can't figure out what it is, but you've been told stories about it, it's not going to make your understanding any more factual than your belief in Santa Claus. Okay? You can't tell what you're looking at because you see some lights in the sky. I don't care if you get the best telescope money can buy. You'd let me know what that telescope shows you.
So what about the moon? What about the sun? What about the ones that you see? What about the one that you see with your own eyes?
Listen. What is the moon made of? Like, tell me that you know what the moon is made of from your own personal experience.
No, bro. I see it with my own eyes. I can verify with my own eyes.
Can you verify what it is?
It's a bowl, bro. It's literally a bowl, bro. I can see it with my own eyes.
You can't tell it's a ball. You can't tell it's a ball. How do you know it's a ball?
Because I can see it, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You mean it's circular?
Bro, I can distinct between a bowl and a okay.
So you can tell without seeing an opposite angle of it. You only see one face of it. So you're telling me that you know for a fact that it's a sphere.
Somebody posts the 4 spheres without the animation.
So you think it's just a layer, like something like that?
I don't know what it is, and I'm not going to pretend to like you are. You pretend to know things that you don't know. You can't verify it. It's not right. You just need to know what you don't know and know what you can know. Stop with this. You've been doing it all day.
Now, I want you to go and tell all the people you know that the Earth is flat.
No.
You already know it's flat, though.
They already know it's not. So
nobody knows that? You keep saying you know, no. We've measured it. It's flat.
No.
NASA tells you it's flat and stationary.
I don't believe NASA.
Well, of course you don't believe NASA.
Yeah.
So at 15:10 or 10 minutes after the hour, which of those is a sphere?
So what do you think the moon is like?
Answer that question, dude.
Well,
A, all are spheres. B, one of them is a sphere. C, some of them are spheres. D, none of them are spheres.
I don't know.
So how can you look at something with the telescope and tell me if it's a sphere or not?
What is it?
You just said you can look at something and tell if it's a ball or not. You said.
Yeah. So tell me which all those are balls. Tell me which ones are balls or not balls, or if they're all balls or if they're all not balls. You're the one who said you can do it. Do it.
So you just believe, or you like, if you only believe in things that you see with your own eyes. That's what you're telling me.
You said that. You said you look up with a telescope and you know for sure it's a ball.
Yeah, well, it make more sense. What okay, then
Why
where
does
the
it
light
make
come
more
from?
sense? And you still haven't
Because
answered the
if
question.
It's not a ball.
Answer the question so
light
we
will
can
not
show you that
reflect.
you're wrong. Answer the question so we can show you you're
There
wrong.
would be no reflection if it's not a ball.
Answer the question so we can give you the answer.
I said it. I already answered your question. I said there would be no reflection if it's not a ball.
So none of them are balls. Or all of them, are they reflecting or not reflecting?
All of them are balls, bro. All of them are spheres.
Okay, go ahead and post the answer. He said they're all spheres.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy, bro?
Go ahead, over fences. I think she had the animated one. If somebody has it, so it gives you the answers. You'll like it too. You're going to be like, oh, now I can't use a telescope. Now I can't use a telescope and looking at things in the sky. Excuse.
Oh,
all right, here we go. Here's the animation. Have a look at it, my friend.
I like the Photoshop you guys send in. It's amazing.
Which Photoshop?
Oh, like particularly everything you guys sent.
Just look at the animation and then admit you were wrong.
Well, okay, what kind of animation? Which one?
Over Fences posted it, right? You said they're all balls, right?
Well, who these?
Yeah, you said those are all balls. So which one is it?
I didn't choose anyone.
You said all of them are balls. We have it recorded.
I said they're all balls. I'm talking about planets. I'm talking about all the planets, bro.
Why would you say that when we were talking about the picture
No, I
that was
wasn't. I
posted?
wasn't paying attention to these, bro.
How come you don't pay attention?
You're a liar. You're a liar.
How come you don't
No, I
pay
wasn't.
attention to us when we're talking to you? Pay attention to me and answer the question. Well, how come you don't pay attention to us when we're talking
Why are
to
you talking to me like that, bro?
Because you're not paying fucking attention. Pay attention.
That's
How come
not
you're
a-
not paying attention when we're talking to you?
I'm gonna leave.
Just a nice cop out.
You
Yeah,
don't
I
want me
wasn't
to
talking about those things.
You know,
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about something different. I know those are balls in the sky.
You guys are so excited. This shit.
You know how silly of the logic that you have on that is really silly, right? It's no different than looking up at the sky and you're like, okay, I see things that look like balls in the sky, so I must be standing on a ball, right? And then, but wait a sec, get her, okay? And then it's like looking up and seeing birds in the sky and thinking, I must be on a flying bird, dude. Like it's the same damn logic and it's illogical.
It's not the same damn logic.
It is.
It is not. Birds can fly. Like I know that fact already.
Oh my gosh, you just don't fucking get it, do you? You don't get it. You look up in the sky and you see things that look like balls in the sky, so you assume that what you're standing on is a ball, right? I can look up and see things like planes and birds and clouds in the sky. Should I assume that I'm standing on any one of those things?
I think we're standing on clouds.
Yeah. Let's just go with that, you know?
Nothing wrong with standing on clouds.
I think he left. Nice. Oh man, he couldn't that got him. That right there. That got him.
Keep the balls in the air.
I love my job. Oh, and I love my job, but I love this job most. Not too many people can say they love doing what they're doing every day when they go to work. And I'm not talking about this channel.
Yeah, sometimes the job gets fun. That was hilarious. I think my favorite part of that conversation was when he said that things could be flat and curved at the same time.
It's been a pretty derpy day.
He's back in chat though. He doesn't have to argue on factual truth. Globally known. Come on, fucker. I hate debugging software. Well, here, yippee. Now we have a mill error.
Debugging software.
Well, that's what I'm actually doing because I'm writing it, and I and I have bugs in it on purpose because I have to know if I'm actually doing something, and then something else isn't working, and it's just so aggravating, and I can't tell you what I'm working on because that blows. One day I'll be able to talk about it.
Radwin, we had a guy that came in the other day. No joke. He said that his dad worked on the gimbal for the Hubble Space Telescope.
He worked on the what?
The gimbal.
Yeah, probably.
I was like, oh, really? Where have I heard that before?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's what holds it in the plane so they can move it. Keeps it steady.
That's right.
Interesting, because that's what I was looking at. Pretty big, too. See? Now you know I'm not bullshitting.
Yeah, we got Globers coming in thinking that it's proof of the globe.
No, you should have asked him which NASA he worked at.
Yeah, that would have been better. I didn't engage that, though.
Most likely it was NASA Lewis Research Center, which is now called NASA Glenn.
Guys, what's the matter if the Earth is a circle or flat?
Circles are flat. Circles are flat.
Doesn't matter, man. Just live like a normal person.
Are you a normal person?
Yes, I am.
You go along with what
I don't
everybody
care if
tells you to do? You go along with what everybody tells you to do? What do you mean, no?
I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a flat or a circle for me.
Oh, yes, it does. It
Just
matters.
live. For what reason?
Oh, it matters.
Why?
Because if you think you live on a ball, then you think that everything came from the Big Bang and one explosion from nothing into everything. Then you think you live on a ball. If you live on a flat Earth, you know for a fact it's created. And the dead giveaway is because we have air pressure, and air pressure needs containment. There you go. They're in a nice little Dixie cup size exclamation for you. Explanation.
The explosion is. I don't believe that. I just believe it's been created by God.
Oh, he puts balls into space like a juggler?
Oh man, it's not explosion. Listen,
so God put balls in space like a juggler? Like a circus clown?
Not a ball. It's a Earth.
Do you believe in this? Do you believe you're in a solar
It's
system?
Earth. I don't care if it's a flat or a circle.
Do you believe the Earth is in the solar system? Goes around the sun?
What's it's the matter is the Earth itself, not the circle.
Do you believe you're in a solar system?
Yes.
Okay, so which did God create first? Sun or the Earth?
I don't know. Wait. I wanna think. Maybe the sun first.
Fair enough.
Because the Earth can't be existed without the sun. It become the whole.
Yeah, you go with that, bro. You go with that. You can believe what you like.
Yes, true. But listen, I wanna ask you something. If I look straight, why I can't see the end of the road? No, I can't answer that question. So goodbye.
Bargrunt wants to talk.
Oh, he never talks. These guys now think that there's a God that juggles balls, and then they keeps them suspended in a vacuum of space, and then somehow does a magic spell on them. Air and water stick to these balls in a vacuum. I don't know where you guys come up with your stories from, but that's as close as I can get.
Yeah, Big Bang and all that stuff, Bargrunt, doesn't really matter. It's completely irrelevant when the waters don't curve, right? And, you know, to the best of your knowledge and mine, 71% of Earth's surface is covered in water, and it's not curving. So that's 70% flat horizontal level, right? And then you got salt flats, and then you've got all of these different plains, the Nullarbor Plains, the North American plains. You know, it's flat. It's a horizontal topographic plane, and that's the way it measures. So anything else you want to talk about is pretty irrelevant. The only two things ultimately that anybody would need to provide would be a demonstration of gas pressure without containment, without a container, and direct measurements of omnidirectional Earth curve across large bodies of water. If you don't have either of those two things, you're never ever going to prove that Earth is a globe. It's measuring flat, gases require containment, so, you know, there you go. Globe debunked. Pretty easy. Very simple. And people think, it can't be that simple. It's not that simple. We hear it all the time in here. It's not that simple. Yeah, actually, it is that simple. Objective reality is simple. Don't even engage Bar Grunt in the side chat, you guys. Don't do it.
Why?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Talked to him many times.
I know. Don't
Same
do it.
shit.
He wants to talk about something that is completely irrelevant to the fact that there's no curvature to measure, right? So why feed the troll? Cannon fodder.
How do you observe the Big Bang?
Well, you look back in time.
That's amazing.
Oh yeah, through the dinosaurs and
yeah, they have telescopes that can see back in time to the beginning of time now. They have time telescopes.
Traveling telescopes. Where do I get one of those?
Oh, that you can't have one.
Bar gravity is known as a pseudo force, a fictitious force. It's that's not real, bro. Gravity's fake and gay, just like space. So you could talk about gravity all you want, right? But you're gonna need to provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, right? Show me evaporative cycles without a container, dude. You can't do it. You can't do it. But you know what I can do? I can demonstrate gas pressure with a container.
Look what I can do. Look what I can do.
Look what I can do. I can demonstrate evaporative cycles with a container.
Look what I can do.
Look what I can do. I can measure the flatness of water, right? But these globers, they can't provide the opposite to support their ideology. Toby Dog. Gravity. Baby Ruth.
Astronaut.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, so Bargra, do you have anything that isn't just meta BS? Got anything? Anything at all? No? Just deep-seated belief and very heavy cognitive dissonance? That's what it seems like. Because you're always in here and you still haven't learned, so. Must be ignorance, cognitive dissonance, or maybe you're just stupid, I don't know.
Could be all of the above.
Very well could be. Yep.
Why am I getting unknown alarm? It's not even an option. Oh, somebody's withdrawing money out of my Coinbase account. I get this message every day. I say, yeah, let them have it. Text back, yep, you can have it. Yep, I agree. What's a medic step 2? that a step above a medic step 1? Or is that a step below a medic step 1?
We're gonna need a medic. The globe is dead. Help.
Oh, medic says telescopes can see back in time. See, they can see in the past.
Wow.
Television has fucked these people up like you wouldn't believe it.
I'm so glad I haven't owned a TV in 12 years.
Okay, hear me out. What do you think? How you can see things? Right now, you are seeing your screen. What do you think? How you are seeing it? Can
With
you?
my eyes.
With my
Yeah,
eyes.
with my
Seeing the Hubble Space Telescope on TV.
Amazing. If you close your eyes, you can't see anything, right? I think
So what's that got to do with telescopes? So if
Okay,
you close your eyes, then you don't see back in time.
Listen, okay, let me complete. So basically, when your eyes are open, the light is coming in your eyes, and if it's very far away, it takes some time for the light even. So if you see very far, way too far, it takes the time for the light to reach your eyes, and that's how you can see back in time.
You're not trying to be a medic, are you?
Wow.
I am not trying to be a medic. It's a very logical argument. You don't have to be anything. You just have to be a fifth grader to understand this thing.
No.
It's very easy. Uh-huh.
No, you got to prove that things are 5 million light years away. You got to prove that shit, dude.
So
You
what
can't
do you
just
think?
say,
Okay,
look at the light. Look at that
you
light over there. That's 18
What's the
billion light years away. That light's 18 billion. That's the beginning of time right there.
Okay. So what do you think? What those twinkling stars up there? Do you think these are some what are those?
Stars.
They are stars. Okay, so they exist, right?
They're what?
They exist.
Yeah, they're lights. I can see them at night. Sometimes in the morning too, when it's light out.
So basically, they emit light, right? And it's very far away.
Yep,
So
they don't
time.
they don't reflect light. They emit light. That's correct.
Good. So if it's emitting light, it requires some time to reach to our Earth, right?
No.
So imagine if the
What
star
makes
is
you
there.
think that? They're the same distance as the sun. Yeah, they're the same distance as the sun and the moon.
So why they are so small then?
Because they're small lights. What the fuck?
Man, listen. That's not an argument, okay? That's just you made a joke. That's not because they're small, because they are very far away. That's why they're small.
What makes you think they're far away?
That's you making that up.
Away from me, if you move away from me, you become small. You can literally observe this in everyday life. If you ask your friend to go far away, he will look like small. When he comes to you, it will be larger.
How far away
And
does he
that's
think
how
these
you
lights are?
define depth. That's how all your devices are understanding the depth.
All right, Mister. All the lights are different distances. How come when I take my camera and I focus on one star, and then I just pan my camera to another star less bright, it's still in focus?
So it means your cameras are not capable of understanding the depth at that point. They're very far away. So it just consider them as the same distance, because obviously now you can't. The cameras are not capable. Telescopes are, yes. So if you use a very big telescope,
My camera's better. My camera's better than a telescope. My camera's better than a telescope.
So basically, you think those giant telescopes having a large sensors, they are better than your phone camera having those tiny centimeter sensors?
Mine does better things than those do. Yep.
Okay, you
I can
just
take
basically
because I can
failed
take
at this
my.
point.
You can't take your giant telescope and take a picture of a rabbit's eye from 50 yards away, where I can with my camera telescope. So yeah, mine's better.
So your camera is better than a telescope. Okay.
Yep.
Good.
Yep. Absolutely.
I'm done, bro. You won. You won. I'm done.
Yeah,
No.
it's not a phone camera he's talking about.
So what kind of a camera is talking about?
Oh, I have a P900 Nikon.
Oh, so basically your Nikon camera is better than a telescope. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Oh.
It's a Nikon
So,
P900, dude.
Yep.
It's 83x zoom. That's just regular zoom. That's the actual lens moving as an 83x, and then it
so basically
multiplies.
the James
Then
Webb
then it
telescope
multiplies
that stand up in
digitally
the
after
space.
that.
So the James Webb telescope that stand up in the space, right? It's not
No,
a real thing for
space,
you.
no, space is fake.
Who's got access to that?
Obviously not you, because you are not an engineer. If you are an engineer, you can apply
Yeah,
to
you
NASA.
don't
and you
have
can
one
see that
either.
it's-
So you're telling me I can
am
go
an
apply to have
I'm not an
access
engineer,
to it?
but I have been. I have friends that
Oh, everybody has friends.
My dad works for Nintendo.
Maybe.
My dad worked at NASA.
So now you are not believing. Just ask your dad if it's real or not. He will tell you definitely it is.
He
because there are
told
people-
me what he worked on.
Okay.
He worked on the part of that
listen.
telescope. He worked
have
on
one
that
more argument.
telescope that holds it in place.
What if at this point from the whole humanity you hide the cell phones and there's just bunch of people have access to these smartphones and they tell you, oh bro, there is a device you can call to someone, and you'll be like, fake. That's fake. That's just people making shit up, right? That's what you are doing. There are a handful of people who have access to all of these advanced telescopes,
No,
the
they don't.
space.
No, there's not a handful. No.
They
Go
are.
ahead and post the link where I can sign up to go use the Hubble, because I got a bunch of things I want to do. And I'll sign up and I'll go do them.
Why would they allow you to use it if it's you don't have the required knowledge, right? You can't. It's the same thing.
You don't know what I know, Sunshine. You have no clue what my background is.
Oh, so no, you just told me, like when you said your Nikon is better than a telescope, I understand your background, everything. The point is, if I am right here, I'll be like, okay, I need to do a surgery on the patient. I'm going to sign up and I'm going to do a surgery. Do you think I'm allowed? I'm reasonable? Obviously not. I don't have the degree or the skills to do
You're
so.
doing surgery when you use a computer? Is that what you're telling me?
No,
Because that's
I'm
all the Hubble
saying-
is. It's a computer screen.
So what? So you don't have the required skills to operate it.
Oh, I have the skills to build and design the thing.
Oh, okay. So basically, you are.
Yeah, I have those skills. Yeah, people don't need to teach me how to do shit. I actually teach them how to do stuff.
If everyone sign up to use the Hubble, okay, what do you think? What will be the outcome? Is it going to be very helpful for the humanity? No, it's not.
Why not?
Why would
How do you know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to
What you're
turn
gonna
it.
do with
I'm
it?
going to point it at Earth, and I'm going to stand in the backyard and put my finger in the air, and I want to take a picture with Hubble of me giving Hubble the finger, and then we'll prove that it's up there. How's that?
Okay, so basically, you don't believe this thing that if you go from to the east, you will eventually end up in the west. You don't believe that, right?
Who said that?
You don't. You believe this?
Oh, just follow a compass.
Just follow a compass, and you will reach the west, right?
Yep. Just follow a compass. Compass takes you in a circle.
Compass takes you in a circle. Okay, so basically, if you don't use a compass, now what?
You'll get lost. You'll still walk in a circle though, but you'll be lost.
How I'm supposed to walk in a circle if I'm just heading straight?
Because humans can't walk straight.
Okay. So basically, a ship can, right?
Nope. They have to tack.
So if you take a sailing boat and it doesn't have any
it doesn't go straight. It has to tack. It has to zigzag to its destination.
Okay, so basically, eventually, if you are zigzagging, you will eventually going to be in a straight line. You know?
No, you're not in a straight line when you're going in a circle. Do you think circles are straight lines, son?
Whatever. Professor Triangle, yes.
You think circles are straight lines?
Any
Please don't go into the medical field. Please don't
I'm
go into
not. I'm
any.
just saying. I'm just
Good.
saying. Is there any
Don't use a name like medic like you're going to be responsible for somebody's human life, because we
I
don't want
am.
any
I
dum
am.
dums doing that.
I
We don't
literally
want
saved
dum
Google's
dums
life.
working on us.
I'm not working. I'm just trying to gain or trying to understand your point of view. I'm just in an argument, right? If you have a very solid argument, I will believe you. You have my word. So I'm not here to prove my point. I'm here to understand what your point is. So I'm just asking if there's any vehicle on this planet Earth at this modern era which can go in a straight line. That's
Nope.
it. That's my question.
No.
Can you build one?
Nope.
Okay. So basically everything is going in a circle.
Has to.
So why come you can go on a highway, but because I can't see anything circling on a highway,
Because
how the cars
surveyors made your highway. That's why.
and you think the highways are in a circular motion, right?
No, they used surveying equipment like transits and theodolites to shoot straight lines and to make sure they're level. Yep. And to know how much grade is there, so you're not on a fucking truck at a 45-degree downhill and you're just gonna kill about 60 people in front of you because your brakes aren't gonna work at that angle.
Okay. So you don't believe in Mars, right?
Wow,
do you?
you're all over the place. Now we're into lights in the sky. We are talking about Earth, not Mars, right?
So Mars doesn't exist basically in this argument.
What Mars? The light? I see Mars every day. I think it's Mars. Pretty sure that's Mars or Mercury. I can't remember which one that is.
No. I'm talking
got
about
Mars on the
the
horizon.
red planet.
What? I don't
I
see
am
any
not
red
referring
planets.
to.
I don't see any red
Mhm.
planets.
So
Do you?
can you see your distant relatives?
What?
Yes, that's the point. Because they live far away from you, you can't see them. So if there's something that's too far away from you, you can't see it. Mars is so far away. That's why you can't see it.
Mars is a light up in the sky. Remember we talked about them?
No, Mars is not a light up sky.
Yes, it is. I can see it at night.
Where is
Yes,
the
it
Mars?
is.
Where is it? I can't.
Oh, well, it's probably because you can't see it. I'll have to take a picture of it next time.
Point me a direction.
I'll find
me a
it.
direction.
I'll figure out where it's at and take a picture for you. Just for you. Let me see.
Okay.
Medic Step 2. I'll name it Medic Step 2.
Okay.
Picture of Mars.
Okay.
And then what's that going to prove?
It's going to prove like whatever you're going to send me, it's not Mars. It's just a random star you're pointing at and you're taking a picture of it because Mars don't emit light. So you can't say Mars is something which.
So Mars doesn't emit light. How do we see it?
How do you see it? When the sunlight falls on it, that's when you see it from a telescope.
Prove it.
You have to prove it.
No, you're the one who made the claim that it's lit up by the sun. Now you prove it.
You want me to go outside and take a telescope and start pointing it toward the Mars?
Yeah, that's not going to tell you why it's lit up.
I'm dropping this. How can you see the moon? Do you think moon emits light?
Yep.
Okay, so why the light is always different? Like at the first day, it's not even there, and then suddenly at day 15, it's there, full moon.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
everything.
This is the Flat Earth Discord, not the Flat Moon or the Sun or Mars Discord. It's the Flat Earth Discord.
Bro, listen. If you are making an argument that Earth is flat, then you are going to see the relative things.
No,
Right? And,
Earth is already flat, and we already see everything we see. Earth is already flat.
Okay, I'm not talking about Earth. I'm just talking about the moon now.
I know you want to talk about everything but reality.
Okay, so you are proving the Earth is flat without seeing up.
Yeah, we're measuring the Earth. We're not looking in the sky. You can't measure the Earth by looking in the sky. Somebody
you
taught
can,
you.
obviously, if
No,
things
yeah.
around
You know what? You know what, dude? If I went into if I go into a meeting tomorrow and I tell everybody I'm going to measure Lake Erie by looking up in the sky, they're going to probably my badge won't work on the door the next morning because I'll be fired.
No, the point is, if you look up in the sky and you prove that the things are round out there, you will automatically assume the thing you are living on must be round as well.
Oh, so good thing you said that. So since I live basically in the middle of the woods, except for my neighbors, because I know their people, because I can talk to them, but because we see trees everywhere, me and my neighbors all think we live in a tree.
No, that's not how it works. The thing is, that's not how it works.
That's not how it works?
No,
I mean,
it
that's the
doesn't.
logic you're using.
All right, I saw a bird flying in the sky. I think I live on a bird.
Yeah, that's the logic you're using, Medic.
Okay, listen. You can't even prove the moon how it's changing the light, and you are diverting the argument.
Dude, you're still okay. You're still looking away from the ground to determine.
And besides, you're the one supposed to prove the moon shit, remember? You're the one making the claims about the moon and Mars and all that, and you have to prove it, not me. I didn't make any claims about it. I said the earth is flat, and you said the earth is flat, then how come Mars? And I'm like, and I think to myself, this guy better not be a medic. This guy better not be a medic of any kind if he's talking about shit like that.
Okay, listen. You said you can design things, right? You just design a rocket on your own, okay? Design your own rocket, attach it to the camera.
No, I don't want to waste money. I don't want to waste my money.
Just do a fundraiser then to prove your theory.
No, you do a fundraiser, and then I'll build it.
Because
you want me to do it. You raise the money, and I'll build the rocket for you.
Okay. For me, NASA is doing everything. I don't need to raise. I don't need to prove anything. They are doing it free of cost. If you want to prove
free of cost,
they doesn't like tax money. Yeah, sure, but otherwise, I'm chilling, bro. They don't come at my door every weekend and ask for money. They don't, right? So
no, yes, they do. Every 2 weeks they ask me for money. Every 2 weeks they ask me for money.
How come?
I don't have a choice. It's called taxes.
So I said taxes. Obviously, it's not just going to NASA. It's distributed all over your.
That's NASA asking for money.
Okay, so they are asking for money, and they are doing their job.
Every day they ask for money. Every day they ask for money.
Okay, they ask for money.
Medic, you think if you got you think if you got the rocket and you put it in like the horizontal orientation, and you flew the rockets, you flew the rocket straight, you think it would rise from the level surface of water, or just go
straight?
From the
level surface of the water.
Yeah, the surface of level water. If I put a rocket 10 feet above the surface, put it in the horizontal orientation, and it just went straight. Yeah.
So it just went straight. So it depends on the speed. If the speed is beyond the point where you have to leave the gravity, then yes, it will fly away from.
Whoa, he just used gravity now. Oh my goodness.
So, okay, listen. You think gravity doesn't exist, basically. So I have to prove it without gravity, right? I can.
What are you about to prove that horizontal? Like when I said put it in the horizontal orientation and straight. Are you going to propose that horizontal and straight are affected by gravity? Two concepts?
They are related concepts, yes. That's what I think.
Okay, and you think they're affected? You think they're affected by gravity?
Listen, if you just shoot something, right, at a very specific speed, it will be in a circular motion, but the circular motion is going to be in a sphere.
Who told you that lie?
It's not a lie. It's common sense.
No, it's not.
How can
it goes against all senses?
Okay, listen. If you shoot a rocket on a water level surface, right, it will stay at that level.
No.
It will.
Nope. It'll just run out of
Okay.
fuel and fall in the water.
Yeah, if it doesn't, then what?
Oh, it will. That's what happens to them. They go up, they turn over the ocean, and then they go out of view.
Uh-huh.
You never see them again. Then the little NASA recovery fleet they have in Florida runs out there in their ships because they're waiting for it, and they go recover the shit that falls in the ocean, and they bring it back to shore, they clean it up, and they do it all over again.
You are absolutely right. But during the time it just reaches its top point, it just releases the mini satellite, and that just goes out. And that's the point of this rocket, to deliver the things out into the orbit.
There's no such thing as an orbit.
Okay, so what do you think your GPS is working from? Like, is it magic? Your
My
phone is
what?
telling you out
My
of
what?
your GPS. Your GPS. You use GPS. Don't
Oh,
tell me you
that's
don't.
yeah, ground positioning systems, towers. Yep.
So do you think it's working with a tower?
Yeah, it's called ground positioning system.
Yes, it's ground positioning system.
Not called space positioning system.
It's called ground positioning system because there's a system in the space that tells your position on the ground. That's why it's called as
Yeah,
ground
because
positioning
you're
system.
triangulating yourself on the ground with ground and towers.
Okay,
That's how.
So if you go into the area without any towers, your GPS shouldn't be working.
So
correct?
here's what you think. You think there's this thing flying in the sky, and there's 300 million people in the United States, and then they're driving in their car, and you think 330 million people are beaming up to a satellite to get instructions on when to turn right. You sound like you're making up stories. There's no network that could handle that.
Okay, what do you think Starlink is doing then? Is it fake as well?
You guys are the ones who come up with Starlink. So you like
basically
Starlink
Starlink
so
doing
much.
something.
How come Starlink always? How come it always works if it's just a string of lights that fly by?
Because there is the thing called as diversion. If there is something that's flying by it and intercept its course, right? You have this phenomenon of diversion that goes around the object. It's light.
Whoa.
That's what light do.
So now signals go around things?
Yes, because according to you,
Holy
if everything
shit. I can't even imagine the
you-
math that would be involved to do
exactly, that's
anything
why
like
you are
that.
not a NASA, bro. That's why. That's
Dude,
why. That's
dude,
why there's a
my
handful
dad
of
worked
people
at
doing it.
NASA, and the job I
Uh-huh.
have blows his job away.
Okay. Okay. The point is, you can't even prove anything, and I can't prove anything.
Oh
so
yeah,
we're even.
yeah. We proved the Earth is flat by measuring it.
No, you can't. You
NASA,
can't.
yeah, you can. NASA tells you Earth is flat and stationary too.
Okay, so NASA told you that Earth is flat, right?
No, they said it has to be in order to fly an airplane.
In order to fly, yes. Basically, the area where the airplane is flying. So there's now the curvature thing involved, right? So there is the curvature of Earth, right? And if you just zoom out, it will be sphere. If you zoom in, it's going to be somewhat straight, not pure straight.
Oh no, the horizon. That's straight, dude.
So the horizon is straight because that's not that big as compared to the whole curvature of it.
Let's see. Just looking in my bag of tricks for you.
Okay, you can't prove the curvature thing.
I don't even know what you're talking about. That's the first time I've ever heard of it. And
What's the curvature? Okay, so
and
Google it up.
sporadic was in here. You're telling me signals curve around a ball.
Yes, they do, and I can prove it to you. If you take a,
do it.
if you take, I'll send you a link showing the phenomenon.
Prove that signals go around a ball.
No, light can go around a ball.
Prove it.
And signals are okay. Let me throw in a link so everyone can see, and I have to look for it.
Yep, I want to see light going 100 miles around the ball. That would be, I think, 6,666 feet of drop. It has to curve around.
Let's see.
No,
Let's see.
that would be it's bigger than that for 100 miles. I have to look that up. Oh, and there's your 44 documents, government documents was just posted for you, all claiming Earth is flat and stationary. That's the CIA, NASA, Navy, Army,
Anyone can
Marine,
print it,
everybody.
anyone can write it, and everyone can fake it. It's not something that proves anything.
So, in order to fly an airplane, you have to have a flat and stationary Earth to land it.
No, that's not.
Yes.
Why?
How could you land a plane if the ground underneath you is going sideways, left to right, and you're coming up on the runway, and the runway is going sideways? How do you land it?
Curvature, bro. Curvature. If you expand it, there will be points that are going to be relatively straight. But if you zoom out, you will see the curvature as curved.
Whatever you want to say, it's supposed to be spinning. So if you're going north and south on an airplane, runways would be zipping by you at 1,000 miles per hour underneath you, and you have to try to land on one.
Oh, yes. Okay. I understand your argument now. And the point is, your atmosphere also revolves with Earth.
Oh, I have a debunk for you on that too. Because you're gonna tell me which one's moving with the Earth and which one's not.
Okay.
I've got responses for everything, dude.
So I'm up. I'm listening.
I'm waiting for this slow ass server to load. I must not pay for the good shit. We're really busy today, one or the other, but our room is the busiest room there possibly is on every server we go to. We become number one. I don't know if you knew that.
Because everyone is just trying to
debunk us, and they can't.
They can, but you are so stubborn on your point. I'm here for.
All right, here we go. Here we go. What I posted.
Okay.
So what I posted, you're going to tell me which one of the clouds are moving with the Earth. Which part of the atmosphere is rotating?
They are stationary, and because of wind, they are moving. Otherwise, they wouldn't be moving. It's not because of Earth rotation. It's because of wind.
Oh, so it's just wind that moves the clouds, not the Earth?
Yes, it's not the Earth. Yes, you are right.
Yeah, so the air is not moving with the Earth, is it?
Air is not.
Then the runway is going to zip past you at 1,000 miles per hour.
No.
You can't have both.
See, listen. If the airplane is landing on an airport, right? Just before it hits the ground, if the Earth is moving beneath it, so does the environment, the atmosphere above it. So the air is in the atmosphere, so it's moving with the same speed. Now, if the plane is not moving, it will be stationary. That's what it is when it's attached to a runway. But if it's not, then the engine is that's what making the plane move.
Anything else you'd like to talk about flat Earth? Why NASA needs to have a flat stationary Earth for planes to work? Now do you understand why it has to be flat? Now do you understand why it has to be flat and stationary? Well, let's read some of their documents since you don't understand. Here's one. I'm not even reading these. I just know what they say on them. There's more. Here's some more.
I'll go through this whole video of these 44 government documents, and then I'll come back tomorrow and I'll prove it to you how every single one of it is wrong.
So NASA's wrong, the Army is wrong, the CIA is wrong. All those government agencies are now all wrong. So you can't trust them anymore, can you?
Wow, 5 minutes ago they were all right.
Yep. 5 minutes ago, they were all right. Now they're all wrong.
So you think NASA is claiming the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what it
Are
is.
you
I've
for
got the
real?
document, the whole document, if you'd like it. Here we go.
Are you
Yeah,
kidding
it's
me?
taken
Yeah, I
multiple
can't find the
times.
document. If you got it, post it.
Yeah, I got the doc. Here you go. So it claims multiple times that the aircraft are operating in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. States it multiple times. Why would they feel the need to state that multiple times if that's not what's happening? If Earth is curving and Earth is rotating,
And air is
then
rotating with the Earth. Why would they say that the air is stationary?
yeah, it's kind of weird. A stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. It says it multiple times.
Okay. I'm going to read it all and I'm going to respond. Bro, it's not from NASA. You just guys, there's some dude out there who's making this shit up.
1 minute after the hour. NASA PDF. This is 102 pages, dude.
And how can you prove it from NASA?
Because we downloaded it from NASA.
It's directly
Just
from
send me the
NASA.
link.
Yeah.
Send me the link.
It's right there. At 1 minute. Okay, I'll post it again. I'm gonna just keep posting it. You're too retarded to find it.
He doesn't just want the PDF. He wants the whole link from where it comes from NASA.
Yes. That's what I'm asking
The
for.
link is in the PDF, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway, plus they just redid their site a couple years ago because of us. So
That's
you have
true.
you have to dig a different direction to get these documents now. Now they're called something else, but they're still
No,
there.
that's not
But
that.
they're still
No,
there.
You, if it's still there, send me a link.
I don't need to search for them. I already know the Earth is flat.
You want a link, and I just sent you a whole ass PDF, dude.
And you can go
You
watch
send
that
me
video
PDF.
too.
I'm just asking for the link you downloaded it from. That's. I think that's not much of a job. That's not.
Did you not hear what Professor Triangle said? It's different now because of us, because of how heavy we have been on this topic.
Because of you guys, they have to remove the document. That's what you're saying, right?
Because of us, they
so
moved the link.
So why
Because of us,
wouldn't
they
allow you
moved
guys
the
to
link.
use the Hubble or even James Webb Telescope if you request them?
I'm going to tell you, it's because of us. This group, 100%. It's because of us.
Yep.
Okay, so why don't they let you use the James Webb Telescope if you said you want to do it? And if they're removing shit from their platform just because of you guys, you must be very important. So why don't they just
That's right.
allow
We
you
are
guys
very
to
important.
use?
We're so
Why
important
don't they
that
allow
they
you
try to
guys
have.
to use the
We're so
telescope then?
important that they even have India and shit pretending to do moon landings now, because we're so important. They even have India doing cartoon cutouts with strings, a puppet landing on the moon, and they call that a moon landing with 500 Indians hanging off the side of a spaceship.
I know that was so ridiculous, and they just do a very terrible job of whatever they did. But it doesn't prove that Earth is flat
Why would they lie?
because they just want to be maybe cool.
Oh, so they're lying to be cool. Why does NASA lie? Why does NASA lie?
There's no apparent reason.
So NASA's not lying, but India lies.
Because the way India presented it, it wasn't something. I'm with you guys because what India did is funny. It wasn't a moon landing. It was some cartoon characters.
So, Medic, did you want some actual evidence that proves that the Earth is not spherical? Do you want some evidence to show you that the Earth is not a ball? Since you.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Sure. What's your proof?
Do you know the radius value that's given to us by the various government space agencies?
You're you're talking about the
You say
pi
you
or something?
no, I'm talking about the radius value of the ball that they tell you that we all live upon.
Okay, yes. I assume you're talking about the radius
The
of Earth,
radius value.
because I'm not an engineer. Okay, what's that? Just
Yeah. You don't have to be an
explain.
engineer because they have the radius the alleged radius of the alleged spherical Earth. Yes, that's what I'm referring to. So you have all of the different government space agencies are all in agreement upon this value, right? So they all agree that this is the size sphere that we all live. You could use
Your voice broke. Your voice broke.
Okay, sorry about that. There's a curvature calculator, right? And what that does, it'll show you the distance to the horizon from your position, right? And not the optical horizon, the geometric horizon, where the solid geometric horizon should be, right? Now,
Okay.
you could go and you could check to see if it matches reality. And when you go to check, you find out that not only does it not match how much it should be curving, it's not curving at all. Okay. So you could prove to yourself
So how
that
can
the
you
Earth
prove
is
that?
not a sphere because you could see too far. If the Earth is a ball, you can only see so far. Okay, that's one way to do it, right? Plus, you can measure the surface, and when you see that there's no variation, there's no deviation from horizontal and level, and you can infer and deduce from that it cannot be
So
curving,
that's what I was
right?
saying. Okay,
Because there's no curvature.
I got your argument. I got your argument, but the same point of curvatures kick in because the distance you can see is not enough for you to determine that it's round.
We're not just talking
You
about
can only
distances we
prove
can
it.
see. We're also talking about laser tests, measurements, right? Measuring that it does not curve, right? So if you're on a ball, no matter how big, there has to be some measurable drop over distance.
Okay,
Okay? It has to happen.
have you gone
Okay?
through that video which made those three holes at the same straight line and they pointed a laser at it, and the third hole
I
the
saw
laser
that. I saw
never
that. I
gone
saw
through the
that
third hole?
Netflix hit. I saw that Netflix hit piece. Okay, so that was a not even. Okay, so put it this way: if you look into that whole thing, that's like an hour to go through that and really just and break it down and explain to you everything that was wrong with that. Or we could show you something that's provable, repeatable, right? We could show you a bunch of laser tests. There's a ton of successful laser tests that show that the Earth is not curving. Would you like to see those instead of harping on this one
I
thing
would
that we
love
could
to.
go
I
over?
would love to.
Okay, guys.
I mean, you
So
can share the link in
look
the
in the
chat.
side.
I can look it up.
Yeah. Look in the side chat. Yeah, look in the side chat. DJ, can you post
am.
the Salt Lake one?
Yeah. Yep. Sure.
Thank you, brother. I gotta get
So
back. I gotta get back to work.
Go ahead. You see that your link for NASA's PDF has been posted. So there you go, Sunshine.
Let me see.
Did you say Medic is refusing to post the math?
Bargrant is supposed to post the math, the actual math that they had to simplify the equations for flat and stationary Earth. I want to see the actual real ones that include the globe. He said, but we wouldn't understand how to do the math. So I said, I can do the math, but you won't post it for me.
That's that's because Bargrunt's trying to cop out.
Yep.
That's a cop out. Yep. So in that case, nice cop out, Bargrunt. Yeah, I'm pretty good at math, and geometry, and physics. Man, that's my niche. It's so funny. There was a Glober telling me that I don't know anything about science, and I was like, bro, you wouldn't know science if it made you its independent variable, bro.
Where'd the Indian guy go? Is he still here? Oh,
I
gone.
think he bolted.
I think the this the link to NASA, that was too much. It's funny how he threw the India under the bus. The moon
Oh yeah,
mission.
because he knows they faked that shit. They don't even talk about India anywhere on the news ever. Nothing. Notice that? After they put that one out, people were like, holy crap, don't talk about India anymore, please, people.
It was similar to the Tesla in space. They never put that on the news or anything after it happened.
Yeah, that was a magical. That should still be like part of following that thing. Where did it really go? We should have Hubble taking pictures of it, but nope. Because when I get my chance to run the Hubble, I'm going to take a picture of me giving Hubble the finger and take a picture of the car flying to Mars. It should be there by now. They ask for proof, we give them proof, and then they leave because they got what they wanted, and now they're mad at us.
Well, hello, Julian. How are you? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. What brings you here today?
I'm just listening.
Answer the question.
Huh?
Answer the question. What brings you here today, friend?
I want to know why the Earth is flat.
Interesting.
It measures because it measures that way. We experience it that way. It's used that way. It's treated that way in all practical applications.
He wants to know why it's flat.
Yeah,
So,
like what's
why?
causing? Cause.
That's how the guy made it.
Yeah, like what causes flatness? That's a deep. That's a kind of a deep. What do you think causes flatness, Julian?
I don't know.
Like if I had to answer it, I'd say something about between in the magnetic field and the toroidal field, matter is pressed out flat in the middle of a toroidal field, but that's just an oversimplified explanation.
Well, hydrostatics textbooks tell you that gravity makes the surface of liquid at rest flat.
Oh, that's impossible. I'm going to have to correct those books because I heard gravity makes water turn into a ball. So which is it? Flat or a ball?
Oh, yeah, they're going to have to make up their minds on that one. Good point. Good point.
It's entailed under the perpendicular to a surface. You think, Julian? What do you think? You think you could make something like in reality? Do you think you could make a flat, like something flat?
Yes.
How would you do it?
Press it.
You'd press it flat.
Yes.
Okay. How would you know it's flat?
Oh, kind of like clay under a seal.
Well, you know it's flat because when you drop something above it, it won't fall.
Yes.
Right? No, sorry, that's too much. Sorry. This guy's probably very new. But we get told all the time that gravity doesn't work on a flat Earth. So, things can't fall on flat surfaces.
No, that's the reason why things fall is because the Earth is flat. I've been telling this for a long time.
Julian, you gotta wake up, buddy. We need you here. You gotta wake up.
Okay.
You gotta slow down on doing that shit. It's making you slow.
Like, all right, just throw some ideas at me. Let's see if I can work with it, Julian. Like, what tools would you use to create a flat and level surface? What tools?
Let's see. For me, I would use a Starrett surface plate, a big giant one, maybe an 8-footer. And then I would use a mill and make sure that thing's trammed out perfect, as perfect as you can get it. Then I'd mill that surface, and then I would check it with the surface plate and a gauge. And wherever there's high spots, I'd mill them down till I had that thing close enough for the grinder. Then I would grind one side as flat as I can get it, and I'd flip that thing over on the magnetic chuck and put that perfectly flat side down, and then grind the other side. And then I would have a parallel piece of metal, parallel flat sides. Yep,
somebody's
that's
thought
how
about
I
this.
would do. That's how I would do it. But that's because I cut metal. I don't do it anymore, of course. But now I point at people who cut metal.
Jules, we're still waiting for your methodology and the tools you would use. Copycat. No, that's being. You got to pick something new. You took too long. You got to pick something else.
Grind the surface so it's flat.
I mean, all right? Well, can you define flat? Like, what is flat? Define that.
No, I don't know. No, so you feel it when it's flat.
Like no points higher or lower than than another. Like a straight line.
Yeah.
What tool would you use to create a level surface?
Uh-oh.
What kind of
Your question?
Sanding paper.
No. He said, what kind of tool?
What tool?
Yeah. What tool do you need to make something level? What kind of tool do you need to make sure it's level?
I don't know.
I'm going to take a stab in the dark. A level.
That's the one. Yes, that's the one I would use. Yeah.
Look at that. I just took a stab in the dark and I got it right. I would use a level to make sure that the surface I'm wanting to be level is level.
You've probably heard of this myth, Julian, right? You heard that the surface of water at rest is level. You've probably heard that before.
Yeah.
And it's proven, right? Like they can prove that. They're not just saying it.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's see what else they can prove rather than say. So then they say, I don't know if they've proven it, but they say that 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in level water. Is that something you've heard before?
Yes.
Okay, now where does that lead? Where does that lead to?
Doesn't make sense.
What, that the Earth is level?
The water.
So water is no longer level. Now we can't use levels. Oh my God. I've been doing shit wrong my whole life.
Yeah, you've been using curve.
I've been using a level that has water in it, water levels, and that he just said water can't be level.
Julian.
Or it can be level.
It can be and it can't be.
No, it can be only.
Only be level.
Yes.
Yep. Welcome to Flat Earth. No level water around a ball, is there?
But gravity pulls
Nope.
water
No.
to the center.
So there you go. Now we had T-Dub who said gravity makes water flat. Now you're telling me gravity makes water into a ball. Now one of you guys are going to have to fight this out.
My money's on you, Julian. I think you got what it takes.
But if a ball is round and the gravity point is in the center, it pulls the water around the ball.
Let's see what Michio Kaku has to say about that real quick. I'll go ahead and post what he says about that specifically. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. Michio Kaku. What do you think? There's no such thing as gravity pulling things to a center.
Isn't that like the subject matter expert telling you that they lie to you? Oh, okay.
Yep, it is. Yeah, he's the expert.
World-renowned theoretical physicist, multiple published author. Yeah, yep.
Doesn't that sound like when the scammer admits it, they've been scamming you? Finally, he says, "Okay, it's a scam."
Oh, hello, Medina. Welcome back to the room. Julian over here was just taking your spot, proving to the room that level is pulled to the center.
Maybe we misinterpreted that. Like, maybe that's not what he meant.
He was under a lot of pressure.
No, I mean Michio Kaku.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, he was under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
The English words don't mean that. What is it?
It doesn't mean we lied to you when he says we lied to you.
He means something else, Gemsy. He doesn't mean that. He means something else. Now does it make sense? Doesn't mean we lied to you. He means we lied to you. Like that.
Maybe like when parents lie to their kids about Santa Claus. They're not really lying, but they lie, right?
Oh yeah, they lie. I do everything possible not to give away the secret right now, just because I don't like lying to the kids. But I go along with it right now because their parents do.
I don't. I ruin all of their little fantasies.
I can't do it yet. I'll be the hated Poppy of all times.
What do you feel? How do you feel about this, Julius? Oh, here we go. You're up, M00.
When you say they lied, who you think lied? Who you think is they?
You gotta ask Michio Kaku. He said we lied to you. Him and his teammates lied to you.
Means they told you something that was false.
Correct.
Well, with the intent, yeah, lie would give it would.
Yeah, intentionally lied to you.
But Medina, maybe it was like Santa Claus, like for your own good. You think he lied to you for your own good? Like, hey, this Medina, he's never going to be able to figure it out. He's going to deny the, self-evident world in front of him. Let's just lie to him for his own good. You think they did it for your own good?
No, I think the scientists just got it wrong. I don't think they lied on purpose.
Well, then why do they still teach high school children that gravity's a force and that it pulls until you get to university? Then they tell you, no, that's a lie.
Because they think it's true.
So you're in high school, those teachers think it's true, but the professors, they know it's not true, so they have to tell you your teachers in high school lied to you only about gravity, and then they just let that go by, right? Your teachers don't lie about anything else. They only lie to you about gravity.
Maybe they're insulting your intelligence. Maybe they think that you wouldn't be smart enough to understand.
Like, I mean, that's kind of what I'm asking you, Medina. Like, do you feel better that you're lied to, or would you rather know the truth?
Oh, I know the truth.
What is it?
About what?
Gravity.
It's false.
How do you know that?
What's that mean?
About gravity, I don't know. I don't know what gravity is.
It's known as a fictitious force. Fabricate.
Join the club of theoretical physicists, because that's what they tell you to. You know, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist, when he was asked, "What is gravity?" He's like, "I don't know, next question." No idea, next question, he said.
I was gonna say something when theoretical was before physics. I'm like, is it theoretical? I mean, theoretical? I'm like, what? I'm like, so yeah, now I get it.
It means so when you break it down, it means he makes up stories. The end. I make up stories.
I was going to say they're not real physicists; they're theoretical physicists.
Yeah, they're just hoping one day to be one.
So it's like science, and then science fiction,
in theory,
right? So they're science fiction writers.
Oh, for sure.
Well, I mean, physicists are dealing with the physical, right? And that's physical, tangible, touchable, and real. I mean, how could they be a theory physicalist?
So they're saying, if what I'm saying was true, then things would work this way.
No, they're saying, because I said this, and if it's true, the sun will move across the sky. We see the sun move across the sky, so what I said is true.
That would be an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Well, sheesh.
I mean, he must have paid a lot for that. I mean, for that theoretical part. I don't know how much did he pay for that.
Ohio State doesn't charge you anything if you're already a student to be an
I just started getting
astrophysicist.
a bunch of these useless claims like to my name, just so people can call me that.
Yeah, if you already have a degree at Ohio State, you can take the astrophysicist degree for free, or it used to be. And it's just online. You just read shit, and they'll give you whatever their complimentary.
Oh, dude, we got so many Indian, community colleges here. I'm pretty sure, I'll just pay them a little bit of money and they'll pass me.
Well, speaking of that, how are you doing there, Will D World? What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth experience? Oh, you.
Sorry, you were talking to me?
Yeah, how are you doing? What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth experience?
Was joining some channels to listen. I don't really like to talk too much. I'm kind of shy, and my English is not good. But yeah, I'm just listening to you guys.
All right. Well, I mean, the last guy, Alsa Man, just so you know, Asama, just so you know, the last guy said that the surface of water at rest is flat and level, but also pulling towards the center and curved. Does that? It doesn't sound reasonable to me. Seems like opposites. And then it was the claim that 70% of the Earth's surface is flat and level, conforming to a sphere.
Whoa. You guys say this shit and it hurts my head.
You got to get down with the nonsense.
I wish I could just say some of this shit during meetings. Just say wild shit like this, and then tell them the reason why they just heard what they heard, because you guys talk like this to those guys that I would be talking to, and they would get mad at me. I'm the nice one, anyway.
Yeah, you really got to dig into some of these engineering issues. You got to say, listen, I don't know what's forming this rust here. It's probably due to the Coriolis or the centripetal force that's pressing on the surface of this metal. Maybe at one point it was like a gyroscope, much like a gyroscope. The water flipped upside down and is now rusting it from the wrong side. You got to give him. You got to really. You'll be like this guy's amazing. He's coming up with ideas we never thought of.
Yeah, we're gonna send him to a different department.
Yeah.
And then I'll be wiping tables in the lunchroom. Luckily for me, I started a department, so it's hard to send me away to another one.
Well, if you doubt it, just remember that Medina knows what gravity is. He knows.
Where did our guy go that got the PDF? That was it? It's crazy what a PDF will do to somebody, especially when you give them the actual link. No, this isn't from NASA. Somebody made this 120-page PDF up to make it look like it's from 1980s. Because, people have nothing better to do.
Well, you guys are chatty English speakers.
So I was expecting a bit more of a fight from these Globers.
Sounds like the room has quieted down a bit. We've had an endless stream of new believers rifling through. If only you guys knew the story. If only you guys knew the story of outer space, you'd believe it the way I do.
Yeah, that's right. They think like they don't even think like that we may have been exposed to all the same things that they were, right? And have been of the same mindset as they were once. It's like they come in thinking that we were born this way or something.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it almost makes their bigotry even worse. Right? Because they'd never think of, like, in our modern society to go attack an Aboriginal culture that might hold these views like this. I mean, you go to jail for thought crimes. But hey, those guys believe in flat Earth. They're the last group of people on Earth that I can ridicule.
Yeah, well, they were talking about, you were talking about Mars earlier. And even as a Glober, I was like, yeah, okay, they've got stuff on Mars, but they're exposing themselves accidentally. They're trying to airbrush stuff out. They forget sometimes, and they let things slip, and they show, things on Mars, anomalies and things which indicate that there must have been a civilization there once, or that there still is.
Yeah, I remember thinking that.
Right? It's like, okay, and why didn't it ever occur to me to think, wait a second, how do I know this isn't being done on Earth somewhere? Why?
I was the same way, man. I was totally into that. I'm like studying all that Curiosity rover panoramic footage, airbrushing stuff out. It was so obvious that they were doing it. Yep, and it didn't occur to me until this topic that they weren't even really there to begin with. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Mars
Occam's
anomalies.
razor, right?
Yeah, well
Occam's
said.
razor should have told me.
You know, and some of us are old enough to remember back when it was commonly understood that NASA was pumping out artwork. Like, that wasn't a controversial take not too long ago, guys. Like, everybody knew that NASA was producing renditions, artist conceptions, all kinds of stuff like this. They were quite open about it themselves with their captioning. And you know what I noticed even before all this? I noticed in like the late 90s and early 2000s shift. It shifted like when the ISS became popular. Around that time is when they started foregoing all these image captions and wouldn't be so, I guess, honest. And they'd present the same kind of digital rendered imagery, but without the captions saying that they were artist conceptions. They used to do it all the time. And I noticed over time, too, it didn't take long where the internet public was starting to believe these things as if they were true. And some of the older folks would be like, no, these aren't actually like photographs, guys. These are digital composites based off of spreadsheets. And little by little, it seems like they managed to replace everything.
I mean, the major populace doesn't really think about it very much, and like you could ask someone on the street, a question like, "What's bigger, the sun or the moon?" And a lot of them will say the moon, right? Because they don't know. They're not interested yet, or and so when they like open the newspaper or turn on Discovery Channel and they see this imagery, it's just a foregone conclusion that this is real, and that, they don't read the bottom corner fine print, right? They go, oh yeah, these scientists are doing this stuff and figuring it all out. Like this, that's what that exoplanet looks like. Wow, they don't think about that. That's not an actual photograph. That's just an artist's impression based on data that's been interpreted, right?
Yeah, like a 9-pixel image.
Right. Yeah, they don't show that in the article. Like the headline: scientists discover hairy black holes, right?
Yeah, it's right. It just got more ridiculous, and like windows on Uranus opening and closing, releasing fart gas. Like, I mean, this all started to happen around that same time period. Like they went clown world 20 years ago, 25 years ago.
I think it is.
And then you
Buddy, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do know what you're saying, but it's what. So what it is Well, it's not double standard because we analyze whether they've applied the scientific method to what they're claiming, and if they haven't done that, then what they're saying is not science. So, because there's a standard within natural science which determines whether or not you're doing science or not. So, if someone's claiming science, there's science behind something that they've done, and they haven't applied the scientific method, then what they claim is false, right? But yeah, if you read that article on the hairy black holes, you'll find that their discovery was based on a computer simulation. That's how they apparently discovered hairy black holes.
It's only made it.
That's amazing. That's kind of like the that's kind of like Dr. Blitz's neutrino test. The what was it called? The Minos. It was all simulations. It was all like they would simulate the data and then simulate the outcomes. Say this is probably true. And then it got me thinking, why would they have to start building like an actual like neutrino detection cavity if they're all doing simulated runs? It's like, are they building something else and telling the public it's this? Is this an example of more dual use technology? You know, like the Saturn V, man, put a nuclear warhead on it, people wouldn't know. People wouldn't know. They still has the NASA logo painted on it.
That was weird. Discord totally glitched out on me just then. Alminator, what are you talking about? Who does what to verify what theory? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Alminator, who are they? And what is the theory that they're trying to validate or verify? Validate. Come on, you got a mic. I know. Don't be texting in the side chat when you can just open your mic.
Michael, what's the contention?
No, you were saying something about responding to the neutrino argument, saying that they do that to verify their theory.
Yeah, I mean, like, so they say that, okay, we have this idea that there's a certain particle that should exist according to our calculations, right? Like, we suspect that there's this particle that might exist. Now, if we can create some sort of detector, an instrument which could detect these particles, because we know how to construct it because we suspect how these things behave and what would detect them, right? And then they set up the instrument, and then they get some sort of data, some sort of result, some sort of reaction, right? They think that concludes that they were correct about the existence of these particles that they previously couldn't actually prove existed. And they're saying that proves it, but it doesn't. That they're getting a result of something happening, like because there's a reaction, right? On the in the instrument that they're using. I don't know exactly how it works, but this goes for a lot of things that, like, they do with particle physics, right? So they'll suspect that there's a certain type of element or type of thing exists, and then they set up an instrumentation, and they get a result, they get a reaction, something happens, and they go, this verifies the existence of these things that we suspected it did exist, but we couldn't prove it previously. Does it? Do you think that's good enough? Apparently, too, there's you need it. The tool that they use to detect neutrinos is huge. It's massive, apparently. And they're supposedly almost massless, right? And they pass through most material. They just go straight through. And certain materials can have a noticeable reaction with them. And I wonder, do they travel in straight lines? If they're mostly unimpeded, are they affected by refraction? Are they affected by gravity? What's gravity? That's next. But yeah, I wonder if you could set up a neutrino test, right, across the surface of a large body of water. I don't know, something like that, right? I wonder if you could actually turn this around on them and use neutrino detection to prove flat Earth.
That'd be funny. Yeah, what if they did? You know, like, I think what was funny was during the Dr. Blitz and Indio debate, Dr. Blitz thought that he brought up, I think, the neutrino detector test, the one where they claim to have imaged the sun below the Earth through the other side of the globe. And then the supporting papers, I think, were not from that at all whatsoever. But Indio knew all about that Japanese team that had imaged. They claimed to have imaged the sun with neutrino detection through the center of the Earth. And so they were arguing about it the entire time, like, wasn't even the right supporting materials that was being thrown onto the table as validation. And then it turned out to be this other thing. And then they shifted the conversation that way. Like, it's just kind of funny. But I mean, if you've been around our debate community a while, you've heard about that claim that the Japanese took a picture of the sun using a neutrino camera by pointing it straight down at nighttime. The funny thing is like these neutrino detectors don't detect what direction they came from. So there was definite consequent affirming action going on. Right, because they're like, if this is coming from the sun, then we should see it through the center of the Earth. Or if this is coming from the sun, then we should see this at nighttime with our deep drilled neutrino detection cauldron.
Well, hang on. Wouldn't their core, their molten core, be
get in the way?
Neutrinos?
Oh, maybe so. Maybe they looked at the core. Yeah, dude.
Right? Isn't their core a sphere?
Yeah. Or isn't the core like a dense spinning magnetic field? Like you're actually going to claim to see through that? Like this freaking super sonic. Don't they say it's like spinning at supersonic speeds and it's just like whipping up all this lava into a frenzy? And it's just like the magnetic field is so strong down there, like an MRI machine. I don't know. Yeah. No, they couldn't be looking at that. They were looking at the sun.
That's crazy.
If Earth is a globe, then my neutrino detector should see the sun at nighttime underground. My neutrino detector sees the sunlight underground, therefore Earth is a globe. So even if they could prove that they were detecting sunlight streaming neutrinos, there's still so many untold number of potential things they could be seeing instead that can be explained in different ways that don't require affirming the consequent. Like they haven't ruled anything out yet. They've ruled in a conclusion that they began with in their premise.
And can, these things able to transmit information?
Sorry, what?
Well, could you use it like a radio wave to transmit information? I mean, it's almost massless. It passes through most materials. I mean, this would be the perfect communications system.
That would be nice.
So if they can like produce this with a tokamak reactor, In a neutrino detector, yeah, man, that's far out.
So let's shoot some neutrinos across a large body of water. Have a neutrino detector on the other side. See if there's that drop over distance.
Perfect. What could go wrong? Yeah, do neutrinos not bend with gravitational field alignment? Gravity bends everything, right? Except, well, no, it should bend everything. If it's space-time itself, are neutrinos ignoring the bendy, warpy space-time?
Well, if the Japanese got an image of the sun, it would have because of the disproportionate distribution of the Earth's mass, it would have been a wonkily donkily looking sun, right?
That's right. Does this mean
If
they can see
neutrinos
this
are
time in
affected
its
by it.
true unrefracted position? Finally, it's crazy.
Oh, but wait, because they say that the Earth's mass doesn't create a great enough gravitational field capable of bending light. You need a mass like the size of the sun, for instance.
Oh, so apparently holding all the oceans to Earth isn't strong enough.
That's right. Not to bend light.
You know, it's pretty damn fast.
Just a glancing blow here and there.
Is that tungsten?
Yeah.
Is this your first time here, or have you spoken with us before?
I've never spoken to an actual breathing, living flat earther in my life. I didn't know they existed.
Oh, you went for a
Wow.
treat.
This is going to be
Welcome
fun.
in.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty fun.
You just basically wandered into the Pentagon and Flat Earth.
Yeah, I assume I did. Sounds interesting.
Would you
And by
agree that
interesting,
large bodies?
I don't mean.
I was going to. I just
interesting,
asked you.
Yeah.
Would you agree that large bodies of water will rest flat and level on the surface?
No, it just boils down to your definition of level. To me, level is like tangent to a circle.
No. I mean, the actual definition of level is not what you're saying. Okay, level, as in having no point higher or lower than another. Level, right? We use liquid to determine level.
Yeah, we do on a small scale.
And do it on large scales as well. You surely you've heard of a water level tool.
Yeah, I use them on a daily basis. But for like very wide stuff like bridges, we use lasers.
Okay, so at what point does level deviate from level and begin to curve? What's the distance on that?
I don't know. Really far.
Oh, really far. Okay, that's not an answer. So we're gonna accept it as a non-answer, and that's fine. So it's a non-answer.
I agree. It's a non-answer.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you that at no point ever does level deviate from being level. The waters are not going to deviate from level. At no point are they going to start curving. That's not the behavior of water. That's not the physics of water. That's not what water does. It's not what liquids do.
Okay. Do we have
So-
any large-scale experiments showing any of that? 'Cause you're making a claim.
Like measurements, perhaps, across large bodies of water? Would that be substantial? So here we've got some 38 miles across water in a straight line. Here we go. This video is 26 minutes and 45 seconds long.
Sounds very nice for a Discord debate.
I'm trying to
Very
keep it short and
concise.
simple. There's longer ones. This is viewing Worthing to the Isle of Wight in a straight line, 38 miles across the surface of water. No curvature to be measured. So it doesn't deviate from level in 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, not even 100 miles. So level waters aren't going to deviate from level. And if, to the best of your knowledge and mine, that the Earth is covered in water, 71% or so, then it would only stand to reason that 71% level, not curving. This is just it's just logical. This is a logical follow through. So it's like if P, therefore Q, right? So if the horizon is at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observation height above sea level at the beach, then Earth is a globe. However, the horizon is not at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observation height. So therefore, Earth is not a globe. This is the if P, then Q, but we've got not Q, therefore not P. So
Hello, Double Lioness. Are you aware that also that so I'm sure you're aware that their equations for motion predict certain things of how objects would fall, but that's only possible on a ball of their radius. So even if you disprove their horizon, like that should tell you that their equations is like some kind of like black magic or something.
yeah, from my understanding, the globe map ultimately comes from the optical limitation of the human eye. However, we've got awesome cameras and telescopes and lasers, and we can go out and do these tests and find that we are seeing a lot farther than we should be seeing, right, with the use of optical assistance. And it's far exceeding what a globe Earth with a 3,959 mile radius would ever allow.
All right, sorry. Yeah, are there any Globers in the chat right now, or are we just talking?
Yes, someone.
Tungsten is our Glober guest in here right now.
Hello.
Usually, you guys just like speak in between each other. Like you
Pretty
don't-
good at
Usually when chatting with Globeearth is usually, yeah.
All right, so it sounded like my coming was pretty exceptional. So.
Yeah, I think, no.
Right.
Not really.
Gotcha.
Tungsten, what makes you think that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum?
I don't know, man.
Well, there must be some reason. Is it just because you were shown it in school, or do you have some sort of other reason?
I've been shown it at school, and frankly, seeing a 24-hour sun kind of made it pretty clear to me.
Oh, did you see that?
That's only possible on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we get a lot of globe believers in here, and it's quite hysterical when they say if Earth is flat, the sun would never set. Well, for 6 months out of
Circular
the
reasoning.
year, yeah, for 6 months out of
right.
the year, it doesn't set. And then they want to say, look over there in the other direction, the sun didn't set, therefore Earth is a ball. So it's very illogical, right? Oh well, if Earth were flat.
But I just haven't seen a satisfying answer to why do you see a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth?
Where are we seeing? We're seeing that in the northern circle, right? In the Arctic circle.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen. I'm going to say it doesn't happen anywhere else, right? That's something that happens up north.
I mean, it's been observed, Jenna, in the south. Like Jaron went to Chile and was shocked to see the sun rising due south and setting due south. He thought his GPS was backwards.
Okay, no, I can see how that makes perfect sense. I can see absolutely how that works over a flat Earth.
Right, it does. And so the challenge is for the globe Earth proponent to come up with a deductive syllogism, which then can be tested, and they haven't done that yet. In fact, we told them that they could save themselves a trip ahead of time and all the money by first coming up with an actual argument, a logical argument connecting the two. They didn't do that. Right, so there are different ways to form a deductive syllogism. You know, you can use any of the moduses. Modus ponens, modus tollens. Or if A is B and B is C and A is C kind of stuff. You know, just don't construct an invalid form, because if you have an invalid form, then, well, I mean, you still may be true, but your logic is flawed. So
you can have a valid form and not be sound as well.
Exactly. It's the opposite. Yep. Right, so what would that look like, right? Because right now what we're seeing from the globe side is, well, if Earth is a globe, then I'd see a 24-hour sun. I see a 24-hour sun. Therefore, Earth is a globe. Well, that's affirming the consequent.
Right, but I'm ready to accept anything that challenges that, but I haven't seen a model.
What do you mean? What do you mean that challenges it? Like, what's there to even challenge? It's an illogical argument.
Right, but what I'm saying is that I would like to see a flat Earth, anything that shows how a 24-hour sun could do that, and I would happily look into that.
Listen, you know how I figured out that they were where they thought they might be? They used flat Earth elevation angles to the sun, at the sun's zenith, and we knew that they must have been somewhere where it was the summertime, and you were seeing the sun's zenith at the Tropic of Capricorn. And based off its elevation in the sky, you can kind of generally get an idea from a spherical coordinate reference system standpoint, at least, you know, which latitude they were at. They were around the 80s. You know, and that's just using a spherical coordinate reference system. It doesn't mean the Earth is a ball. I mean, the coordinate reference system may very well be, but you know, what we're looking for is surface measurements, not coordinate calculations, not affirming the consequent. I mean, there are so many ways. Listen, people have come up with all kinds of amazing explanations for 24-hour suns in Antarctica on a flat Earth. There's so many. It'll make your head spin. Pick one. So, I mean, if you're in the business of explanations and whoever's got the sexiest explanation wins, then so be it. Go ahead and find one that suits your fancy, but that's not what we're about here. The question is how can you have a 24-hour Antarctic sun knowing that Earth curvature can never be found anywhere? If you don't have a measurement of curvature, I'm not going to assume it for the sake of your argument. So I can throw the question back at you. How do you have a 24-hour Antarctic sun with no curvature being measured or present in any form or fashion that's ever been produced and in any form throughout all of human history?
I have not made that claim.
Well, you said the 24-hour Antarctic sun basically sealed it for you that Earth is a globe. Well, how can you say that if there's no globe curvature measurement?
I have not seen a 24-hour Antarctic sun. I've seen a 24-hour Arctic sun.
Well, you're talking about the Antarctic sun. Well, I guess a 24-hour Arctic sun works plenty good enough. Okay, well, my bad, because you would have been like the first person to bring this up and said Arctic only.
No, I
This is
didn't
not
mention
the final experiment where they went to Antarctica. No, lights in the sky don't determine the shape of the Earth, my friend. That's a big point, a good key takeaway.
Tungsten, have you ever seen measurements of curvature of the Earth?
I don't think I have, no.
Don't you think that would be very convincing if there was any?
I mean, it's just numbers. Same way you guys tell me, like, this distance I've seen. I don't know what this distance means.
Well, yeah, but numbers of geometrical measurements, which is required for a sphere, or an oblate spheroid, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, what about that?
Well, it's funny that people will come in here and say it's a globe, but not once. And I've personally been in here for 4 or 5 years. I'd say 4 years. I've never once seen anyone be like, "Oh, here's measurements of Earth curvature. Here you go. It's a globe." And I've seen people ask for it numerous times, and usually what happens is the guy or girl will say, "I don't have it," or they'll say, "Oh yeah, I do have it," and they'll troll you and they won't actually show it to you.
I never claimed to have it.
Well, I know, but I'm asking you, don't you think it would be useful if somebody did have that? Like, it'd be very convincing to say the Earth is a globe if you actually measured it as a globe. Is that not fair to say?
You probably would. Like, measuring it yourself sounds like a good idea to get a good understanding of it.
It's not just an idea, actually. It's a geometrical requirement.
Yeah. Just the same. But I didn't come in here saying, the Earth is a globe, please believe me. I just came in here and, I don't know,
fair.
people started asking questions.
I know.
I heard you say you wanted a debate earlier, so
This is a debate channel, you know, that's kind of what we're here to do.
It's not really a debate channel.
What is it then?
Well, it's a place to share information, you know, and discuss the topic, not like just debate people. But there can be debates too, right? I'm just saying, right? He's not obligated to debate or say anything like that.
I'm just
right? He didn't come in
about-
here like that.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just curious
go
about
ahead.
the flat Earth, about what's that all about, and I'm not claiming to be educated in debates. I'm not claiming to hold the truth about anything. I was just curious, you know.
Well, we're here with
That makes actually makes for some of the best discussions. Like we get some really great content out of those sort of discussions. So
Most
yeah,
people-
DJ. So I was just about to go off what you posted in the side chat there, but you go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, if you can, that'd be great because I can't really see much at the moment.
All right, yeah. Well, DJ made a great point in the side chat. Like he said, don't. You may have a misconception about like what we think, and based on the conditioning that we're all exposed to from birth, right? You may be thinking that we mean flat Earth is like some sort of flat object in outer space, but that's not what we're claiming. So, we're not saying flat Earth is a disk in outer space, with an edge that water could fall off and that sort of thing. As you may have seen depictions in the media,
of course,
kind of, memes and things. So we're not claiming that. We're just focused on the surface geometry, and it being planar in nature.
Yeah, I'm
Like
sure
if
people believe that so much, it would be a bit more refined than just the description I see online. Because there's no way someone believes like the flat disk with water falling out of the side. So I presume there's more to it.
Well, we actually challenged the entire heliocentric or somewhat acentric right now, because it's developed. The cosmology has developed since Copernicus, right? So now they have this ever expanding universe with billions of galaxies, trillions maybe, who knows, right? How many they think there are, right? All these galaxies consisting of suns, right? Each with their own little planetary system. Like, we challenged that entire model, right? That outer space even exists, right? But we'll bring it back to the base foundation of our experienced reality and say, well, for any of this to be true in the first instance, Earth needs to be a sphere with a specific radius value, which they tell us is 3,959 miles or 6,371 kilometers. So it has to be that object to begin with, right? So if you can't demonstrate that's true, then any ideas based off that, well, you can throw them out too, right?
Yeah.
So we're not claiming to know the intricacies of quote unquote the universe, right? We're not presenting a model. We're not explaining how things in the sky operate, their compositions, their distances, their sizes, nothing like that. We're not claiming to know those things. We're saying that that's actually in the basket of unknown at the moment. We're just focused on those foundational claims that the Earth is a sphere with a specific size and dimension, that it's in motion, right, and that it exists within outer space, right? So it's surrounded on all sides by a void, basically. We're challenging those things, and we can present to you observations, long-distance observations, laser tests, distance to horizon measurements, those sort of things, which absolutely and utterly annihilate the idea that we live on that sphere that they tell us. Sorry, I got to mute up for a bit, so someone else want to... Do you have any questions based on what I've just told you?
Not really. I think it's fair that you're not claiming to know everything about how the world functions. I feel like a lot of the vocal flat earthers online tend to be like a bit of saying they know it all and stuff. And I think it's refreshing to see some people just trying to explain base stuff without making up a whole model.
Yeah, thank you for that. We get upset at those guys too.
Of course, it doesn't mean I'm in any way convinced by the flat Earth.
You shouldn't be. Yeah, you shouldn't be after this small conversation. That's for sure. We would think less of you if you were, obviously.
But I just think you're more honest than many flat earthers I've seen. I mean, I haven't seen that much, but like the vocal people online, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm personally more about the long distance observations, laser tests, and you know, actually getting out and, you know, doing practical demonstrations, things that are testable, repeatable, and showing these observations that have been done in, you know, a lot of detail, right? Attention to detail.
I'm interested to learn more about your work.
I can show you. I can show you an example of what I'm talking about in the side chat, right? So this is done by a guy named Dr. John Dee. He's a guy. He lives in England. He's a PhD, and he originally he's a PhD in the field of optics as well, right? So this is kind of his thing. He does a lot of long distance observations and laser tests, but he originally set out to debunk flat Earth, but you know, accidentally had to become a flat earther in the process because he couldn't find any curvature. So here's one of his tests. Right, so this is all out of an 1.5-hour video where he goes over everything in a lot of detail, but here's some clips and screenshots I've taken out just so I can give you just a quick idea of the kind of thing that we're talking about here. Okay, so in the side chat
about your what work you've done, because you said you did a lot about how do you say, like long distance observation. So
I've done a lot of research into long distance observations, right? And I've gone out and actually done them myself just to validate it for myself. So I was fortunate enough. I used to live on one of the largest saltwater lakes. It's called Lake Macquarie in Australia. And we had a 20-kilometer stretch of lake, right? So I lived on the lake. I had a boat. I bought a Nikon P900 super zoom camera. And I was able to go out and make dozens of different observations, right, across that 20-kilometer stretch of the lake, right? Basically setting up the camera a few feet above the surface of the water, right? And then zooming across the surface of the water to see what I could see, basically, right? So if the Earth's a globe, you should see something different to if the Earth's not a globe. Okay, so based on the height of the observer, you should have a geometric horizon at a certain distance. And then you should have obstruction of things in the distance, right? Like the shoreline on the other side of the lake, 20 kilometers away, should be hidden behind the geometric horizon by a certain amount, right? And that's dependent on the height of the observation device. So basically, if you set the camera up at 1 foot above the surface of the water, the geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles away, approximately. Okay, and then the shoreline on the other side of the lake over that distance would be hidden by, I think, just under 100 feet of curvature, like a 10-story building, essentially. Okay, so I was able to zoom across the lake, right? No horizon whatsoever over the entire 20 kilometers, and I could see the white shoreline beach on the other side, right? Zero obstruction. So this is the kind of thing that we're talking about. Anyone could go out and redo these tests themselves, right? People have gone out using different methodologies as well, not just long distance observations, but yeah, we've got thousands of these now, right? And every single time we're getting zero curvature over these distances where there must be, in some cases, 400 foot of curvature, right? So over I think about 30 miles, there should be over I think about 600 foot of curvature over that distance. So over 10 miles, you would have 66 foot of curvature. Over 20 miles, you would have about 270 foot of curvature. So yeah, it's not hard to go and test for this. Right? It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. So yeah, we've got tons of people have gone out and they've done a great job recording, right, their observations start to finish, going over all of the weather conditions, all of the variables, and basically making it into a nice video, right, to show you the observation from start to finish. So it's basically testing characteristics that would have to be present if the Earth were a globe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, great little example in the side chat that I did post. Right, just to give you a visual example of the kind of thing I'm talking about, right? There's a small clip out of the video where Dr. John D has set up his camera on his tripod just 3.5 foot above the surface. And then he's got some known distance markers out in the ocean, which is Rampion Wind Farm. And you'll see 6 towers, windmill towers. The one on the left's 8 miles away, and the one on the right is 11.2 miles away. So if we do the math, the geometric horizon distance on a globe would be, I think it's about 2.29 miles. And then the bottom of the windmills should be like hidden behind the horizon. So the bottom 52 foot of the 11.2 mile windmill should be obstructed behind that horizon. But that's not what we see when we go out and do these types of observations. We can see the entirety of the windmill tower down to where it reaches the surface of the water, and then we can see the water still extending far beyond. We can even see a boat like far off in the distance, which is 14 miles away. And old dude just posted the full video for that one, right? He goes over everything in extreme detail.
Interesting.
So, you know, we've got so many of these observations now, it's ridiculous. And what we're not able to find is anything of this kind of standard from the globe side, right? Because when people actually go out to try to practically test for this curvature, it's just not there. I've never seen, like in the last 8 years of having conversations with people, and quite a lot of them, I've never seen anyone be able to present an observation that matches up with the globe mathematics.
Right, so they engage in all this data fitting, and it results in mazes of underdeterminism. You know, something we strive for in our community is maintaining a more rigorous academic approach. You know, so we're not going to sit here and regale people with flat Earth science fiction tales like that. That stuff annoys the crap out of me.
You're not going to tell him about the lizard people beyond the ice wall, Braddock?
You know, I'll let the TikTokers explain that to him.
The multiple, like the bigger Earth with so much more resource and shit.
Yes, all of the ice rings, extending ice rings.
Yep, or ponds in an ice sheet. Like
I figured no one believed this.
Or the moon is a map of the Earth. Like, get out of here. Yeah, you won't find that here. I mean, we won't put up with that. We boot people peddling that kind of nonsense.
Well, I'm glad because it's just bullshit.
Yeah, like it's for a lot of these people that buy into it. I think they're into escapism. They're unhappy with their lives, with their political situation. They're looking outward, and this is how they unplug from the world. They get into this flat Earth weirdness.
Denialism, like just contrarianism is a better word, I guess. Just going against the flow. Whatever they say is wrong. Stuff like
Exactly. And flat Earth is a great tool, right? Like, I heard Sam Hyde say that it's basically like an ideological suicide vest. Because you put it on and people might start to take you seriously, because if you are happening to be serious about all this stuff that you're spewing, then it's going to destroy everything that everybody ever thought was true. And I'd prefer not to take that approach with this. I mean, we're just out here describing how we experience the world. That's not controversial. There's no ideological suicide vest involved. Now, the information we bring certainly comes with some heavy, heavy consequences. Like there are entire institutions who stand to lose a ton of credibility. But maybe it's not worth to focus on that right now. One of the first places I went to when I looked into this is I'm seeing all these memes, right? I'm seeing like David Weiss and listening to Eric Dubay. I'm like, okay, this is interesting. You know what? What are those people called that actually like measure the earth? Yeah, they're surveyors. Let me go look at that. Let me go research what that's about. Surveying. So I'm like looking into surveying and what kind of instruments they use. And I'm reading about the kind of techniques that they use to get position fixes and then, string along these triangular points from point to point to point using surveying rods and theodolites and, calculating azimuths and solving triangles with Pythagorean theorem and stuff. I mean, it's all basic, like 10th grade trigonometry. It's fundamentally very simple in theory. And so I'm reading about this, and then I read up on something called geodesy. Oh, what's that? What's geodesy? Well, that's when they take all these surveying points, these triangular networks that they set up using flat baselines, and they compute everything into a ball. That's right. They take a mathematical model of Earth's dimensions. And then whether they do it incrementally or they save it up for the end, they perform their calculation and they bend and contort their surveys into more or less an ideal form of an Earth, of a spheroid. And then they start applying more adjustments because guess what? They realize that when they do this over long distances, it actually doesn't line up like they thought it should. So then they start blaming warbly-barbly gravity fields bending starlight in different directions, which ruins their position fixes. So they have to correct for that. Like it is just one thing after another of fixes and corrections and fixes and corrections and fixes of corrections. But underpinning all of this is a gigantic mathematical ball and not any measured curvature. So at some point, after applying the mathematical ball, they then have to uncorrect it, really. It's almost like they're flattening the Earth back out again, but they're calling it globe corrections. So looking at those kinds of things more or less from a philosophy of mathematics mindset, a semiotics mindset, who's putting the map before reality mindset. That is what interests me a lot about this. How the globe was constructed, how everything is veiled in these semiotic choices, appealing to consensus, appealing to expectations of society, and justifying it with numbers, and then backfitting and data fitting everything to make it work, therefore affirming the consequent. And knowing that there are multiple ways to interpret how you see and perceive things. Looks like I just got bumped and came back again. There are different ways to perceive things. And so the question is are you going to shove everything that you're looking at through preconceived filters that somebody else gave to you, through somebody else's glasses? Because if you were never told that Earth is a globe, you'd have absolutely no way to come to that knowledge or that belief, I should say, on your own.
Yeah, but why would someone tell me it's a bull? Like, I mean,
Because they believe it.
Yeah, but how would someone come to that conclusion in the first place?
Someone else believed it. Have you heard of the urban myth?
No, no.
As a
I mean,
concept.
who's the first person that started believing in the Earth being a ball?
Yeah,
what I wonder.
it's murky, man. It's murky. I can tell you that. I mean, there are Greeks, that would probably get high on some fungus infected wheat, would stare at the stars, and some of them had imagined, like Epicurus, like even Pythagoras, imagined the blackness of the night as a gigantic veil, and starlight were holes
and the title from the movie called Eyes Wide Shut. That was Stanley Kubrick's last movie. Best.
Is that why he keeps laughing at himself?
Yeah.
Now it's nervous laughter because he can't find any evidence.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Can I ask it?
Shoot the question.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did we have how to say any visual proof? From out of the space. That Earth is flat.
What makes you think you can go to outer space?
Elon Musk, SpaceX, rockets.
Elon Musk goes up into the sky and he comes back down. So what?
Okay, but can we? Did we have the picture from it? Or
do you have a picture from it?
No, I don't. So that's why I'm asking. Do you
okay.
guys
So if you don't have a picture of somewhere that you think that I should be going to, then why should I have a picture of that same place?
Man, why are you going like that to me, bro? You're so offensive, bro. Chill out a little bit.
I'm not offensive, man. You're asking me to do something impossible.
I don't ask you to do it. I didn't ask you.
You just asked me, do I have a picture of Earth from outer space?
Not you. Everybody in the room. Maybe somebody here who work in the NASA. All
right. Well, let me ask you this: how do I go to a place that doesn't exist?
Wait, what do you mean? Wait. Space don't exist, bro.
That was actually kind of funny.
Yeah, so in order to have, you have gas pressure here on Earth, right?
Okay.
All right. And then outer space is supposed to be a vacuum void of any pressure, right?
Probably.
Probably? Do you even know what's going on in your own paradigm that you were taught as a third grader?
No, I'm not from the USA. They didn't teach me about the space in the third grade.
Oh, so they didn't tell you that you were a blue marble going around the sun and you were the third rock from the sun?
Oh, yeah, they told me. Yeah, they teach me that, yes.
Yeah, so that void of vacuum in the infinite expanse of space is calculated to be somewhere at 10 to the negative 17 torr.
No, it's
Do you know
not.
that?
Okay. No, I didn't, but okay.
So on Earth, the closest we can get to anywhere near that number is 10 to the negative 6 torr. And that's inside of a vacuum chamber with 8-foot thick concrete walls. And even then, the gaskets around the seal for the door keeps in air, so it can't really hold the true vacuum out of it.
Oh, okay.
So if we can't duplicate that in reality, what makes you think that somewhere up there in the sky it's doing the same thing? Because in reality, if you put 10 to the negative 17 torr next to gas pressure, all that gas pressure would violently explode into the remaining space that was available.
In reality, we'd have to make a whole other planet, and that's not going to happen.
Wait. But like, I don't understand that, you know? Like,
So,
like where they like sending all these like, how you say, on English, like rockets, you know, like you know, like the things like Elon Musk doing, or like, you know, the Chinese, they send like, you know, some satellites to, you know.
Sure, they send rockets up into the sky. So
okay, so
what does that have to do with you?
Nothing, but like, you know, like. So like,
why are you worried
like,
about rockets?
Tell me, wait, sir. I'm sorry, but like, you want to tell me that like, you know, like all of like the space, it's like don't exist. If I like understand.
Well, you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without some barrier in between it.
You don't know that.
But
you can't demonstrate it otherwise.
You don't know that.
You can't demonstrate it otherwise, Twonger.
Wait, I'm sorry, but like, do you think like, you know, like maybe some things like in the nature are like just not possible to be like replicated by the like humans? Is there like possibility maybe with it?
Right, like the claims of the globe earthers, like stuff they claim, like your house is moving and you can have a lump of gas in a vacuum container without it touching the walls. Yeah, but it's only things that globe earthers say. That's weird, right? That's a coincidence.
Bro, I didn't say nothing about that. You know, like I just like asking the question. You know.
Let me ask you this, Killa.
Yes.
So, from what you can see here on Earth, is the Earth too big to see curvature?
Wait. Can you like repeat the question, please? Like my English, it's.
Is the Earth too big? Is the Earth too large to see the curvature?
Like if you like watching from the space.
Can you go to space?
Bro, listen, from like what I know, yes.
From what you've observed in your own life,
okay.
Have you ever seen curvature?
No.
Okay. Have you ever felt the Earth moving or spinning?
No.
From your own experience in life, you just admitted that the Earth is flat and stationary because it's too big to see curvature and too big to feel the spin. So you know it's flat and stationary. You deny your own senses. If you're going to deny your own senses, you're going to have to show me the magic trick that proves the Earth is a ball moving through space.
Listen, I'm not here to prove anything. You know, like I'm open-minded. I come to, to ask the question to see like, what
you're
is
supposed
going on.
If you can't prove the Earth is a ball, then the Earth is flat and stationary, just like we all experience.
Yeah, but like I told you, I've not come here to like proving the things, you know. But like that's not the point, you know. For example, you know.
What's not the point?
Sir, like, you know, like do you see the air?
Do I see the air?
Yes. Do you see the air? Do you feel the air?
Yeah, when it's cold outside, I can see the air.
Okay, when it's cold outside, you know. But like when it's not cold outside, you don't see it, you know. And like you
no,
can
but I can feel I can feel the wind blowing.
Okay. Yeah. You got me there. You're a smart one. But okay, no. So like just by the like if I understand it, you know, like just by like my observation, you know, like that's mean the Earth is flat, you know. If I don't feeling the like the rotation and if I don't seeing the curvature.
Yeah, those are your experiences. So your experience tells you that the Earth is flat and stationary, and to deny your senses means that you believe in nonsense.
Okay, but like, can you explain me then, like why would they lie about this?
What difference does it make?
There is probably should be like some difference, if they like if they teach you.
What would that change?
I don't know, like what will change. Maybe whole like reality, reality, like yes.
If I was to lie to you and you were to find out that I was lying to you,
yes,
would it matter if you knew why I lied to you, or would you just say, "Listen, he lied to me"? Yeah, because it doesn't change the fact. So if we can prove they're lying, it doesn't matter why they're lying. The fact is, we can prove they are.
Okay, understandable, but like I think like the like big how you say, sorry for my English, I think that big reason is like too like why they lie, like there is probably need to be the reason like why they lie. For example,
what difference would that make if you found out that they were lying? What would that change for you?
A lot. For example, like whole perspective on how you say, on like how us looking at the world. What if like we gonna say, okay, Earth is flat and it's not how they teach us in the school. So that's mean there is like how you say that on the English, whole reality it's falling apart. Then
right,
like
your worldview would be falling apart, but you're looking for the evidence of why they would lie, which is something that we can only speculate about, which we're showing you, hey, we don't have any subjective answers for why the Earth is flat, because you can go outside and observe that it's a topographical plane and you're not in motion. Only the sun, moon, and stars and planets are actually in motion. That's the thing. It's your base axiom. Like, I don't have to prove to you that the sky is blue sometimes. You just go outside every once in a while and the sky is fucking blue and the Earth isn't moving and it's no curvature or axial rotation is experienced. The only time you experience these things is when you turn on your TV or open a magazine. You don't experience it when you put all that stuff down and go outside.
Okay, I get it, but like like did like maybe like flat Earth community having like like how you said the speculation, like any like speculation, like why would they lie about it, because like when I think about it, like what if because I saw some like pictures.
Why do you think they would lie? Why do you think they would lie? If they were lying about it, why do you think they would lie?
Yeah, why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Maybe.
So when I was a kid, I'll tell you, when I was a kid, there was a North Pole, right? You look on the Google map right now, Santa Claus is the fucking best swimmer ever, right? Or there's no polar caps. There used to be polar caps when I was a kid. So if there's land up there, a polar ice cap, the North and South Pole.
You just
I know what is like. But what is like ice cap?
I'm saying that they could be hiding land and resources.
Yeah,
that would be one reason why they would lie, and that would definitely give them power and motivation to lie about the reality of this world that we live in.
Okay, that's like
be,
the thing. Like
bro,
what I
there could be a reason that you can't even conceive of and don't know about, and nobody even knows about. That only they know.
That's why I was asking him. I want to
speculate about it. Like, we can't read minds, dude. If we knew why they lied, we'd be them.
No, I didn't say.
Hold on, Keela. Since you want to, I'll give you a chance at this very moment to give a speculation. Why do you think all the governments in the world would collaborate together in a conspiracy to lie to the population of the whole Earth?
I don't know. Like I will say maybe it's gonna sound.
Come on, man. Dig deep down in your soul.
Yeah.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, I will tell you. You know, like it's maybe gonna sound crazy, but like you know, like again, it's just like my speculation. You know, if that it's a true, you know, like that, like Earth is flat. You know, it can be that like we're living in some sort of like I don't know how you call that like on the English. Like you know, like when you have like something like flat, and then you put like thing on top, like how you call that on the English, like
You're talking about a hologram,
not hologram, like when you like put like something
like
on
a
top,
simulation.
Yeah, we can see like we live in simulation.
Come on, bro.
Not like that, man. Like let me
prove it's a simulation.
No,
let him get it out.
Let me explain. I don't say it's a simulation, but like we living in under like a dome. You said call it a dome,
a snow globe.
Yeah, something like that, probably. You know,
a
like
terrarium.
Yeah, you know, and like somebody's like made that so like they can like maybe observe us or something like that. I don't know, you know. That's my speculation. Or can be like what other person said it, you know. Maybe there is like, you know, like other continents and shit, and like there is a lot of resources, you know. But again,
well, they do say they bounce radio waves and other things off of the ionosphere, which is basically ionized gas particles. But when I think of radio waves bouncing off of something, I think of like brick walls, right? Not gas particles, because gas particles have huge gaps in between the atoms. So what are they bouncing off of up there? And just because they call it the ionosphere and not, you know, some sort of firm object, they're still bouncing something off of something up there.
You know what they call ionized gases also? Another name for ionized gases?
Plasma. Earth, wind, fire, water. So fire.
Or no, with the 4 stages. The 4 stages of matter are solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. Yeah, fire would be plasma. Fire's a plasma. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you, Indio. Did he fucking leave? No. Sorry to interrupt you, man. Go ahead.
No. It's cool, man. You didn't interrupt.
Yeah, India was... Go ahead, bro.
Well, I want to ask this dude a question. Killa, now imagine the government, all the government officials, top dudes, all the people you think are lying. They all go down to the court and they're like, I want to sign a confession. That the earth is flat and I've been lying the whole time. And everyone, all the people in the government do this. Would you start thinking the earth was flat then? Because they signed confessions that they were lying?
I don't know, man. Like told you, like I'm open-minded. You know, like I don't say it's a
why is the question important if it doesn't even determine whether or not you think the earth is flat or a globe? Even if they confess to it.
Listen, maybe I will start. You know,
if they all confess, we all lied.
Yeah, but like you know,
you'd be like, yeah, there's flat now. They confess that they lied. Now I go with the liars.
NASA confesses that we've been lying this whole time using CGI cartoons.
Yeah, I know. Why would you believe them? Like just a giant. Think about it. Think about it for a second. They come out and say they lied. Now you're going to believe liars?
No, of course.
Oh, yeah, of course not. They're like. This is like this whole why would they lie? It's a silly question. It doesn't determine anything.
But like, man, you need to understand the perspective. You know, like okay, I can understand. Like
I know the perspective. I was one of you. We all were. Huh? We were all taught the same stuff, buddy.
But again,
we learned what you learned.
Hey, let me try it this way. Hey, Killa.
Can you point me? Yes.
Killa.
Yes.
The sky is green. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're wrong.
Why am I wrong? I'm telling you the sky is green.
Yeah, but it's.
I know the sky is green. You need to listen to me. The sky is green.
Yeah,
Well,
what
like,
am I lying?
like,
Am I lying?
bro.
Well, if
Am
you
I lying,
can't prove
Killa?
you can't prove he's lying, then he's telling the truth.
Yeah. Am I lying, Killa?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
Uh,
if I'm
I also say
lying.
it's green. Now there's two of us.
Okay. But like maybe like how to say?
Why would I lie, Killa?
Maybe you have I
The
forget
sky
how
is
that
green,
goes.
Killa.
Yeah, but like maybe you have like that like how you say like problem in like in your eyes, so like you seeing the different. Like,
No, I don't have a problem with my eyes. The sky is green.
Damn.
Why would I lie?
I don't
If
say
my
that you're
wife-
lying. I just saying that like you didn't see like maybe good, you know.
If my wife cheats on me, I'm gonna divorce her regardless of why.
True. But okay, like you know, like I can understand like your perspective, you know, but like, can you point me at something, you know, so I can like you know see it or like watch it, like you know anything, you know, so I can like maybe like become you know like flat earther too, you know. Like
Sure, all you gotta do is go out. What kind of water do you have around you? Do you have like a lake or beach or anything like that?
Lake, yeah, I know.
How big is your lake?
It's big. It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
It's a big lake. All right,
Yeah, it's
cool.
You think it's curving? You think that lake?
Yeah.
You think that lake curves, buddy?
Man, bro, I know what.
No,
you
the
mean.
water on top of the water, the surface, right? Do you think that that's
No.
curving?
No, of course not. No, I know.
Okay. So when does it start curving?
Never.
Yeah.
Okay, Earth is flat.
Welcome to
That
Flat Earth.
conversation is over.
Like, I just give you an example, Kilo. Okay, if I have a cup of water, the surface of that water in that cup is what? Flat or curved?
No, okay. It's
No. Hear me out.
Yes.
It's flat. Okay. If I do the same thing in a bathtub, is it flat or curved?
It's always gonna be flat.
Awesome. So now that we've established that a pool is going to be flat, a pond is going to be flat, you even said your lake has flat water on top of it.
Yes.
Now you go out to the ocean and you look out over the ocean. Is that water flat or curved?
It's flat. But like here we
right. So hold on. One more. I know. One more. So if the Earth is made up of 70% water, at what point does the Earth begin to curve?
Just told you it doesn't.
I know.
Wait.
You're a flat earther, bro. You just didn't know it.
Starts curving between your couch and the TV.
Hear me out. But like, you know, like what I like learned, you know, if you and like you can do like that experiment even on the like smaller surface, you know, in some sense, you know.
You know what
like,
you've learned?
If you really spin something, you know, the physics and the gravity will like not let that like you know get out.
That's we understand. That's what we learned too. But like, what you actually learned was not that. You learned not to trust your own eyes. That's what you learned.
Okay, I get it. But
you check the water is flat everywhere you go.
Like, yeah, you learn that like you have they're going to teach you an idea, and that idea in your head is more important than what you actually see in the world. Because what you see, and you've already admitted that you observe water to be flat on the surface and not curved at any scale, and you are rejecting it because someone said that that's not real.
Yeah, because it's like really hard to reject something like what you
for your own senses.
But no. Like if you like how you say like there's like you hear like some like thing like whole your life, you know, it's like really hard to like reject that, you know. Yeah, but like you know, for example, you know, okay, I totally understand, but like you know, do you think like there is like maybe possibility, you know, like taking for example the picture, you know, of the flat Earth and you know show it to everybody and tell them, like you know, fuck you, here is a proof, like you know, we don't need like anymore to speak.
That's not, bro. In this day and age, especially with AI and shit, like
they've
been faking pictures since 1841. 18, not 19, 1841. Okay, as soon as they invented the camera, they were making fake images. It's like the first thing they started doing. They're like, let's make this freaking dude look weird with, let's make this donkey with a human head on it.
Let's overlay an image on top of an image and make it look like there's a ghost in the image.
Yeah, they've been doing that since the beginning. Like, photographs aren't doing it, buddy.
I get it.
But we're, oddly enough, Keela, we've been showing an image, a photo. Actually, it's a screenshot from a video for, 5 years now, Indio? And Glover still don't believe it.
Well, the thing is, you don't have to believe it. You can go outside and check it for yourself. So you can say, I really trust those astronauts, those 20-something dudes that went halfway to the moon and they saw the Earth of the globe, right? So you, as a Glober, have faith in them, whereas we're telling you, you don't need to have faith in no man, no scientist, no rocket engineer. You just go outside to a large body of water at rest, and if the Earth is a globe, that water will be curving, and you can verify it or falsify it. And when you do, then they'll start making up excuses like we're trying.
I get it. That's interesting. But like I don't know. Like my reality is like destroyed.
No, you just been believing what they've been teaching you for so long, and you learned it at such an early age that you just learned to trust the authority, and you never went out and questioned it for yourself.
I mean, no. Listen, like I'm questioning. Yeah, of course. Like that's what I come here. To speak with you, guys. But like, like what is like flat Earth like community explanation, for example, of the how you say that, like how the like this planet it's like become, like how the
you're not
because, like, yeah, you keep calling the Earth a planet, but like the definition of a planet is a celestial body, and a celestial body are objects in the sky. And when I look up, I don't see the Earth. I have to look down to see the Earth. So you're using words that you think mean something, but you don't know what the meaning of those words are.
Okay, reality. Can I use the word reality?
Do you know what the meaning of reality is?
Yes, I think that I do.
Tell me what the meaning of the word reality is.
Bro, like everything that is like around you, like what you experience, like what is real, like your reality.
What you experience, like a flat Earth, flat water.
Damn, you got me there. But
that's reality, though. I mean, you might not want to face that reality, but that's what the reality you actually experience. You're never going to experience the Earth as a globe, right? You're never going to see that.
Yeah, but like, okay. But
you can watch TV.
Yeah, I get you.
That's the only recourse, right? Is to watch TV.
I get you, but like what is how you call that, like on the English? Like what is the explanation? Like why we are here? Like why we're on this plane of reality? On this like flat thing.
You know that.
I know that like I don't say like, oh, you know that. Like
I joined Discord.
Is there?
And I asked the flat earthers a question people have been answering since the dawn of time, and they had the answer. Sorry, we don't have the answer to that question.
Okay, understandable. No, I just ask like, is there maybe like some like speculation or like anything like that? Like in the.
Oh my gosh. Like you want a speculation answer? We're here to experience the world that we live in and share it with those around us. That's the main purpose, man. There is no other purpose outside of that. Now, there's other things that occur outside of that, but generally speaking, to live a good life, you have an experience, you enjoy the experience that you're having, and you share that experience with them.
Okay.
Gil, you believe in God? Do you believe there's a creator?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Now,
yes, I believe
think about this for a second. Consider this. Why would God create a reality that's an optical illusion? That it looks flat, but it's actually not flat. Why would God create a world like that? That's tricking you? Why would he create a world where it's supposed to be moving, but you don't feel it moving in any way, shape, or form? Why would he create a world where everything about it is just not real, as far as what your experience is, and that there's some other people that wrote some equations on a chalkboard and they said, "This is reality. Look at these equations. This is what's real."
Yeah, I guess you. I don't know. Like
think about it, man. Think about it. Why would the whole world be an optical illusion? Why would God do that?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know. I just like don't hear like answer on that. Like my mind, it's it can't produce like nothing. I don't know.
I'll give you another example. Why would God put us in the armpit of the universe and not have any life anywhere else in the universe?
Good question too. But again,
the creator that I know made us the center of creation.
Yeah.
And put all life here.
I get. But look this, like hear me out. What if we don't know? Like there is like something out there. Like maybe it is.
And how can we prove it?
See, what we're trying to get you to do, we're trying to reprogram you to think for yourself and question authority. And in order to question authority, you got to think for yourself, right? So when someone, tells you, "Oh, I'm an African princess, send me $1,000," right? You're going to be like, "Oh, that's crazy, get out of here." But when the government tells you, "Oh, we have high priests, right, 25 of them, that went to the moon and they walked on the moon, and they're telling you that you got to pay taxes not to fund the Nazi rocket program with Operation Paperclip because we want to bomb brown people and install banks, but because it's hard. That's why we're doing it. We're going to the moon because it's hard," like John F. Kennedy said. Because if they said we want to bomb brown people and install world banking systems to enslave the world, we probably would have said, "Nah, I'll pass."
Yeah, I get it.
Brainwashing you and don't ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
I get it.
But instead of us in speculation realm, why don't we go to what we can prove? Does anybody mind if I take the steering wheel for a few minutes?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So, my friend, you were told that gravity is what holds down the oceans, right? Of course.
Yes.
But what if I told you it's actually the gas pressure that keeps the oceans from boiling away and not sticking to the surface of the earth? And that you can prove this by putting a cup of ocean water in a vacuum, turn it on for 3 days, and what you're going to find is that it makes the water boil at low temperature. So once the water phase changes, it's going to boil away and no longer stick. So all anyone has to do to prove me wrong that it is actually gravity, is they have to manipulate whatever they think the cause is, make the oceans fuck off and no longer stick to the abyssal plains or the bottom of the ocean floor, then they can prove their claim. But they can't do that. Nobody can do it. All they have to do is make excuses and start talking about math, which is a category error.
I get it. But wait, if I understand, like you, like the space, like they're saying the space is like this, like pressure, and like how you said, like if you put the cup of the water like in the pressure room, it's gonna boil away. So like you want to say like like the like all like water on the planet will like boil away, if it's like actually the, how you say in English, the globe,
Sorry, I'm busy. Somebody can please take over.
Yeah, so like what Larry I think was trying to say is like the air you're breathing, right? At sea level, it's 14.7 psi.
I don't know.
that's roughly what it is. 14. We can round down and just call it 14, just for shits and giggles.
For the sake
14
of
psi.
the yeah.
Keep it simple. And then if you take water and you remove the air from the vacuum chamber, but you have water like in a bowl or something like that.
Well, you can do that.
Well,
Oh yeah, just me because yeah.
why are you being belligerent, dude?
Oh, because like you can't do that.
Are you drunk?
But you can't do what you said you would do. But
you can put a bowl of water in a vacuum chamber. Sure, you can.
Yeah, people have done it. There's videos of that.
Oh, but how do you know that?
So anyway, when they sucked the air out of the vacuum, the water began boiling. And so what he's saying is that's the reason why the water is the way it is here, because if there was a vacuum of space, it would have sucked all the air away, and then after the air went away, the water would have boiled off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I literally Google it, and it's literally say it will boil at lower temperature than it will at normal,
No, that's not true.
My man, you can literally Google it. I just Google it in like just 2 seconds. And there is
I'm sorry. I thought we were just agreeing. Sure.
My man, I think it's time to sleep.
Yeah, I think for him it's sleep. But anyway, that's kind of around about what Larry was trying to say. I kind of don't know the full argument that he was going with on that.
No, it's okay. I'm back. So basically, what I'm saying is that they told you it was gravity, right? So in the American court system, we swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because there's 3 ways to lie: lie by omission, lie by addition, and an outright lie. Right? So what they're doing is they're saying gravity holds down the oceans, but they're not telling you that it's actually specific gravity, also known as relative density, is what's actually holding down the oceans. Right? So when they say gravity, it's an ambiguity fallacy. You know how sometimes a word has 2 meanings? Right? Yeah. Well, they're just not telling you the full truth. So they're lying by telling you half of the truth, because everything goes up or down in this system that we live in based on the density between the object and the medium that it's in. There's no such thing as a true vacuum, so there's always a medium. You put an object in that medium, like a volleyball, you put it at the bottom of the pool, right? And there's no air in the volleyball, it'll stay at the bottom of the pool. But if you bring it up and put air in it, and then you try to take the volleyball to the bottom of the pool, it's not going to happen, right? So it's not just mass, it's actually mass and volume that dictates whether everything goes up or down. Now, there's exceptions to the rules, like aerodynamics in airplanes, right? Or using force to get around, like jet engines or rockets or helicopters. But just in nature, like go outside wearing nothing but your sandals and shorts, everything that you see that's in nature in the jungle is going to go up or down based on the relative density or bird flight. So think about it. A steel anvil, you know what that is? A steel anvil?
No, I don't.
The blacksmith, he makes horseshoes with a steel anvil and a hammer, right?
Oh, okay, yes.
Right. It will float in a pool of mercury. You know what mercury is?
Yeah.
The quicksilver, the liquid metal?
Yeah, I know.
Dude,
right, it floats.
Others are so dumb. You believe in some bullshit. Stop believing.
Bro, wait a minute. I'm dumb? Have you ever had a glass of tea? What happens when you change the medium and drink all the tea? What happens?
Can you stop spreading out, buddy? Like, the fact is, no matter what happens here, the world...
Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah. And don't worry about him. He's been cooked like 50 times already.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's acting like he never had a glass of iced tea. And that when you drink the water, you change the medium and it causes the ice to go down. When you refill the tea, or your wife does it for you, then the ice goes back up, right? Like, nobody can argue against this. So what that guy was doing, he was peacocking and pretending to argue against me. But there's no way you can argue against this. Everything goes up or down based on this principle of relative density or specific gravity. I'm done.
No,
Thank you.
I think that's like it's a really good argument. Like that this thing about like boiling water, you know, because I didn't know about that, to be honest. You know, I never like research anything about it. You know, like I just come here, you know, like with the basic like knowledge of the about this matter. So like it's a really good argument about the boiling water because like they say that like space it's a vacuum. Like so. If the space is like vacuum, like why the fuck the oceans and like any water on this planet it's not boiled away? You know what I mean? That's my kind of like perspective now.
It makes me wonder what exactly is the shape of the Earth.
Exactly.
Yeah, it really does.
Okay, but like, what about
if it's not curving? What is it?
Yeah,
what about
is
the sun and the how it's called on English? How you call it? The moon.
Yeah, whenever you look up at that, it seems round, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So what is the shape of the planet?
It's not a planet.
Oh, the place we're at.
It's not curving.
Oh, so would it be? But what's the shape, though? You know what I mean?
It's not curving.
I don't know. Go Google it. Yeah, Google it for us. And why don't you Google that for us?
Why don't you tell me what the shape of the Earth is, dude?
I don't know, man. Like when I go to Google Earth, it's showing it's around.
Hey, Keela.
Yes.
Just so you know.
You can't trust Google, by the way.
Hold on.
I said I was going to trust him. I just told you to go do it.
No, it's
exactly. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and mute him. He can present his evidence in the side chat, and then we'll open his mic and let him chat. But I want you to understand this, Keela.
Troll.
I want you to understand this, Keela. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat surface.
Understandable. But like, is there maybe how to say like end of that like because like everything need to have like the start and the like starting point and like ending point. Like when I think about like
where's the edge?
Yeah, edge. Thank you, I forgot. Yeah.
Okay. So let me explain this. I just want to real quick, Larry. So wherever that is, we don't know. We can presume that there is an edge where there's a container wall, maybe at that edge, because gas pressure requires containment, and that's all that we know. If there's evidence otherwise to suggest that there is no edge and that it goes on infinitely, we still have yet to be shown otherwise. Does that make sense?
It is, yeah. I get you.
All right. I don't need to go to the edge. I don't need to go to the edge to prove the surface of the Earth.
Okay, I get it.
Go ahead, Larry.
I appreciate the like the explanation. I really appreciate.
I got another way to answer that question. Okay, so where's the edge? So Earth is dirt, right? Dirt is Earth. So if you're asking where's the edge of dirt, it would be where the sand is, right? Where the sea meets the land. That would be the edge. Now, if you're asking where is the edge of where we can go, none of us know, right? Because none of us are equipped to seek out the edge if there is one. So this is one of those questions that we can't answer other than the beach. The beach would be the edge of the Earth, and then you're in the realm of the sea, right? And once you're in the realm of the sea, eventually they say that the water turns into ice. Right, so the edge, we don't know where it is. Could be anywhere, but we know that they're probably lying to us about these things because the head of the CIA in the early '80s, he said, the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false. So we know they're lying to us. It's just to what extent are they lying to us? And I think that the realms that we have, Earth, land, and water, we're being lied to about how they work. Like if you look at the 1900s, people were moving around in airships they call blimps, and one incident, the Hindenburg, and now we don't travel like that anymore. But how efficient would it be to take a luxury cruise, 10 days away on an airship, like a floating hotel? And don't airplanes crash all the time?
Yeah.
But we don't stop using cars and airplanes, but it's what they want to produce an obedient slave class worldwide, I think.
Okay, I get it. Like that's actually a good argument. I forget about that. That's like a blimp incident. Yeah, it's a really good question. Like why the fuck? Like it's just one thing who fall down, and like we stop using it. But like we having like so like there is a whole TV show about like how you call that, like air crashes or something like that on Discovery. Like yeah. It's weird. That's like really weird. Maybe if you like use that, like maybe we'll be able to go somewhere. Like maybe that's the reason.
Well, there's this guy Augustus Picard, and he took a balloon way up, and he described it as flat with upturned edges. So maybe they don't want people going up there to check it out for themselves, because Felix Baumgartner went 128,000 feet up, and there was no curvature except for the camera tricks, which is known as a wide-angle lens, which makes the world look like fisheye, and it makes the world look like it's curved. That was camera trick, movie magic.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, I'm really sorry. I need to go. I really appreciate like this, like your explanation and like your time. Have a great day. God bless you. See you later.
Yeah, you too, brother. Peace. Be safe. Come back, see us.
Yeah, see ya.
So I think there was someone who got muted who was about to argue that no, the ice doesn't go up and down depending on whether it's got tea in the glass or not. Is he still here?
You want to go back to the airships versus ocean liners?
Yeah, take it there. Like, how much more expensive is it to have an ocean liner than an airship?
It's also the time to cross the Atlantic. It only takes about 48 hours by airship. It took 7 days by ocean liner.
I know that voice. He sounds like somebody who knows the law.
Maybe I know the law. I might know it. I might know 10% of the law, which is 10 times more than most people know. And yeah, that's always funny when they say, why would the government lie to us? Because that's what sociopaths do.
Is it the fact that the government becomes sociopaths or sociopaths become the government? I don't know. That's a good argument, but I think the thing that we can all agree on is that sociopaths are in the government and they fucking lie a lot.
Yeah, they're grifters. The grifters are attracted to anything that they can get their hands on with lots of money. Because, like, try crossing a border with $10,000 in your pockets and don't declare it. But we've got Doge has, the Department of Government Access has exposed all these government agencies that are wasting billions of dollars, and no one's been arrested. Because I guess the commies are only interested in what you do with your money. They're not interested in sharing what they're doing with our money.
I'll tell you what, though, I did like that he was open to being honest about the nature of water and how it works in the natural physical world. when it's at rest. And then once he saw that, he became curious about other things, and he wasn't rude when we gave him an honest answer. So I appreciated that about that guy.
Yeah, that's usually a sign of an active mind, somebody thinking for a change.
Absolutely. And yeah, no, like you're absolutely right, Rayleigh. The government, once a new invention comes out and they like it, the first thing they want to do is put it on lockdown and then do everything they can to see what they can exploit out of it for any kind of a weapon that they can use against anybody else. That's the first and foremost objective that we see in any government.
Yeah, and if it's something that's too useful and will cost other industries trillions of dollars in lost revenues, they will block it in a second.
Oh yeah. But why would they lie?
And sometimes you don't even have to. It isn't like a blatant lie. It's just it's programming. Like you talk to people and go, okay, if you look at your traffic light has 3 colors on it. What are those colors?
Right.
And most people will say, well, it's red, yellow, and green.
Right.
There's no yellow in a traffic light. It's an amber light.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right.
But everybody's been programmed to say yellow. So now they're saying yellow.
Well, I used the magic trick analogy. Have you ever heard me use that? I'm sure you have.
I may have.
Hold on.
Refresh my memory.
Yeah, so when someone, I'll just use Chris Angel as an example. I don't know how he runs his program, but I'm just going to use him because everybody knows him as a magician. So when Chris Angel or any other magician is doing a magic trick on stage in front of hundreds or thousands of people, a few people are going to have to be in on the magic trick. Now, they don't have to know the entire magic trick. They just need to do the part that they're supposed to play. And so they know that their part is part of the act, but they don't understand how the whole act works. Now, maybe because they understand how their part works, they might be able to figure out other parts of the act, but they don't know the whole picture of what's going on. And it's the same thing with the government. You don't have to be completely in on it in order to help facilitate the illusion or the lie of whatever's going on. And then there's the audience, the people who believe in the magic trick, and they're like, oh yeah, it definitely happened. I saw it with my own eyes. That's people like teachers and your everyday person that watches TV. They're going to say, oh yeah, we've been to space, we've been to the moon. I saw it with my own eyes. I know it's true. They're helping protect the magic act without actually being a part of the inside loop. And so that's kind of what I usually use for my analogy is like, the teacher doesn't have to be in on it. The teacher's just teaching the curriculum that they were given. They read the curriculum, they got a brief overview of it, and they're like, okay, teach this to the kids. And then basically they learn as they go, and then over the next 3 or 4 years, they refine their arguments for teaching. And for the most part, they'll answer general questions with vague responses. And then if the questions get too specific, what do they say? Oh, I don't know. I'm sure some scientist out there has figured it out by now. And that's why we have the things that we have. And that's the end of the conversation. Usually.
I think it's, like the one guy said in the Truman Show, people just accept the world that's been presented to them. And I think that no matter what you believe, whether it's evolution, Big Bang, or creation, like we have not caught up with the power of the television. It is such a powerful device because it's audio and visual hallucinations, and you can make people believe a whole slew of things that isn't connected with reality whatsoever. So, I think a lot of people, including myself, have this mass formation psychosis because they watched, Star Wars and Star Trek and things like this, or House, or the mainstream media. They're going to have a whole slew of things, whole slew of biases that they're not really aware of, and then your mind plays tricks on you and lies to you because of these biases, because of the programming from the television.
Yeah. Do you know that Gilligan's Island was a huge mind fuck for a lot of people?
Why is that?
People used to send letters to the Coast Guard telling them, why haven't you rescued these people?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like War of the Worlds, right?
Yeah, like War of the Worlds times 10.
Yeah, so the psychosis is real, and you're not immune to it. You sitting in that chair, talking on Discord, you're not immune to it. Neither am I.
Yeah, everybody's affected by it in some manner.
It's like, imagine if you could go back in time 600 years ago to a native tribe, whether it's Aboriginals or Native Americans, and you've had, like a year and a half to program your computer to program these natives, right? You're going to have like visual and audio hallucinations on the screen, and they're not going to distinguish between reality and that. Just like when the dog salivates when you're eating a slice of pizza, right? The mirror neurons, the dog can't tell the difference between reality of you eating it and the non-reality of him not eating it.
Yeah, you see the dogs that lick the TV screens when the pizza's on there?
Yeah, they're doing...
To the dog, the pizza is real.
Well, to the Glober, the globe is real. They're just licking the screen with their mind and not their tongue. And we weren't that different 20 years ago, you and I. We're still not that different. It's just, we've heard the story of the African princess, and we're not going to fall for that bullshit again, whereas other people haven't heard that story. And poor Earl, how do you say that name, Earl? He's going to send money to the African princess, or Natha, or whatever. It really trips me out when people argue or pretend to argue against the relative density thing, because they can't actually manipulate anything. But they peacock with bravado and sound confident that I'm wrong, but there's nothing that they can do to actually demonstrate that I'm wrong. But I can demonstrate it all day. The gas pressure and low temperature holds down water, because without the low temperature and the high gas pressure, the water ain't sticking to shit. It's going everywhere, mostly up.
Yeah, and water in a vacuum will turn into ice.
But first, it'll turn into gas, and when it turns into gas, it's extremely buoyant. So when the first batch of gas vapors get sucked out by the vacuum, then the next batch of gas vapor is created until it's all gone 3 days later. It's like, wait a minute, it's only 70 degrees in this room. It's like, where's the gravity now? Who's the bitch now? Your shit's weak with the gravity because you can't do what I can do. So that's why the Globers have to make up excuses and talk about, some weirdo playing with balls on a torsion balance in a shed.
Yeah, wait until you freak them out and find out that water can turn into a vapor at less than 100 degrees centigrade.
They don't really have an answer for this argument. And I love the argument because it's demonstrable, but not that I'm demonstrating what I'm saying is true. They're demonstrating their dishonesty by going, no, you're wrong. Okay, what am I wrong about? Mass attracts mass. Bending, warping, and space-time. Can you demonstrate what I can do? Well, no, because of math. It's like, okay, you're in a category error now, and all they can do is pretend to argue. Just like pretending that refraction is somehow the answer to all the globe model's problems, when actually it's the final nail in the coffin, because once the model is unfalsifiable, when you say refraction, it's game over. Because there's nothing that we can do or say for you to accept the fact that there is no drop over distance or curvature, because the horizon is refracted according to them. That's what they say. So it's like, oh, I want to prove to you that I'm like the tallest man in the world. Well, actually, your ruler is bendy. It's made of rubber, so I'm not going to accept any of your measurements. I'm still the tallest man in the world. Neener, neener, boo-boo. You can't prove me wrong.
So that seems kind of like a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, where no matter where the bullet goes, they're just going to paint the target there. The refraction thing. Well,
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, should be 1 mile, but it's 10. Okay, we'll put the target there because refraction.
And they're like, that's what you would expect to see. Really? You wouldn't expect to see drop over distance? You would expect the Earth to look flat if it was a globe? Come on, bro. Well, the reason it looks flat is because of refraction, but it's actually a globe. I promise. I know the path of the light. I can't demonstrate it, but I can just say refraction. And because when I say refraction, people that wear glasses go, yeah, refraction's a real thing. Therefore, everything the glober says about refraction is automatically true. Wait a minute, that's a squatting dog fallacy. Just because the poo goes down doesn't mean that everything that everyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true. So that's the crux of the argument. Go ahead.
I love this magical refraction stuff. I've taken thousands of photographs of the Toronto skyline under multiple different days, different weather conditions, and as long as it's reasonably clear, I see the exact same thing.
No doubt.
So this magical refraction seems to be ever present. Doesn't matter what the weather conditions change. And I've argued with Grok about that. I'm like, huh? It goes, well, if it's severe refraction, yeah, you're telling me I managed to see severe refraction on multiple days of the year and multiple different temperatures. It's a miracle. Coincidences that never happen. And when I saw Chris Angel walking on water, I figured out that trick in about 2 minutes.
I used to always do the levitation trick. I was in elementary school when that came out. You just put one foot kind of in front of the other, and then kind of raise your front toe, and then on the other foot you raise your heel. And then it looks like you're floating.
You see, the Globers are still fascinated by the magic, whereas we've already figured out the trick.
That just brought back a core childhood memory. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, the other day we had someone come on here. Well, all you'd have to do is raise some money and build a rocket and put it into space, and you'll see what the shape of the Earth is. I'm like, they don't seem to understand that what you see at a high elevation is still bound by the laws of physics.
Well, they conflate a lot of things too. Like when they show you the video of Elon's rocket going up and coming back down and landing. We don't know how high that rocket went. But the rockets that they say they launch into orbit, like going to the International Space Station, once they get to a certain point, it cuts to a computer programming image, and it's all a CGI simulation on your computer screen. You're no longer watching this rocket.
You just don't have faith. You don't have faith in government-funded entities, the largest welfare recipient on the earth.
I really fucking don't, man.
The only difference is SpaceX uses a better video toaster than the Indian space program.
Oh my gosh. So somebody put out this image the other day. I got to show it to y'all.
I thought it was because we have Idaho, therefore the best potato cameras.
Somebody took a picture of this astronaut in space, and I zoomed in on it, and you got to see, dude, it looks 8-bit, man. I feel like I'm looking at a Duke Nukem video game.
Damn, that look good.
It was one of these X accounts that like promotes space, saying, "Oh, a very scary moment for an astronaut being in the void of space without any hope." And it's like, come on, bro.
Remember that time the astronaut almost drowned in space? Which time, you ask? Oh, it happened twice. How do you drown in a vacuum? Oh, that's right. It's not in a vacuum. It's that Houston's underwater laboratory that they practice in. So they practice to be in a vacuum by practicing to be in a very, very dense medium.
Just like when they
you can drown.
Go ahead.
You can drown in space. 2 astronauts almost died.
and you can practice. You can practice driving around on Mars in Canada.
But globe not dum-dum, flat earth dum-dum. I seen it on TV. I seen it on the radio.
Yeah, I've got Professor Phil yelling at me in DMs, telling me I can't.
You gotta up your security, bro.
Yeah.
If everybody goes into their security on their stuff, you can make it to where Dr. Phil or whatever the fuck he is can only talk to the Globers so that they don't bother us, because Dr. Phil be making the most stupid arguments.
Oh, I know. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. In this image right here I'm about to post, the horizon is where the blue line is. Am I wrong or am I right?
I'm driving. I'm driving.
Oh, you're driving.
I believe that's correct.
So if it's behind that third pylon in there, that third pylon is 5.4 kilometers away. D equals distance, and these are kilometer measurements. And then H is the observer's height, 1.73 meters. So here, are the measurements that should fit on the globe based on those observations. Distance of 5.4 kilometers. Eye height is 1.83 meters. The distance to the horizon should be 4.83 kilometers away, with an obscured object of looks like 2.5 centimeters. So, with that being said, that would mean that the horizon should be in front of that object, and that this would be another black swan. Or the horizon is behind it.
Yeah, because at the 1.73 meters, horizon should be less than 5.4 kilometers.
So this image is taken by Walter Bislin, and I call this the Bislin Black Swan.
Damn, Walter. Walter made a black swan for us.
He was using a theodolite to measure the dip, and his explanation was that the dip matches the Earth curve dip. But it's odd because the horizon is beyond what it's supposed to be. So how can it match the Earth curve dip?
What in the unholy ghost pepper guacamole dip is he talking about?
I don't know. I can post the whole website page if you want.
I can't look at it right now.
And actually, I posted it over on the main server under long distance observations. So anybody can go there and look at it.
Good looking out, bro. So it's a bit off topic. I just got to share it because I've been doing this job for 20 years. It's not very often that I see something I've never seen before. So today, I knock on the door, and somebody knocks back, and I'm like, "Hello, who's there?" I've never had anybody knock on the door after I knock on it on the other side of the door. That's a first.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, these Globers, their argument is so weak. I mean, if their argument was strong, then we would all be geocentrist, right? Because that's the easiest position to take.
Correct.
Because it's the easiest to prove. So if their argument was better, there would be a large number of geocentrist servers. But there's not. That's because their shit is so weak that people are figuring it out for themselves. And then once you become a flat earther, I don't know what it takes to go back to being a globe, but I'd imagine it's a huge dose of imagination. Because once you see, like I went to Corpus Christi, once you see your version of Ingleside on the Bay, you can't unsee that. And nobody could come up to you and go, "No, bro, you didn't actually see Ingleside on the Bay from 10 miles away. What actually happened, right, is that there's this thing called refraction. Like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right. My eyes are totally bullshit, and I'm going to give you like all the authority in the world and bow down to you and completely give away my own agency." That's not likely to happen to very many people. But allegedly, it has happened to some people. They looked up at the sky and proved the shape of the ground was a sphere somehow.
Yeah,
and it's like when yeah, that totally makes sense. I always look at the ceiling fan to see if my shoes are tied. Always.
Look, you can, okay?
You can, yeah. You can look at the
I had a guy one time. Yeah, I mean, I made an analogy where I was talking about looking away from his house to figure out what his house was, and he started trying to come up with a method where you look out your window and somehow by looking at everything else, you figure out what shape the house was. They will actually try to argue those sorts of things. So like your shoelace thing, I'll bet you they've tried to argue that before with you. Have they?
Man, they'll argue 2 + 2 isn't 4. Just give them an opportunity to, because everything the flat earther says is wrong. And that's when I start saying, oh, your entire family line is not filled with whores, but actually very prudent ladies and kind and gentle gentlemen.
That's got to be wrong.
Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, but you have to ask them, is everything a flat earther say is wrong before you say that? But once they say that, they just call their own mother a whore without saying a word, except for yes. I love it when they say math is science. Like, okay, does science prove things? No. Does math prove things? Yes. Aha! Gotcha, bitch.
I always tell people math is a descriptive language, and just like any other language, math can be used to lie.
Right, but according to them, the Heimlich maneuver was derived from science. So you can do the Heimlich maneuver without actually doing the maneuver, just by writing on the chalkboard.
Yeah.
I'm doing the Heimlich maneuver. No, that guy's choking to death. He's choking. No, I'm doing the maneuver right now. See, 2 + 2 = 4. Oh, so there's a methodology that you got to follow? That's pseudoscience. You're a science denier, Flurf. Is it the scientific method or is it the scientific equation? I forgot.
That was a good night.
Yeah, I had fun harvesting Glober tears.
On keto.
Lots of salt. Lots of salty Globers.
Hey, I tell you what, man, if gravity were real, based on my mass and weight, I should have 3 hot chicks hovering around me at any given time.
Exactly, just orbiting your ass. Oh, shit. Unfortunately, I only have one hot chick.
Right.
But I weigh 350 pounds, so it's definitely not mass attracting mass. I actually don't know what I weigh. It's somewhere around 350.
Yeah, but you're also a tall motherfucker, too.
Yeah, 6'3".
Shorty.
You got me beat, eh?
And 6'4" and 38/100ths.
Yeah.
Well, to do the Glober thing, that's just negligible.
It's refraction that makes me taller.
Man, these Globers, bro, their shit is so weak.
Weaker than a natural force?
Than a Mexican beer. No, they're weaker than a Mexican beer.
So, Larry, do you think you're going to be doing this 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, 30 years down the road?
Yeah, it's pretty fun, you know. I do a little bit of keto, and then I clown on Globers who say dumb things like dog bones or clocks and math is science and stuff like that, and I just laugh at them because All I got to do is let him talk, which I'm really good at going on mute and letting the Glober talk and then listening to what he has to say. It's fascinating because the anti-flat earther will say some stupid shit that a normal Globie like Neil deGrasse Tyson will never say. So you guys are very entertaining. Yes, I'm entertained. Color me entertained.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, you didn't know that Globies throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus and they say, that dumbass, don't listen to anything he has to say? It's because the anti-flat earthers have their own version of the globe where they practice dialetheism to save the globe. So Captain Save the Globe is speaking out of both sides of their mouth, not realizing it, that math is science, and science doesn't prove things, but math does. You see how that doesn't make sense, right?
Sure, but doesn't having the same conversation every day get boring after a while?
True, I've been gone for months.
Oh, okay. I've been banned for a year, so I haven't heard what you guys have been saying. So,
well, you can ask anybody in here.
It's like I never left. The conversation hasn't changed one bit.
I don't know, that argument about the math and science thing, I thought I just made that up like this year.
Yeah.
I mean, unless somebody can show me, 2 years ago where somebody said, is math science? Oh, does science prove things? No. Oh, okay. Does math prove things? Yes. Okay, so how is that not a violation of the law of non-contradiction? If you can find somebody making that argument before I did, go ahead. I'll bow down and say they came up with it first.
That's not what I asked, though. I asked, basically, how can you do the same thing every day and just not get bored by it?
Bro, I've been gone. I moved to Colorado. I've been doing stuff. Nice. I've been making money. I bought a car.
So in the mountains then? Or in the flat part of Colorado?
I'd rather not say.
Big state, man. No one's going to find you.
Yeah. Well, apparently it's getting to be a little illegal to talk about foreign states and what they're doing to their people. So I'll just keep that information private if you don't mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, I actually quite enjoy coming here and seeing old friends and you and listening to what people like you have to say and then just wait for you guys to contradict your ass because as soon as you do, I'm going to call you out on it. And I find it very entertaining to watch people squirm and try to talk out of both sides of their mouth.
So anyways, how big, someone just talked about, I didn't see it either because I was basically falling asleep. But someone was talking about a picture where there's some pylon and the horizon is over 5.4 kilometers away. How far would it be away on a flat Earth?
I'm assuming he's still here and he's going to answer your question.
I don't know.
No,
if you know the answer.
Just left the chat.
So Brenda was here earlier and saying it's not the furthest it could be. No, not it's the closest. It's the furthest it could be. Does anybody remember what Brenda said? Brenda said a whole bunch of stupid things in a row. Does anybody remember?
What I got from that was that to calculate the horizon distance, you would have to know what the refraction index was.
No, Brenda said it's not.
It was also saying that 1.22 can't be the furthest distance it should be.
Right, it has to be the closest.
The closest it can be.
Right.
But not one of you in all this time has bothered to figure out how far it would be away on a flat Earth? It's not none of your concern?
Well, it's very similar to the angular resolution limit of vision.
It's almost like they hijack perspective. Yeah, like does perspective exist on a globe? Does angular resolution exist on a globe?
I'm just wondering if you guys have calculated it yet. That's all. Simple question, man. But
well, isn't that what we always do? Calculate the horizon distance, what it should be compared to what it actually is? Isn't that what we've been doing for 10 years?
So what should the horizon be in your black swan image? How far away should it be?
Well, it would vary on the atmospheric conditions, right? Because we don't have a set geometric horizon that allows you not to see past a certain point, whereas you do. And when we see past it, you then make your model unfalsifiable by claiming, oh, well, the horizon is refracted and it's always refracted. So if the Earth looks like a globe, then there's no refraction. But if it looks flat, then there's a lot of refraction, right?
So did you make your model unfalsifiable then?
No, that's what the globe did by saying refraction.
I'm talking about yours. When you just said it depends on the atmospheric conditions, aren't you making it unfalsifiable by doing that?
No, because it's the base axiom. When you go outside and you leave your phone and your computer in the house and you just go outside with you and your clothes, nobody experiences the Earth as a globe. All they experience is a flat stationary plane. Oh, is your house moving right now, Scott?
Yes, it is.
Okay, prove it.
Can't to you.
Why not? I'm a reasonable guy. If you give me evidence.
You're not. But you're not.
Okay, that's a baseless assertion because I've changed my mind about the Earth and you haven't. So as far as right now, we're going to say, by fact, I'm the one that's open-minded, willing to change my mind, and you're the one that has anchor bias, sunk cost bias, and confirmation bias, and you're a bigot because you've never changed your mind, despite all the evidence that you've seen to contradict your worldview that you got from the TV.
And you think that right there qualifies you as reasonable? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because when I see new information, I change my mind. Wasn't something about science is you're not supposed to follow the dogma of the day and the zeitgeist. You're actually supposed to follow the data and go where it takes you, not just go, nuh-uh, I've seen it on TV, the Earth, the globe.
Okay, so how do you make sense of a sunset then watching the sun go down? You all know it goes down. You guys know it does. You watch it, it goes down. It doesn't go away.
The sun goes down where? Where does it go down to?
This is where you're not being reasonable again. You know it goes down.
Oh, tell me. You're claiming.
Everybody knows it goes down.
You're claiming it goes down. Where does it go down to? Now, I'm willing to hear your evidence. Where does it go down to?
But you're not willing to hear my evidence because you know it goes down.
Down where?
When you watch the sunset, does it look like it's going down to you? Yes or no?
You know, if I didn't take perspective into consideration, every time an airplane flew over my head and started going down, I would be like, oh my God, that airplane's going down, man. It's getting close to the horizon. It's going down.
You notice how you never can answer a very, very simple question?
Well, I answered your question with an illustration of how perspective works, and nobody thinks the airplane is actually going down.
Is it yes or no? Does the sun look like it's going down? Come on, man, you can do it.
Yeah, it appears to go down, but so does the airplane. Does the airplane appear to go down?
Well, you think an airplane appears to go down the way the sun appears to go down?
Absolutely, it disappears into the horizon.
No, it doesn't.
Does it not?
No,
so an airplane doesn't disappear into the vanishing point at the horizon? So you can see airplanes forever?
No, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore.
Okay. So how big is an airplane? What, less than the size of a football field?
You've just agreed that doesn't look like it's going down like the sun looks like it's going down because you've just said that the sun looks like it's going down, but the airplane gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
So is the sun...
You're saying something really about contradictions?
It's not a contradiction because you wouldn't expect the sun, excuse me, I'm sorry. You wouldn't expect the sun to behave like an airplane. But according to Globers, because it's not an airplane, but according to Globers, there's no such thing as perspective because if you guys admit that there's Rayleigh criterion and perspective and atmospheric lensing, then we can't explain it. And of course, I don't have the meme to post right now of the candle appearing to go down.
And which one of us claimed it was like an airplane, you or me?
Yeah, I was talking about airplanes, how they go down, but they're not actually going down, how they appear to go down. You do know the difference between like appearance and reality, right?
So why, when I asked you about the sun, did you mention an airplane when you said they can't be compared to each other?
To illustrate how perspective works, how things converge at the horizon.
Okay, but airplanes don't converge at the horizon. Airplanes get smaller and smaller till you can't see them.
So the vanishing point is not at the horizon?
No.
Oh, where's it at then?
They just get smaller till you can't see them anymore.
It's until
not at the horizon.
Weird.
So not at the horizon then?
Correct, not at the horizon.
I've lived near airports my whole life.
I work by an airport every day, and I watch the planes come.
So then you should know.
Oh, look, there's an airplane. I can see it now, whereas 5 minutes before I couldn't see it at all.
So then you should know that planes disappear into the horizon.
No,
and they're not going down. No, planes disappear into the horizon, bro. How could you say that they don't? Because when they're overhead, right? You can see them overhead.
I see them not do it every day.
But when they are 30 minutes past being overhead, they've completely disappeared, and they didn't disappear over your head. They disappeared at the horizon. How can you pretend to argue against this?
Because I see it every day.
Okay, what do you see every day?
I see the planes. I see 1 minute I can't see the plane, and then a few minutes later I see a plane. And it gets just.
So where can you not see the plane?
Nowhere near the horizon. It's nowhere near the horizon. And then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it flies right over my head, and then I go to the other side of my office building and I watch it land at the San Jose airport. And then I can watch the planes take off from the San Jose airport going the other way, usually. Sometimes they go the other way, depends on the wind direction. But then they take off towards San Francisco, and they go further and further and further away until they get smaller and smaller and smaller, and I can't see them at all.
So it depends on the wind direction and not the destination, huh?
Yeah. All airports work that way.
So you're telling me that if the wind is blowing west, the airplane will go west if they're going to Japan, but if the wind is blowing east, okay, then they'll fly east to get to Japan from California? Is that what you're saying? The question, by the way.
No, that's not what I said. I said the direction they land and take off depends on the wind. Because the airport I look at, San Jose Airport, you can pull it up on Google Maps. It runs north and south. And if the wind is coming from the south, they will land from the north. They will always land and take off into the wind. Helps with lift. But usually the airplanes come from the south, and they land going north, and they take off going towards San Francisco, which is north. And then if they want to go to Japan, they turn left. They go west. So there's nothing to do with the wind with regard to where they go, how they go to Japan. But anyways, back to the sun. So is an airplane like the sun or not? I say it's not. Do you agree?
My headphones died. I'm not going to be able to consider the conversation for a minute.
Okay.
So, Scott Mackey, what's your best globe?
Forever.
What's your best globe evidence?
Mm-hmm.
Who are you?
Now we're just back to my original question. Do you see yourself doing this in 10 years? Because the day I got banned, somebody asked me that question.
What's your globe evidence?
Oh, the sunsets. That's what I always use. I think it's really good. And it's one we can see. And it looks like it's going down, right?
Debunked. Try again.
What you said? The sun doesn't look like it's going down to you?
Prove the cause.
Well, we have to first agree that we see the same thing. Does it look like it's going down?
We don't have to agree. Just make your proof.
I can't prove something. You guys deny reality. Jeez.
Why so
So that is the question of why you guys would want to deny what you see with your own eyes.
Nobody's doing that.
You are. You watch the sunset, right? It goes down. Yes?
It appears to.
It appears to go down, yep. And so why would this goddess, someone was mentioned just about an hour ago, fake us out like that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Who cares?
All right.
Prove the cause.
Well, the cause is because the sun sets because the Earth is rotating.
Okay, prove it.
It looks like it.
That's it?
Yeah.
You think that's a proof?
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, just leave this one to Scott.
No, I go with it. That's proof.
Okay, put it in a syllogism. Let's see if it's logical proof or not, or if you guys are being illogical. It's not really axiomatic, because you don't feel any rotation. So, I mean, in that case, it wouldn't require any proof. But in this case,
we wouldn't expect to, though.
It's going to require proof.
We wouldn't expect to feel rotation. So that's not a problem for us.
Yeah, so therefore the rotation's not axiomatic. It's not self-evident. So you're going to have to prove it.
It's not, but it's the only thing that explains 15 degrees of change for all the celestial bodies.
All of them prove that.
Degrees per hour.
Okay, all of them prove that, then prove the cause.
How can I prove something to you over the internet, man? All you got to go is look. Watch them.
I guess you're just saying, okay, go ahead. Yeah, post your documentation of the times that you looked and watched. Record what you saw.
How can you prove an observation?
I don't know. You could show us what you observed at least, or at least claim to have observed.
You can go do this yourself, 15 degrees per hour.
Nah, I'm not going to go do your work.
I know. Well, why not? Why don't you want to do your work?
It's your claim.
I know,
why are you trying to get me to run around and prove your shit?
Why are you vested in the flat Earth? What's in it for you?
Why are you asking me personal questions? Just prove your cause.
Well, because...
Can you not? Try and change the conversation because that's difficult.
I'm all about the personal.
Try and change the conversation because that's too difficult, right? You can't prove any of these cause claims. You can just basically assert them. Then you ask for proof. Okay, let's switch it to something else. Let's ask him why he thinks what he does and what he likes for breakfast. Yeah.
Well, everybody else tries to come in and argue with you people every day. You don't need me for that.
Just prove it. You made a cause claim. The sun appears to go down because. Now prove the cause.
It looks like
I made that claim.
Because it is.
It looks like it do because it is. Ipsy Dixit. Just it is because it is.
It looks like it.
Hey, man.
Yeah, why? Why does it look like it?
Don't know. Just does.
Okay. Yeah, me neither. I don't know. All right.
There's no curve because it looks like it. Well, it looks like the sun's going behind it.
Well, I mean, yeah, you did that to yourself. Exactly. So you're going to be consistent logically, right? You're going to have to say that when it comes to that part, yeah.
How do you square this circle, heretic?
I think you did it for me. Perfect.
I don't think I did.
Who cares what you think? You're an idiot.
Well, you keep asking me questions. You seem to go. You spend all day in here arguing with people about this shit.
Hasn't been all day.
You got some interest in it.
Yeah, it's funny.
I'm sure. You definitely sound like you're laughing. Seething, avoiding questions constantly. You know, if you have to avoid, defending your position this much, don't you think it's pretty weak?
Must be a bunch of the old projection because I was literally laughing while my mic was muted.
Oh, okay. Do you have any?
While you were saying it really sounds like you're laughing sarcastically, I was actually doing exactly that. Who cares what you're sure of? You're a moron.
Right.
You're sure of all kinds of gobbledygook, dude. I mean, we just expect that with you. You're just going to be sure of something absolutely moronic.
What's the sun, heretic?
I don't know. Did I make a claim?
What's the moon, heretic?
Why?
Why do
it's that thing you call the moon.
15-degree drift, heretic?
You know how a minute ago you were saying,
What
like,
causes the Coriolis
why do you
effect,
guys have
heretic?
to... Yeah, now you're gish galloping and scattergunning.
I'm not gish
No, a minute
galloping.
ago
I'm
you said,
exposing
yeah,
how you don't
I'm
know
trying to
anything
speak,
about
though.
anything.
You're
But you
actually
still
trying to
accuse
speak,
other
though.
people of like
Yeah, I know,
believing
but
in gobbledygook.
you're actually exposing that very
None
thing
of what you
yourself, 'cause
believe
remember,
is explainable.
Yeah, okay, it's going to be funny muting time now. Yeah, because it doesn't want to hear the responses. Remember a minute ago you
don't
said
want to
that...
hear me exposing you.
Okay, can somebody mute this asshole? Yeah, remember how a minute ago...
No, I'm done. Go on.
A minute ago you said that we have to constantly get somebody else to make the claims? Why are you doing that?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, okay, he's just going to lie. All right, you're going to move.
Okay.
He did say that. Yeah, it's like, must be a pretty weak position if you always have to have everybody else making the claims. And then he went on to do exactly that, gunning a bunch of questions about things that he has claims about. Instead of just making them and arguing them, he wanted us to make the claim. Why'd you do that? I thought you had the strong... I mean, presumably you were insinuating you got the strong position here. You can back up you can claim things and back them up, yeah? Why'd you do that? Don't ask me why there's 15 degrees this or that. Don't ask me why it looks like the sun's going down. Just fucking prove why you say it is, because obviously it's you who made the claims about those things. Do you have one claim that you can actually follow to a logical conclusion?
Yeah, you lied about what I said.
Okay, that's a no then. Good night. He must be afraid of his globe claims because he wanted to just talk about me doing things too. Weird. So, I mean, it looks like the cowardice is on your side. You did all the things you accused me of doing. He's just going to say it's not what he said. Oh, waste of time. Shut him up. I'm just going to hush him up. That's it. No more typing in the chat. He just comes in here to lie. Must be a weak position when you just have to lie constantly to try to defend it. Gaslight. Right in front of our faces, you said something, and not a minute later, you're going to say, I didn't say that. It's a weird behavior. Why are you so invested?
Yeah, I feel bad because Scott makes his, 1-year anniversary appearance. How do you get banned for a year? I thought they undo the bans automatically. But anyway, my freaking headphones died. And my
I
microphone
was going to ask that same thing. Do these bans expire, or did someone unban me? I noticed it didn't appear locked anymore, the room.
They had some sort of reset thing where every ban was let off.
Wow.
And I just didn't care.
Yeah. So is that Miggy guy still come around?
Not really.
Really? Huh. What happened to him?
He's just doing something else.
What about Apocryphon?
A bit, yeah.
Okay. So what'd you guys do with the final experiment thing?
We asked them how it's an experiment, how it's final, and if there's any logical syllogism from it that proves jack shit.
So did you guys accept that the sun didn't set in Antarctica?
I did, personally.
Okay.
I went ahead, subjectively said that happened, yeah.
All right.
So did Whitsitt.
Yeah, he went there, though, right?
Yeah.
He couldn't possibly deny it, so... So did you guys excommunicate Whitsitt and, is it Charonism? That was the guy, right?
No. If we're not excommunicating you, why would we excommunicate them?
I don't know, because he was one of you before.
I've never seen Jaren in this chat before.
No, that's true. That's why I didn't know who he was, really. Heard his name
He's always been welcome. Times. He's just never made use of that invitation. Witsit too, yeah, but he's never been here either.
So did you try to make sense of the sun not setting for 24 hours straight? Or more than that?
That's what they told us would happen on a flat Earth.
Really? How did you guys
So
explain that one?
They said over and over again, the sun would never set. Okay, there you go. It didn't set.
But is there an explanation for why it doesn't?
It stayed in your field of view for 24 hours. So you saw it the whole time. There you go. It's pretty easy. Did they come up with any explanation for why it proves nothing? Any explanation for why they couldn't form any logical syllogism that actually carried any conclusion? Any relevant conclusion, at least. I'm sure they could have come up with something, but anything relevant?
Well, with science deniers, what they do is they say that explanation is more relevant than experimentation or demonstration. So they just explain things with baseless assertion compilations, and they think that it's weird when we call them out for stacking fallacies. But I always look at the ceiling fan to check to see if my shoes are tied, because safety first, right? Logic class, safety first.
Yeah, Scott, can you look at the ceiling fan to figure out if your shoes are tied?
No.
What about the stars?
No.
What about just anywhere away from the shoe?
No.
Okay.
So you think being shoes tied is the same question as the shape of the Earth? Wow, interesting.
Well, it's similar, right? Because
no, I don't mean it's in the ballpark of similar. No, it's not. It's completely different.
Yeah, if I want to know like what kind of shoes I'm wearing, I look at the shoes. I don't look at the sun because you can't tell anything about what's down there by your feet by looking at the sun. And if I wanted to know if the Earth was curving or not, I would look like towards the Earth, not away from the Earth, being blinded by the sunlight.
And then what would you do? As you looked at the Earth to see if it was curving, what would you do?
I would pay attention and see how far I could see. And then compare it against what I was told.
What would that tell you?
What reality is as compared to what I was told, which is not reality, that the Earth has dropable distance.
Okay, so how far would you expect to see if the Earth were flat?
Depending on the viewing distance, right?
No. Tell me how far you expect to see if the Earth is flat.
Farther than what they tell us if the Earth was a globe. Do you like that answer?
No. No.
Why not? Why not?
And I can't. And I'm really disappointed that you do like it as an answer.
Oh, well, I would expect to see farther than the limitations set by the curvature of the Earth that doesn't exist. That's what I would expect to see. That's how far I would expect to see.
But you don't think you're capable of doing anything that's close to math to figure out how far you should see.
That's why I said compare what they said. What they said is a mathematical description of the sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would compare it to.
Yeah, so after all this time, you guys still won't even come up with anything close to a prediction.
Oh, you want that? Okay, sure.
Yes.
You can math the angular resolution limit of whatever optic you're using, and you can also math weather visibility. There you go.
Okay.
That should be good.
And so how far would you expect it to see in the Black Swan picture then?
10 miles.
Really?
My
Can
weather
you share the math for that?
right now, I just checked my weather conditions, and it says that my visibility is 40 kilometers. Huh, isn't that cool?
There you go. Oh, yeah, it's
I don't know. 40 kilometers if the Earth was a sphere, and it would cut off around 3 miles.
Yeah, so we're well past that.
Do they go way up high like in an airplane, to say, yeah, you can see about 40 kilometers, because they wouldn't be able to tell you that from the surface of the Earth if the Earth is a globe, right?
Why not?
Obstruction caused by the geometric horizon. Oh, but there's refraction.
Yeah, they're not using that in their visibility maths, though, right, Scott?
Well, what does that say whether you can see an airplane 40 kilometers away? The shape of the Earth has nothing to do with that, right?
No, I said you would have to be high up in an airplane to see how far away the visibility is. You wouldn't be able to tell from the ground, because on a globe, you can't see something 40 kilometers away unless it's really high up or you are really high up. So the final experiment, I'm going to make sure that safety first, I'm going to look at the ceiling fan every day before I leave the house to make sure that my shoes are tied, because I'm a globe genius.
So you guys didn't even try to make sense of how you can see the sun for 24 hours straight?
Stay in your field of view.
Okay, how?
By not going beyond so far that it was outside of it.
Like an airplane. I'm going
I guess you will be having this conversation 10, 20 years from now. All right.
How can I do that and not go in a circle? Did I claim it didn't go in a circle? Who cares?
How can it do that whilst it's going in a circle?
Oh, it just
Can you imagine if flat earthers said, do you want to know if the Earth is flat? Just look at the star.
Little people a little bit north. See it go away from where the South Pole is.
So think about how stupid it would sound. I'm a flat earther. You know the Earth's flat. You look at the sky. That's so stupid.
Yeah, you guys wouldn't. I mean, maybe you would take that, but that would be really stupid.
Well, you guys say look at the Earth, but you have no way of understanding what you're looking at.
We're Earth experts. We're Earthlings. We're all Earthlings, bro. We're literally experts on the Earth because we live on the Earth.
But you say you look out at the ocean and you see it's flat, and that's the extent of your reasoning,
Nothing obstructed my vision when I was in the water up to my armpits, looking at beach houses 10 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
No thing obstructed my vision.
Okay. But back to the previous statement. So you guys look at the ocean and you go, it's flat, and that's pretty much the extent of it, right?
Well, where's the curvature? I shouldn't have been able to see equal side on the bay from 10 miles away with the water up to my armpits. There should have been 66 feet of curvature, assuming 1 foot waves. Where was the curvature?
Who said you should not have been able to see that?
According to the Glovers, who say that ships disappear over the horizon because the Earth has a radius of 3,900 to 59 miles.
Okay, so why do ships disappear over the horizon?
Your claim.
Well, it ain't fucking curvature. That's your claim.
What is it then? What is it?
Well, do they? First, show that they do.
What is your
show
claim?
that it doesn't? It's show that it just doesn't vanish before it even reaches the horizon, or appears to reach where the horizon is.
You guys have seen that picture of that cruise ship 1,000 times.
Okay.
Yeah, we also see Nat Geo show us the horizon in front of the ship, when the horizon was actually behind the boat. Wasn't that Nat Geo?
Yeah, but you guys have seen the cruise ship 1,000 times, right?
Yeah, but listen, Scott,
it 1,000 times.
You got to understand, Mez was contending the other day that, oftentimes ships don't disappear over the horizon. They just vanish before even getting there.
I never said that. You're lying.
He did. He's lying again. He's lying again. I got to put him on mute.
You're lying. Pull it up.
That's what he did because, what was it? Somebody showed a video of a ship being zoomed in after it already appeared to vanish, And Mez's contention was, well, he wanted proof that it actually went bottom up over the horizon to begin with. He was saying, hey, maybe that one just went away optically. So, I mean, he's saying that. So, I mean, if that's the thing, then it would only be these gigantic ships that ever even do the bottom up thing anyway, according to Mez's worldview now.
So did it vanish like the cruise ship, where you can very clearly see the top of it but not see the bottom at all? Or did the whole thing get smaller?
In Mez's world, it's only we don't know because we don't have the video before that. We just showed it being zoomed back in. But with what Mez has said here, he's basically told us that this is something that's only possible for really big ships. That's just an implication of what he told us or what he asked.
Well, if you look at the Nat Geo thing, the bottom line disappeared first, but it wasn't due to the horizon because the horizon was behind the boat in Nat Geo's, proof that the Earth is a globe. So what Nat Geo actually proved is things can disappear on the from the bottom up with the horizon having nothing to do with it. Thanks, Nat Geo. Appreciate it.
What's funny, Larry, is you can't even acknowledge the cruise ship.
Why do I have to? It's not my claim.
I have the GIF. I'd love to post it. But someone,
Yeah, now Mez's contention is that.
I just acknowledge that things can just
tell me what my contention is.
Not being caused by the horizon. That was a direct refutation of the ship disappearing from the bottom up, proving that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, that's what Mez said too. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sure I did.
Why would you want to go through your life refusing to acknowledge simple realities?
Psych time again. Psychoanalysis.
Simple realities, like if you turn on the TV, the Earth is magically a globe because I believe...
Mentally deranged psychopath.
What, do you mean like Freud saying, no, actually, what's actually going on is Freud said that the children are attracted to their parents. That's actually what's going on. And anybody who says anything different, well, you got to diagnose them with something.
Yeah, but Larry, when I asserted that you won't even acknowledge the cruise ship, you responded with, "I don't have to."
I don't have to, but I did anyway, and I said that the Nat Geo showed that things can disappear from the bottom up, not caused by the horizon, because how could the horizon that's behind the boat cause something in front of the boat to disappear, Scott?
Okay, so you think the Nat Geo thing explains the cruise ship thing?
No, it refutes it, because things can disappear from the bottom up with the horizon being nowhere near, being in between the object disappearing from the bottom up and the viewer. So how do you explain that, Scott?
So do you have any explanation for how?
Well, because what it does is it shows that can happen without curve.
Or horizon.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does it happen? How does it happen then? How do you explain the cruise ship?
Because that's what Mez was worried about with the video that we showed him. Said, hey, how do I
explain it, Scott? Explain it, Scott. How does the Nat Geo thing prove that the Earth is a globe if the horizon's behind the boat, but something's making the bottom of the boat disappear and it's not the horizon, which you think is the curvature? You think the curvature is caused by the horizon. So make it make sense, Scott. I'll go on mute. Go ahead, bro, please.
I don't know anything about the Nat Geo stuff. That's interesting how what you would do to walk away from the cruise ship. You don't want to even talk about it, right?
So you don't understand what I said, therefore you're going to gaslight all of us and say, "Oh, you don't even want to talk about it." You just admitted that you don't know what I'm talking about, but then you double down and say, "Whatever he's talking about, I don't know what that is, but it's definitely not addressing the cruise ship disappearing from the bottom up." Make it make sense, Scott. If you don't know what I was talking about, how do you know that I wasn't?
Okay,
directly refuting the cruise ship if you don't know what I was talking about.
What explanation do you have for the Nat Geo stuff that explains the cruise ship? What do you infer from it?
things can disappear from the bottom up without the horizon causing it.
Things
Because
as
the
big as a
horizon
cruise ship.
is behind the boat. The horizon is behind the boat, yet the bottom line painted on that board disappeared, which means the ship or the boat was disappearing from the bottom up. But it wasn't the horizon, or what you claim, the curved horizon, or the refracted horizon, whatever you want. It wasn't that caused it. Something else caused it. So if we have multiple causes for the same phenomenon, according to you, if you accept the Nat Geo thing, and you accept that boats disappear bottom up because of curvature, well, how do you know which one's actually the cause? Is it the curvature, or is it whatever happened on the Nat Geo boat? How do you know which one?
What happened on the Nat Geo boat then?
It disappeared from the bottom up with the horizon behind it.
What caused that, do you think?
Not the horizon.
Okay, well, you said what's not. What is it?
Well, I don't have to say what it is if I don't know, but I can, through the process of elimination, prove what it's not. Do you know about the process of elimination? Like, if your computer doesn't turn on and you replace
So the masses interact.
Yeah, they're not interacting though. They're not emanating out some kind of field, right?
No.
They're not. Yeah, there's nothing, no invisible like energy or anything coming out of mass and latching on to other mass. So they're not interacting. They're interacting with space-time, which is being distorted by the mass.
Right. It's an indirect interaction, but they're interacting. Like mass will warp the space-time. That will tell other mass how to move.
How to move, right? So the two masses don't give a shit about each other.
Right. They just obey geodisks in space-time, which are defined by the masses in space-time. That's my point.
Yeah, so he introduced the third variable, which Newton didn't have. Well, Newton didn't like his own idea anyway. In fact, he said he didn't want it even attributed to his name, but people came along afterwards and did it anyway. Ignored his request. Should have been called Cavendish or Boys, or one of the other guys. Should have been named after them. Or Michelle. Reverend John Michelle.
Did the Bezold leave?
That's left. Yeah. Oh. Nagel's still here.
They got that live stream going right now. We're on the home server.
Yeah. Yep. We got one. We got the bot in here too. Sure. Yeah. Keep the conversations going, guys.
It's like a plant to create protein.
Hey, Shartron.
Is it Dandelion that's talking?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was just wondering.
We have Jordan as well.
Oh, okay. I was just going to ask Shartron what keeps him on the globe.
Let's see. I just like studying how things work in general, whatever that might be. Whether it be planes or cars. So,
right, but that's not an answer, right?
The Earth being flat, I try to figure out how would that work? How would a flat Earth function?
You should try to figure out how would a plane work? How would an airplane work on a globe? That's really the puzzling question. How would an airplane work going north to south if the Earth is spinning east to west, west to east, whichever direction you're going?
Gravity,
and then
right?
you need to land that plane, and that runway is going past you at 700 miles an hour from the right or left. How do you land it?
Right. I mean, we can discuss that if you'd like. But I was explaining something. I was just explaining that I haven't been able to figure out how a flat Earth would function. Like how would it work? How could it match what is observed? And I haven't been able to rectify the two.
Give us an example.
Why don't you focus on if it's flat first?
Hold on. I like an example of what he's talking about.
Right. So, one thing, of course, we can all see is the sun. How would the sun circle the flat Earth and it match what we observe, both in terms of...
I've actually seen a demonstration of that. I think it's possible.
Jackson, he's asking a question. You're not answering it.
I'm just answering the question that was presented. That's a big part of it. How would it work? And I have not been able to figure out how a flat Earth would function and match what we observe.
What you're saying is too general. You're not giving out anything specific.
Right. So I could say in specific in reference to the sun. So the sun is circling over. I mean, I guess there's different. I don't know exactly what flat Earth model you hold to be true. But the ones I've seen, of course, the sun is circling, and it might move closer to the center and then out a bit further, depending on whatever season it might be. But for it to circle over the Earth, what altitude is it? I haven't been able to understand or gain a general understanding of what.
Yeah, they say it's like
community
in the firmament, right?
The sun's altitude is. So you can calculate the Earth's sun's altitude. Let's say, I'm just going to throw a term out there. Say it's...
Is that where we got the 93 million miles? Is that where we got it from, calculating the sun's altitude?
No, so I'm just referencing the flat Earth. Let's say that it's 3,000
we're going to use the same methodology for each, right? To figure out how far the sun is away. You don't get special pleading.
I'm answering a question. You asked a specific question, and I'm giving a specific answer. But the specific answer is, what is the altitude of the sun? Let's say it's 3,000 miles in altitude over the flat Earth. Well, your angle of elevation calculations will not add up to the sun ever being able to set. It would always be at a certain angle above the horizon. But different people have different thoughts on the altitude of the sun. So I'm on that.
You can't combine cosmologies. You can't take the sun as it's currently quote unquote understood and then input that into like an idea of a flat Earth. They don't go together.
So
I don't think you know.
Here's the basic
period.
Yeah, well, hold on, CB. So here's your basic problem. First of all, that is a purely geometric argument right? Purely geometric. Saying, hey, based upon this geometry, you can't have a sun setting, right?
Right.
Not taking into account any effects of optics, right?
Yeah,
not taking any of that into account, right?
Optics would play a part in it, yes.
Yeah, so they would certainly play a role. They play a role in the globe model. In fact, you never actually even see the sun in the globe model. When you see the sun set on the horizon, it's in the globe model. You never even see the sun. You see the refracted image of the sun. Did you know that when the sun sets on the horizon, they say geometrically it's already beyond the horizon? And what you're seeing is the sun the light of the sun being refracted around the curve of the earth, just making it appear to set?
I have heard that, yes.
Okay, so you know this is already in yours. So why would you make a pure geometric argument when we all already know that this isn't a pure geometric question? That there's other variables.
I agree.
Because if we went to let's say we go to the globe, right? And I geometrically modeled out where the sun is on a globe, it becomes impossible because you have parallel rays and then there's no place of intersection, right? So everybody's seeing their own sun, basically.
Yeah, that is an argument I've heard, that everyone has their own sun that they're seeing, or I guess
that would be in the globe.
Where you're at.
But that would be in the globe if all the rays of light are parallel, right? Because when they look at the sun, if all the rays are parallel, they don't intersect anywhere. So no one's line of sight is intersecting at the same place, right? Parallel lines don't intersect. You are aware of that, right? Parallel lines do not intersect.
Very well.
Right. So if I look at the sun, you're at the North Pole, and I look at the sun, and you look at the sun, and you're at 45 degrees, and our lines of sight are parallel, we can't be looking at the same sun because our lines of sight don't intersect.
So I'll make sure we're thinking of the same thing. So you're talking about the rays that come through that are do not appear to be parallel? Is that, or is this something different? I'm just seeing the pictures come through. I'm not sure if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, I'll show you a diagram.
W panel chat. We have 38 people in here. Let's get some W's in the chat.
Give an example. Can you see the live stream voice text? Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm in there. W.
So check this out. So this is a diagram of the globe model. See the parallel rays. So if you're standing at any one of these endpoints, you're looking at your own individual sun. See, this is what you guys confuse all the time. You globe earthers. You confuse some geometric model for making predictions with reality. Okay? There's no globe reality. We use the globe model in a dual polar spherical coordinate system, but that's why you said the sun circles the earth. Well, where does the circle come from? Well, that circle comes from the artifact of the coordinate system, namely the latitude and longitude coordinate system, right? So the sun that doesn't actually quite match that exactly, but I'm not going to get into that. But when you project the sun into that coordinate system, it makes a circle because everything in that coordinate system that isn't going north-south is a circle.
Let me make sure I understand. So you do believe the Earth is circling above the flat Earth?
No, I have no evidence that the sun is doing a circle or an oval or any other thing. All these models that we actually use are actually observer-centric. So there's this thing, you guys think there's some way that they're out there modeling a globe or something. They're not. It's a coordinate system based upon the celestial sphere that we position things in the sky, and then we agree by convention that say, hey, the celestial equator is 45 degrees above the horizon. Okay, I'm at 45 latitude. We didn't measure any 45 latitude on the ground. In fact, I couldn't find my 45 latitude using just the ground if I couldn't see the sky. We're using sky-based spherical coordinate system in saying the ground is the sphere and not the sky.
Right, but I'm asking, do you believe the sun is circling?
How does it work?
Right, that's what I'm asking.
I'll tell you how it works. We assume observer-centric coordinates. That's just how it works. We assume an observer-centric coordinate system, meaning you're at a point, the observer is at a point at the origin of coordinates. We assume they're surrounded by a sphere. That's exactly how the math works. They don't assume you're on the surface of a sphere. They don't assume you're on the surface of anything. They just assume you are surrounded by a sphere out your eye. That's how it works. You want to know how it works, dude. They use this for the equation of time. They use this for astronomy. They use this for everything. They don't assume you're on the surface of anything. Like if you look at the equation of time, how they predict the sunrise, sunset, all that shit, right? There's no globe. There's no globe in any of that. In any of the mathematics for that. When does the sun come up? No globe. When does the sun go down? No globe. When is the solar new? No globe. How long's the day? No globe. None of that.
Very well. So my question to you, do you believe the sun is circling above the flat earth in your flat earth model? What do you hold to be true?
I just told you. I have no idea what the sun is doing. I know we've chosen a coordinate system. Its relationship to the earth, the sky to the earth, that relationship is based upon a celestial coordinate system. They haven't been measured independently. And when they are measured independently and you get independent results, they do things like curve the plumb line.
So I guess what I'm saying, Model, so actually on the Flat Earth chat, or live, what are we on? Live stream voice text, you have the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord, and then you have the Flat Earth, and you have the sun and the moon circling over the flat Earth. Is that what you believe? But is
that is an artistic? No, that's art, bro. It's an artistic.
I know there might be different beliefs, or not everyone's going to be on the same page.
Are you deaf?
And others can.
I just said it's art. Our server little fucking logo is art.
Right, so that is not what you believe.
We needed something to catch your attention. That's what it's for.
It's just art, dude.
It's just an icon, like the Honda H is not exactly the car itself.
The actual model. What
you actually believe? And you'll see, and back in 2019, he's saying the same thing. It's art. It's always been art. On the old server, it was art. Someone made it as an artistic expression.
Right, but I understand that it's an artistic expression, but what is the actual model you believe, if that's the artistic
one I just
representation?
Well, what do you mean model, I believe? There's only models that work or models that don't work.
Right, I want to understand how the flat earth will work, so I need a reference to that, like a visual reference on how...
So you first start with measuring the earth, and then you find out it's flat, and then... you don't give a shit after that how things in the sky work. I'm telling you, because I know it's already flat, and I don't care how anything else works. Isn't that crazy?
But I do.
But you're asking for a God's eye view.
For what reason? For what reason do you care?
Hold on a second. You see what I just posted in the chat? You see what I just posted in the live stream voice text?
Let me make sure I've got
this diagram.
Right.
This is how it works.
That's how it works.
Our models, the one you use and the one we use to tell. If you go on Time and Date or Sun Calc or the U.S. Naval Observatory to ask, where's the sun, where's the stars, where's all these things? This is the model that's used. This one. It's observer-centric. You think they're modeling a bunch of balls in space. They're not. That's the quote-unquote explanation. But that's not what the math is. Okay? And the only thing that matters is to know how does it work is what the math says, right? We know how the model works because this is the relationship between the variables. That doesn't make the variables real per se, but that's how it quote unquote works.
Okay, thank you.
You got, like, I'd say this. A lot of you guys have misconceptions about what the globe, I'll use the term loosely, model, what it actually is. They are not modeling solar systems. They're not making heliocentric models. They're not orbiting balls around each other geometrically in some mathematical matrix. Everything's done from an observer-centric point of view because we're all here on Earth. We look up in the sky, we see things, and we've made a coordinate system to place objects in the sky. Now, people have taken that and reified and said, well, dude, if the sky's a sphere, I'm on a sphere. Okay, let's test that. Let's go out and see and measure if the Earth actually is a sphere, and we have, and it's not.
I guess to look at it from a slightly different point of view, do you believe there's one sun?
Yeah, there's one
that we can all see at the same time, or when we can't see it.
Yeah, but I don't agree, and it's been shown that we're not all looking in the same. We're not looking at a point in space. Like if I look at the sun and you look at the sun, and someone 1,000 miles away from both of us look at the sun. And if we took a line and drew our lines of sight to intersect somewhere in 3D space, our lines of sight would not intersect in 3D space. This is shown. Listen, you can demonstrate this on a globe, flat Earth. It's been demonstrated by experiment. It's been like this. People have ideas, dude, but the ideas don't match reality, unfortunately.
So here's another issue that I have with a local sun, say a singular local sun. Whatever path it may be taking over the flat Earth, it is one object.
It's an object. See,